Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Welcome from the Peace and Justice Institute at Valencia College. I imagine people are getting themselves logged in right now, navigating this Zoom. We are so happy that you are here. I would like to welcome you from the Peace and Justice Institute, as well as the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County. Thank you for joining us today. Over 500 people are here online for the second annual Creating a Resilient Community from Trauma to Healing Conference. My name is Rachel Allen, and I'm the director of the Peace and Justice Institute, or PJI, at Valencia College. I am joined by Will Jefferson, PJI's community manager, and we will be your hosts for today's event. Hello, Will.
Hi, Rachel.
It's great to be here together today with over 500 participants representing all sectors of our region and people from throughout the country. When we launched this annual conference last year and heard Vincent Felitti speak about the ACEs study, I was compelled to share with the audience parts of my own story, including my 25 years of sobriety. This year, with 25 years of recovery in a 12-step program, I am challenged to apply the learnings and go back to basics, as we say in the 12 steps, drawing on the discipline of early sobriety that gave me the strength to make deep changes necessary for my own thriving. And they included sleep, nutrition, exercise, prayer and mindfulness, mental health and healthy relationships. What Nadine Burke-Harris, the Surgeon General of California, and author of The Deepest Well, calls a prescription for healing from toxic stress. And wow, have we all been under stress. Now more than ever, in our 38th day at home, with my children, ages 10 and 11, and my mother, who's in her 70s, I am challenged to go back to basics. My gifts as a parent are shining right now, and my weaknesses and struggles are staring me in the face. The same seems to hold true for our community. This pandemic is shining a light on our resilience, showcasing our ability to handle adversity, and at the same time, shining a spotlight on areas of weakness and vulnerability among communities and whole people groups. There is work to be done. Today, we have a twofold objective: to strengthen ourselves and go back to basics in order to build personal resilience, and to identify areas within our community where we are struggling and in need of systemic change to bolster the health and wellness of all people. We hold the following vision at PJI: all people, all voices, all matter. The pathway to peace includes building healthy, well people and communities working together for the common good. With each of you, the 500 plus amazing individuals from our community, who many of you I know, and I see you out there, representing government, business, child welfare, public safety, faith, health, and wellness, the arts, education, criminal justice, nonprofits, and philanthropy. The possibility for change is real. Although we're apart together today, I feel immense gratitude for this community and the spirit of our region. We are stronger together. Thank you for joining us today and being part of the solution.
Wow, Rachel, what an amazing opportunity for us to be reflective and to consider the areas in our own personal lives where we can promote resilience. Thanks to our guests for your participation and willingness to engage in this important community work. Thank you to our sponsors and partners. We thank our title sponsor, Orlando Health, and the West Orange Healthcare District, Central Florida Foundation, and the City of Orlando for their sponsorship. And let's not forget the University Behavioral Center for offering CEUs to many of our professional colleagues joining us here today. We have a day filled with great speakers, entertainment from Central Florida Community Arts, and practices of resilience to support our physical and our mental health throughout the day.
And we are thrilled to have our 32nd mayor of the city of Orlando, who is the longest serving mayor of Orlando. And yet, guess what? The mayor has been called out to deal with COVID-19 issues this very morning. And here's the good news. He is coming back. So he will not speak to us in this very moment, but we will be seeing Mayor Buddy Dyer at 11:30 a.m. And I look forward to hearing from him then.
Awesome. Today would not be possible without the generous support of our title sponsor, Orlando Health. As each one of us follows the local, national, and world news, we understand the complete sacrifices our healthcare providers are making on a daily basis to protect our fellow residents from this relentless disease called COVID-19. We are grateful to Orlando Health for being one of the hospital systems working relentlessly to protect and care for our families, friends, and neighbors. Let's hear a word from Kerry DiRotona. He's the Senior Vice President of Orlando Health and the President of the Arnold Palmer Hospital for Children.
From Trauma to Healing Conference. I'm Kerry DiRotona, President of Orlando Health Arnold Palmer Hospital for Children. At Orlando Health, our mission is to improve the health and quality of life of the individuals and communities we serve. We do this by caring for and about our patients. Each day, we bring care directly into our communities and neighborhoods where it is needed most. This is the foundation the Howard Phillips Center for Children and Families was built upon. Arnold Palmer Hospital opened the Howard Phillips Center in the year 2000 to serve and care for the many Central Florida children and families suffering from child abuse and facing difficult medical and emotional challenges. And for the 20 years, the center has been providing a continuum of unique, specialized services to children and families in the community. Unlike any other agency in Central Florida, the Howard Phillips Center addresses needs such as abuse, neglect, developmental delays, behavioral health, and lack of access to health care. This past year, the center supported over 17,000 children and families. And even during the unprecedented times we are currently experiencing, the Howard Phillips Center continues to provide needed services to our community. I know that you share our commitment to making our community a more resilient one. Today, during lunch, our 6 specialized programs offered through the Howard Phillips Center will be highlighted. We would love to hear from you and how we can better partner together. Thank you for your time today and your dedication to our community. Stay safe, stay healthy, and enjoy the conference.
Before we get started, I would like to go over a few housekeeping items so you know how to participate in today's events. In the conference email you were sent yesterday, there is a conference packet providing tips and supportive information. There is an agenda and key resources you will hear about today. You will also see live links to documents you can access. In an effort to provide a networking experience for participants, we have created a space where people can share about themselves, connect with others, and also have a record of additional resources and takeaways shared during the conference. We have included a link to this document in the conference packet, and we have also pasted in the chat now section.
Comment. We invite you to add comments. Oh, let me just say a little bit about this Zoom, everybody. Okay, so we're showing ourselves, right? This is an amazing feat that we're trying, yes. And I want you to know that we have a team that is supporting us and we have worked hard, and I'm just thrilled that we're even here. So what we want to humbly ask of you today is to give permission that if my cat jumps up here, or if you hear babies crying in the background or dogs barking, that we are home with you, and we are doing our very best, and this is going to be an amazing day. So thank you for your patience. We want to also invite you, as many of you are already doing, to add comments and share community resources in the chat as we move through the day. Sometimes that can be like a really fun place to be, is following what's being shared in the chat. You'll have the opportunity to submit questions to today's keynote presenters, and we will be monitoring the chat and Q&A throughout the day. So they can be found at the bottom of your control panel. So we encourage you to play around with it, and you can also play around with how you're seeing today visually. So get comfortable with your computer and Zoom during this day. We're recording the webinar, and we'll share the link with you in the next couple of days via email.
And while we're discussing adverse childhood experiences, also known as ACEs, it may elicit an emotional response from many of us today. During our hours on this conference, if support is needed, please do not hesitate to text conference support to phone number 407-720-0281. You will see this number also on the screen now, as well as in the chat room. Special thanks to Devereaux Mobile Crisis Team for providing this service. Follow the conference also on social media. Let's share photos, let's have reactions from today and reflections, and hashtag it CFL Resilience 2020.
We encourage you to take care of yourself throughout the day. It will be a full day here together. And so we have some fun things planned. We're going to stretch together. And now we're going to encourage you to really do it, because our bodies are going to need it. There's going to be music therapy at 12:30 during the lunch hour, and mindfulness practice, and all of these things to support us both physically and emotionally throughout the day. And we really do encourage you to participate. So to begin, we have invited Celine Kovalik, the PJI Academic Coordinator and Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction Qualified Practitioner, to lead us in a mindfulness practice to ground each one of us for this day ahead. Celine, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Rachel. It's wonderful to be here with all of you, sitting here in my kitchen, you at home, in your bedrooms and offices, wherever you may be on the Lanai. I've been a mindfulness practitioner for about 20 years now, and just recently started teaching. And I am very thankful that I have a practice in this very difficult time of upheaval. It's one of the things that's grounded me. So what I'd like to do now is lead you in a mindful transition into the day. So to get ready for this, if you're seated, you might want to put your feet on the floor to get a sense of grounding. You'll want to sit straight, but not stiff. Have your spine erect, but be comfortable. And your hands, you can place them either on your thighs, or you can cup them in your lap. Those of you who may want to stand at this point, that's fine too, or sit on the floor cross-legged even. But at this point, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes if you'd like to. If not, you might want to adjust your chair a little bit so that you're not facing the screen, and just have a soft, unfocused gaze a few feet in front of you. And at this point, dropping your attention into your body and settling in a place that feels safe and comfortable for you. That may be your feet grounded on the floor. It might be the pressure of your thighs on the seat, or your sits bones on the cushion. It could be the warmth of your palms on your knees or your hands cupped in your lap. Whatever that point may be, just draw your attention there for a moment. Leaving behind the rush to perhaps get your equipment ready to be on this call, releasing that and letting it go and just allowing yourself to arrive in the room. Taking a couple of deeper breaths, inhaling the lungs fully, and then releasing a little slower, exhaling, exhaling. And let's do that one more time. Breathing in deeply, filling the lungs, and then exhaling, letting go, letting go. And noticing at this point what's arising in your body and what's arising perhaps in your thoughts and also in your emotions. Maybe there's a little nervousness or excitement, joy or sadness. And meeting each of those emotions or thoughts with a sense of openness, a lack of critical thought, and just noticing what's here. Allowing these things to pass through our body. And knowing that we have the capacity to meet these things. With compassion, with curiosity, with a sense of openness for whatever unfolds today and within you. And as we sit here in our houses, perhaps our offices, with family, with our pets, maybe with our friends, just inviting into ourselves and into the day again, that sense of curiosity and openness and willingness to meet this day that will unfold in front of us without judgment, but with interest. And cultivating a sense of healing and wisdom throughout the day. And holding that in our hearts. And as we bring this short meditation to a close, let's breathe deeply one more time, a couple of breaths. Inhaling fully, filling the lungs. And exhaling, releasing, releasing. One more time, inhaling. And letting go, letting go. Feeling your own energy and open-heartedness, and perhaps the energy and open-heartedness of those people in this Zoom space too. And now, if your eyes were closed, opening your eyes. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Celine. Oh, thank you for gracing us with that. It's very helpful, the mindfulness practice. At PJI and in many organizations within the region, the principles for how we treat each other provide a trauma-sensitive framework for human interaction. They are our practices of respect and community building, and they will guide our work today. As you hear them read now, we invite you to follow along and reflect. The complete list is found in the conference packet and will be linked in the chat. And so I'm going to begin with the first principle. Create a hospitable and accountable community. We all arrive in isolation and need the generosity of friendly welcomes. Bring all of yourself to the work in this community. Welcome others to this place and this work, and presume that you are welcomed as well. Hospitality is the essence of restoring community.
Listen deeply. Listen intently to what is said. Listen to the feelings beneath the words. And strive to achieve a balance between listening and reflecting, speaking and acting. Create an advice-free zone. Replace advice with curiosity as we work together for peace and justice. Each of us is here to discover our own truths. We are not here to set someone else straight, to fix what we perceive as broken in another member of our group. And practice asking honest and open questions. A great question is ambiguous, personal, and provokes anxiety. Give space for unpopular answers. Answer questions honestly, even if the answer seems unpopular. Be present to listen, not debate, correct, or interpret. And respect silence. Silence is a rare gift in our busy world. After someone has spoken, take time to reflect without immediately filling the space with words. This applies to the speaker as well. Be comfortable leaving your words to resound in the silence without refining or elaborating on what you have said. And finally, suspend judgment. Set aside your judgments. By creating a space between judgments and reactions, we can listen to the other and to ourselves more fully.
Identify assumptions. Our assumptions are usually invisible to us, yet they undergird our worldview. By identifying our assumptions, we can then set them aside and open our viewpoints to greater possibilities. Speak your truth. You are invited to say what is in your heart, trusting that your voice will be heard and your contribution respected. Own your truth by remembering to speak only for yourself, using the first person, I, rather than you or everyone, clearly communicates the personal nature of your expression. When things get difficult, turn to wonder. If you find yourself disagreeing with another, becoming judgmental, or shutting down in defense, try turning to wonder. I wonder what brought her to this place. I wonder what my reaction teaches me. I wonder what he's feeling right now. Practice slowing down. Simply the speed of modern life can cause violent damage to the soul. By intentionally practicing slowing down, we strengthen our ability to extend community building to others and to ourselves. All voices have value. Hold these moments when a person speaks as precious, because these are the moments when a person is willing to stand for something, trust the group, and offer something they may see as valuable. Maintain confidentiality. Create a safe space by respecting the confidential nature and content of discussions held at the group. Allow what is said in the group to remain there.
Thank you, Will and Celine. Mindfulness practice and the principles for how we treat each other are both powerful tools for building resilience. The arts are a great tool for reflection and human connection, and we are honored today to feature performances by the Central Florida Community Arts, recently awarded Mayor Buddy Dyer's 2020 Community Builder of the Year Award, commending the organization not only for its performing groups, but also for its vision and dedication to providing arts accessibility to people of all ages and abilities. So we are going to be welcoming Rachel Weaver and her living room performance of Joe Cocker's Up Where We Belong. And during this performance, we want to ask something of you. We invite you to respond to this reflection, which you can find in the conference packet that was sent to you. And we're also going to post this reflection in the chat. So coming out of that space of mindfulness and having read the principles, what is your hope for the day? How are you feeling about being present with us today? So those are two prompts that we invite you to reflect on and then share in the chat as we hear Rachel sing. Again, what is your hope for this day? And how are you feeling about being present with us here today? So I am thrilled and honored to welcome Rachel Weaver for her living room performance of Up Where We Belong by Joe Cocker. Thank you, Rachel, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, guys. Well, as you guys know, my name is Rachel Weaver, and I'm with Central Florida Community Arts. It's been an honor performing with them, and it is an honor for me to perform for you guys this morning, so I hope you guys like this song. Who knows what tomorrow brings in a world few hearts to ride? And all I know is the way I feel when it's real. I keep it alive. The road is long. There are mountains in our way, but we climb a step every day. Love lift us up where we belong, where the eagles cry on a mountain high. Love lift us up where we belong, up where the wind blows, where the clear winds blow. Some hang on to used to be, live their lives looking behind, and all we have is here and now, all our lives out there to find. Oh, the road is long. There are mountains in our way, but we climb a step every day. Love lift us up where we belong, where the eagles cry on a mountain high. Love lift us up where we belong, from the world we know, where the clear winds blow. Time goes by, no time to cry. Life's just you and I, alive today. Love lift us up where we belong, where the eagles fly on a mountain high. Love lift us up where we belong. Far from the world we know, where the clear winds blow. Love lift us up where we belong, where the eagles cry on a mountain high. Love lift us up where we belong. Far from the world we know, where the clear winds blow. Love lift us up where we belong. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, Rachel. That was so beautiful.
Thank you, no problem. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your conference this morning.
Go ahead, Kathleen. You can get started.
There we go. That was so beautiful, Rachel. Thank you so much for sharing your gift with us. Good morning. My name is Kathleen Plinsky, and I am honored to be here this morning with you, with so many engaged community members, as well as participants from throughout the country. Thank you for joining us. I would also like to thank our partner, the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County, and our sponsors, including Orlando Health, for supporting us in making today possible. As Executive Vice President and Provost of Valencia College, I can assure you that community well-being is part of our shared commitment. Making an impact on the quality of life in our community is a top priority. And now, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we are challenged to think creatively and consider innovative systems change to support resilience and human thriving. At Valencia, we recognize that learning happens best when individuals feel secure in their learning environments. Supporting students to thrive in this new normal has been our primary focus over the last several weeks. We have an exceptional community of professionals at the college, willing to go to great lengths in order to strengthen ourselves and our systems to support students during this unprecedented time. Building resilience in ourselves and within our community is of critical importance to all of us, especially now. Recognizing that many of the graduating high school teens from the region will be joining us in the fall, and that a large percentage of our current students are young adults learning to navigate the complexities of life, we know the importance of today's topic as educators, parents, grandparents, and adults playing significant roles in the lives of young people. We could not have anticipated how relevant today's speaker, Dr. Kenneth Ginsberg, would be given our current circumstances. Dr. Ginsberg is a pediatrician specializing in adolescent medicine at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, a professor of pediatrics at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine, and co-founder and director of programs at the Center for Parent and Teen Communication. He also serves Philadelphia's homeless youth as Director of Health Services at Covenant House, Pennsylvania. The theme that ties together his clinical practice, teaching, research, and advocacy efforts is that of building on the strength of teenagers by fostering their internal resilience. His goal is to translate the best of what is known from research and practice into practical approaches that parents, professionals, and communities can use to prepare children and teens to thrive. He is a sought-after expert who has appeared on CNN, NPR, The Today Show, Good Morning America, the CBS Morning Show, Fox and Friends, and ABC, NBC, and CBS nightly news programs. His book, Building Resilience in Children and Teens, Giving Your Child Roots and Wings, is coming out in its 4th edition and includes timeless content about how to help children and adults develop resilience, and offers meaningful protection against the effects of childhood trauma. We are so very fortunate to have Dr. Kenneth Ginsberg here with us today. Welcome.
Thank you so much. We're just going to get my screen up. I want to tell you that I am so profoundly thrilled to be here this morning. First of all, Rachel, put a thumbs up if you can see my PowerPoint. Yay! You know, I was excited about being here anyway, but the way this morning started was astounding to me. Whether it started with, you know, the film from the hospital that we couldn't hear the words yet, but we could see those kids' cheeks bouncing as they walked, going through those gorgeous principles, which I want to copy, hearing the mindfulness exercise, hearing Rachel Weaver sing, and hearing our Rachel, or seeing our Rachel sway to the songs. I feel ready for today, and I feel authentically honored. I'm glad that Rachel prepared you for the fact that we can't control our environments. I am a healthcare worker. I am quarantined in my basement, away from my family, and Pokey is going to be joining me, sitting on my head, and definitely pooping on my head at some point in this 2.5 hours. I can't control this situation. He just landed on my shoulder. Let's begin. Oh, and the one other thing is you're going to listen to this little man talk for a very long time without breaks. So I hope that I can make it, but the good news is that I can't see you, which means that you can stretch, dance in place, go to the bathroom anytime you want, and come back and join us. So please, if you feel yourself melting away, take a break, exercise, come back to us. I want you to be learning. So to get started, we're talking about the power of resilience-based, strength-focused communication in working with youth. And I want to begin in kind of a spiritual place. You can imagine that I love kids, and I really do see God in the face of children. And I was surfing the internet one day, and I saw this kid. He grabbed me, his smile grabbed me, and you see right between his eyes, those wrinkles? I have identical twin girls, but only one of them has those wrinkles, Tali. And she could come to me when she was 2 years old, and I would be like, no, not the eyebrow, because if I saw those eyebrows, I could do or would do anything for her. This child inspires me. Like, look at that face. Do you see hope? Do you see joy? Do you see possibility? Do you see a reminder of why we do what we do? Because if we can build a world in which this kid will thrive, we'll build a world in which all children will thrive. I just think this child is one of the most beautiful children I've ever seen. And this young man is on a refugee boat. This young man was just picked up by the Italian Navy in a boat that was sinking. And I don't know what happened in his country that made his parents decide to get on a boat to try to find a better world, but I know that had something to do with him and something to do with protecting him. That I know. But I do know what happened in the last hour. I know in the last hour the boat was sinking. In the last hour there was terror. People were cold, people were wet, and people were worrying that they would die. And yet you look at this child, and this child looks okay. This child reminds you of why we do what we do. So what is this picture really about? This picture really is this best picture I've ever seen about resilience. Not only does it tell you that the kids are going to be okay, it tells you why the kids are going to be okay. And what it does is it very clearly defines, look around this picture. Why is this kid okay? It's not internally driven, although kids are inherently resilient. It comes from the adults in their life. When the adults in their life believe in the children, when the adults in their life co-regulate, and communicate that the world will be okay, the children will thrive. And that's what we all need to do. Breathe. This is not a mindfulness exercise. This is in preparation for the fact that I'm going to slam you over the next 2.5 hours. I'm not like a everything's happy kind of teacher. I'm about reality, about confronting reality, and about making a better world for all of our kids. So I'm going to read this with you. Once upon a time, there was a town built beyond the bend of a beautiful river. Children were playing beside the river when they noticed 3 bodies in the water. They ran for help, and the townsfolk quickly pulled the bodies out of the river. One was dead, so they buried her. One was ill, so they took him to the hospital and nursed him to health. The third was healthy, so they placed her with a family who cared for her and took her to school. Every day, bodies came floating down the river, and every day, people tended to them, taking the sick to the hospitals, placing the healthy with families, and burying the dead. This went on for years. In fact, the townsfolk came to expect the bodies, and they developed elaborate systems for recovering and attending to them. Some were generous, and a few gave up their jobs to do it full time. The town developed pride in its generosity and efficiency in body tending. However, during all these years, and despite the effort, nobody thought to go upriver beyond the bend that hid what was above them and find out, or maybe even ask, why the bodies were floating down the river. Folks, we stand at an inflection point in human history. We have always known that bad things ran in communities. We've always known that if something bad happened to a grandmother, it was more likely to happen to the grandchild. We've always known that. And then as human beings, the darkest side of humanity came out, which is we dealt with those realities by blaming people. We dealt with those realities by othering people, by blaming communities and blaming families, instead of speaking the truth. The truth that now the science in 2020 makes abundantly clear if we open our eyes. And the truth is that there's nothing wrong with the communities and nothing wrong with the families. What is wrong is the fact that the society has inequitable redistribution of resources, and we have families that are struggling. And when families are struggling, they cannot put into place the protective measures that children need to thrive. And as soon as we begin to realize that is when we can begin to heal in society. So, as we thought about this conference, we're talking about trauma, but we're living through a trauma. We're living through a shared trauma like this country has not known in probably a century. And the question is, does that make what we're talking about when we're talking about child trauma and resilience less relevant or more relevant? And I want to make a clarion call for the fact that it makes it more relevant than ever. So number one, we've got an acute trauma going on. We've got something going on that is a shared societal experience, right? And we have to think about how to manage this as a society and move on. But it's more than that, because this also creates an incredible opportunity for healing. Here's what we know. This unsettling time is going to leave a generational mark on young people. This is the moment. Just like your grandparents, depending on your age, your grandparents, if they were Depression kids, they had this frugality about them, right? The World War II kids felt like they could handle anything. The Vietnam kids understood injustice, right? There's a generational mark. Well, this is going to be the generational mark of our generation. They're all going to be talking in 50 and 60 and 70 years to their grandchildren about who they were and what they learned during the pandemic of 2020. That's what's going to happen. And what they learn and what they carry forth is not yet determined. And I believe that we can shape it. Because there is absolutely something that all of us have in common. And the marketers get it. If you're looking at whether it's the commercials on TV, whatever they're trying to sell you, it's all out there right now. It's all about togetherness. That's the message of today, right? But social distancing, physical distancing creates a reality. And the reality is that it makes you hungry for connection, right? Imagine the things we've taken for granted. I have not touched my wife in 5 weeks. I have not hugged my kids in 5 weeks. I have not been to a house of worship. Our kids cannot go to school. Imagine what's going to happen when our kids can return to school and understand how valuable it is to learn next to another child. Above all, imagine what it's going to be like for this generation of kids when they can hug their grandparents again. Things that we took for granted, things that seemed passive, are suddenly going to be understood as the juice of life. And if we can make it so that this generation understands the power and the primacy of relationships, then this generation will lead us into a better future than anything that we've ever imagined. And that's what we have to think about. Let's not just leave it to the marketers who know that this is selling now. Let's really begin thinking about how to shape the impact that it's going to leave. I want to read for you something I wrote, which is a complete ruination of an Aesop's fable. But an Aesop's fable this fable is not something I'd read to the Peace and Justice Institute, because this is all about a soldier. So let's modify it, Ginsbergize it, and make it about now. A young person was frustrated, angry, and feeling powerless. That young person even felt as if they were at their breaking point. Sometimes this showed through the words that were spoken or screamed, sometimes through flowing tears, and most often through silence. A loving caregiver approached the young person and said, "I know these moments are frightening, and sometimes it feels as if we have no control over our lives. Sometimes it even feels as though we will break, like a stick about to snap. The lesson is driven home when the youth is given a stick and challenged to break it. The young person easily breaks the stick in two, relating deeply to its fragility. The caring adult then gathers several sticks, ties them together, and hands them to the child. 'Go ahead, try to break the sticks now.' The young person tries and can barely even get them to bend. The compassionate adult guide helps the youth to own the wisdom. Each of these sticks by themselves can easily break, but when they're joined with others, they become stronger than if we added all of their individual strengths together. We are like a bundle of sticks. Each of us can be fragile at any moment, but together we are strong. We will get through this because we are together." Now listen to what this adult did. This adult did not deny the emotions. This adult did not deny the feeling of fragility. This adult did not say, "Oh, you're going to get through it. Oh, ignore it. These feelings aren't real." They didn't do that. They acknowledged the fragility. They acknowledged the reality. They celebrated and perhaps even elevated the emotions. And they said, "It's all true. I don't have an answer. But the part I do understand is that together we can get through this." And that is the lesson of this for this generation. There's another thing about coronavirus. In the beginning, people were saying, the popular thing to say was, this germ knows no boundaries, it knows no cultures, it knows no politics. Well, you know what? It's just not true, right? This experience underscores that it is short-sighted and wrong to treat this as a germ that does not discriminate. It does. And the reason it discriminates is not about genetics. It is about epigenetics. And that will be understood within the hour. At the root of why it discriminates is at the crux of the reason that right now, is not the time to set aside the topic of trauma and resilience. It is because of trauma that it is a privilege to be able to physically separate. It is a privilege to be able to stock your refrigerator and not have to go out on a daily basis because you have just enough money to get that food, if you do. It is a privilege to be able to for me to be able to live in my finished basement as opposed to a crowded house. These are a privilege. It is a privilege that in the root of my genetics, I do not, because of generations of trauma, have high blood pressure, diabetes, and other physical ailments that are absolutely linked to poverty, racism, and discrimination. It is a privilege. And until we understand that, and if we do not grab this moment to have people understand this, then we will waste this opportunity. If we do not grab this moment to have people understand that at least 22 million people got out of lost their jobs or filed for unemployment in the last month, And guess what? They didn't just file for unemployment. Do you know that some of them lost their insurance during a pandemic? This is a privilege. Let us not say that now is not the time to talk about resilience and trauma. Let us now say this is the time to double down on why these situations exist. Childhood trauma affects the body, the brain, behavior, and even genetics. But I will tell you something. I have the deepest respect for Falidi, who was there with you last year. He created this movement with Rob Anda. They are my heroes. But I have also seen that this movement nationally has backfired. And I want to put out that it's backfired. And I know that you are sensitive to this because never, ever in any presentation I've given around the country, which is literally hundreds of them, have I seen it start as Mr. Jefferson did when he said, please know that if you experience vicarious trauma during this talk, we know we got you. We know this will bring things up for you. We know this will trigger things for you because it does. So what happened is that I have followed many, many trauma-informed folks. I'm a trauma-sensitive folk. It's very different because I don't care where you know, I care where you do, right? And I have followed many, many trauma-informed folks who have left communities in shambles because they walk away with this message that basically says the worst thing that ever happened to me became me, defines me, and I'm going to pass it to my children. That is not an acceptable message, right? So what we need is a model that includes everything we've learned from positive youth development, from resilience building strategies, and from trauma-sensitive practices. A model that acknowledges pain but sees the best in people. A model that recognizes structural racism and the undermining forces of low expectations, but that prevents a new label from being slapped on already marginalized communities. We don't need our communities of color to have an extra label of being traumatized. We need their resilience, their survival skills to be elevated and celebrated, right? So in sharp contrast, we have to recognize the inherent strengths of individuals, communities, and cultures. This is a model that what I'm going to be describing, these are my works. I'm not telling you this. I'm not a salesman here. I produce works to change the world. And on the left, what you see is Reaching Teens. Reaching Teens is an unbelievably comprehensive toolkit that has special portals of entry for healthcare providers, educators, juvenile justice, substance use, homeless programs, foster care parents, foster care professionals, coaches, and I left something out, I'm sure, because it has 9 portals. It is a community toolkit that is used by individual programs. Do not buy it as an individual, it's expensive, right? But do buy it as a community and as organizations. And I'm going to give you the summary of it here. This 4th edition of Building Resilience on the right, this is a book, this is affordable, it's incredibly cheap. Don't buy the one you can buy right now because the 4th edition is coming out in 3 weeks. All right, so make sure you get the right one. But everything I'm saying is in these topics areas. So when we talk about these 3 models, at the root of all the models is the primacy and power of human relationships, both to build strong, successful youth and to heal those who have endured hardships. What we do is we seek the sweet spot, the spot where we can really help build youth. And in this paragraph, which is the Reaching Teens model, you should see without jargon, positive youth development, a call to restorative practices, resilience building strategies, and trauma sensitive strategies. And this is what this talk is about. We need young people, we know young people need safe, secure, sustained relationships to thrive. We even know that such relationships can allow them to heal from hard past. But we have to guide them so that they're accountable to being their best selves. When we do so, they must know that our high expectations are rooted in our caring. And ideally, our efforts at accountability must enhance rather than disrupt our protective relationships. Let me tell you why this is so important. Just some of the hats I wear is I'm kind of international coach for Covenant House. I'm deeply involved as a resilience expert for Boys and Girls Clubs of America. I travel the country. I go site to site from other organizations as well. I'll tell you what happens. When you institute trauma-informed practices, organizations fracture. And the reason they fracture is that when you understand what trauma does to people, you might become super, super compassionate and empathetic, as you should. But if you become so empathetic with people that you lower your standards and you say, because something has happened to you, I will not expect the best from you, then you become one more chain in the link of oppression and you harm people. Which is why the positive youth development folks at these organizations will then go into conflict with the trauma-sensitive folks, trauma-informed folks, which is why we have to integrate models. And what you see in this paragraph is, yes, we're holding kids accountable to be their very best selves. And by the time I'm done, you will get why and how to do that. Because, you know, I work with some of the toughest kids on earth, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world, because let me tell you something about them. They're also the most compassionate beings on the planet. I'm the lucky one, right? But people don't know that, and that's what we need to know. And we have to hold kids accountable to being their highest selves. So in theory, where can the greatest progress be made? This puzzle metaphor is something you'll see from me a lot, by the way, just to give you a heads up on it. And it's basically, the puzzle is, who am I? It's the puzzle of adolescence. And it's going to come up 2 or 3 more times today. But what happens is that it is when kids get to the edges of the puzzle that they are going to confront feedback or resistance from us. And when can we really create the greatest change? To do this, you have to understand brain development. Brain development begins when you are an infant. You get born and you make a noise. You gurgle. And your mom either recognizes that as hunger and takes out a breast, in which case, and when that happens repeatedly, your brain pathways will begin to get developed to understand, when I make an utterance, this wonderful thing, I don't know who she is, but she smells good and she seems to like me, meets my needs. And then you learn that the world is predictable. But if your mother is unable to recognize that signal because of burdens in her life, then what do? Then you cry. And if crying is good enough for her to take out her breast, your brain learns that all I need to do is make a little bit of extra noise to get what I need. But suppose she still doesn't give you what she needs, what you need. And then what do? Next? You scream. Right? And if that happens repeatedly, then your brain pathways say that in order to be heard, I need to scream, I need to be reactive. But suppose you still are not fed, then it doesn't matter how long you scream. Then you begin self-stimulating. Then you begin doing what it takes to quell your hunger because you're not going to be fed, and you learn that what you do doesn't matter. And if this happens repeatedly, then your brain pathways say what I do doesn't matter, I don't have agency. And now these kids come to us, those kids deserving of most focused attention. Right? They come to us, the kids in our shelters, the kids in foster care, the kids in juvenile justice, the kids who haven't been blessed with homes that are resourced. These kids come to us and their brains are wired to be hyper-vigilant for danger and reactive. So as a mechanism to defend themselves. And they have had the life experience that says adults who look like me react with ignoring them, downgrading or degrading their emotions, that we react by telling them that what they feel doesn't matter, and then we ignore their entreaties for attention, or we shut them down with punitive measures. That is what they expect. Their brains are wired to not be listened to. Their brains are wired to need to be reactive in order to get what they need. But adolescence is a time of profound and rapid brain development. Brains are still plastic. You can't change this almost 60-year-old. You can't change me. But you can take the adolescent and you can completely change their brain. What happens? It's when a pattern begins and they have expectations of what's going to happen, but it doesn't. It's when they are reactive and they expect you to be punitive, but you're not. Instead of rejecting them, they are embraced. They express their emotions, and instead of being unheard and quieted, they are listened to, and their emotions are respected and elevated, and we guide them how to express their emotions. It's when what they expect to happen doesn't happen. It's when we do the opposite, which is why now is the moment. I've been talking all over the country at this point to try to make people understand that this moment matters for healing for everybody. But for the kids who expect the worst of adults, we can literally transform their brains, which will have impact far into the future. And all we have to do is be the adults that they deserve in their lives, the adults that they have always deserved in their lives. And when we do that, we will see profound change. The coronavirus, again, we who serve people who serve young people should be the kind of adults they deserve in their lives. We must create environments where youth can be heard, process their emotions, and ultimately made to feel safe. We can't talk away uncertainty, but we can join together. We can create safe settings, which is a haven that says the world is complicated, but in this space we care about each other. In this space we protect each other, and in this space I got you. Today, we're talking about positive youth development, trauma-sensitive care. We're going to be talking about resilience in the developing adolescent brain. We're going to integrate those models a little bit into some applied practices. And more than anything, the applied practice could all be summarized in this way. It is giving control back to people from whom control has been taken away. And if you do that, that is deeply good for all adolescents. When you're trauma-sensitive, you're not hurting anybody, you're helping everybody. Because all of adolescence is supposed to be about gaining more control. It just so happens to be that for the kids who never had it, it's even that much more relevant. We're also going to talk about stress management strategies. I'm going to give you a link. You already actually have it in your slides. You just don't know it yet. A link to an interactive stress management plan that your kids can write their own plans. All right. And we're going to talk, I'm not sure if we're going to talk about parenting because I don't know if I can get that in during this time. But I got so much on parenting, you wouldn't believe it's all free to you. Let's talk about youth development. How do we define success for all young people? First thing we got to do, stop looking at the children. Stop looking at the 5-year-olds, as cute as their cheeks are. Stop looking at them and look at success in the moment. Because if you're going to look at success in that moment, you're going to overstress happiness or how they're doing in school. No. Instead, imagine the 35-year-old that you're building. Imagine that 35-year-old and think, what does she need to be successful? She needs to be happy, right? But being happy is about having a sense of meaning and purpose, right? She needs to be hardworking, to have tenacity, to have grit, to have stick-to-itiveness. She needs to be compassionate. We want her to be the kind of person who, when she walks down the streets, she does not avert her eyes to human tragedy. She does not blame the victim. She understands that something happened to that person. It's all of our job to lift them up. We need her to be creative and innovative. We need her to be able to honor diversity in the truest sense of the word, which means doing it differently than my generation. You know what my generation does? My generation gets people in a room. They count genders, maybe orientations, they count races, they count ages, and if there's different people in the room, we pat ourselves in the back and say we've created a diverse environment. That was never diversity, that was tokenism. They're two very different things. True diversity is when you honor the wisdom of the people in the room and you choose to share power and act on their wisdom. It is a different and emphatic kind of listening that is different than the way my generation did it. And if we can raise the 35-year-olds who know how to do that, we're going to change the world. Karen Pittman, the mother of youth development, said, problem-free is not fully prepared. You know, I'm a doctor, right? This was the sentence, by the way, that changed my life. As a doctor, when I was starting an adolescent doctor, the big thing was like STDs. You know, and we talk to kids, we'd have 5 or 6 sentences with them, and then we'd say things like, don't get chlamydia. Well, you know what? Not getting chlamydia is not inspirational, right? There's no inspiration in that message, right? We want kids to understand that we want them to be fully prepared to lead us into the future. Remember what the fundamental questions of adolescence are. The big one is, who am I? And then the corollary questions are, am I normal and how do I fit in? Which means that for those kids who don't fit into the mainstream, think, for example, LGBT kids, the questions, am I normal and how do I fit in, take on huge meaning. You understand why bullying matters so much. Who am I? I'm someone who's worthy of being denigrated. It's devastating. We matter, right? So at Boys and Girls Clubs, for example, you know, we've got great basketball courts. Some of our sites have pools, right? But let me tell you, a pool has never changed a kid's life. Not once, not once. What changes the life is the coach or the swim coach or the lifeguard who says, I got you. You're not going to sink on my watch, right? So we matter. Kids come for content, but it's the context, the loving nature, the loving kindness nature, the respectful nature of adults that makes a difference. Let's talk about brain development now. I teach you brain development not to teach you science, but to teach you basic communication. Because until you understand brain development, then you don't really know how it is we mess up with kids. This is the strategy that's going to teach you how to bring out the best in kids. All right? Because if you know how to talk to a kid and you know how to actually do it, kids are, once they're about in mid-puberty, so think 14, right? 14, 15, they're every bit as wise, and I would say a lot wiser in many ways, than adults are. Right? But you got to know what you're doing. So here's some vocabulary, assuming you're not all neuroscientists. Gray matter, also known as neurons. Those are the nerve cells, and more or less, you have the same amount of nerve cells when you're 2 as you do when you're 22. What is different is white matter. White matter is the connections between the nerve cells, and this white matter is insulated with myelin for speed and efficiency. Myelin is this fatty, waxy substance that basically insulates it. What does insulation do? Insulation means, do I have a wire around here? I don't. If I stage, I usually have a wire. Yes, I do. There we go, my phone. Why is this insulated? It is insulated so I don't get electrocuted, which is cool, right? But the fact that I'm not getting electrocuted means that the signals are going faster without going into the air and getting wasted. So when something is insulated, everything is much, much faster. Indeed, development is about the development of these insulation of white matter. Neural pathways are the connections between different parts of the brain. What is development? When you get born, you got all this gray matter, all these nerve cells, and they're connected, and your brain works, but they're connected with what I call gravelly roads. The signals get to different places, but through really bumpy and slow channels. Then what happens is that you begin developing these neural pathways. And the neural pathways you can think of as super highways, right? That they will actually make everything travel much, much quicker, right? Where did the super highways get built? Between the towns. In other words, the parts of the brain that you use the most, where you have the most experiences, there's going to be a super highway that is going to grow between them. Right? So for better or worse, those towns are built. Dopamine is a feel-good brain chemical that offers you rewards. Reward centers are part of the brains filled with dopamine that encourage your behavior. So for example, in adolescence, you get reward centers around sexuality, right? Which is why you want to be with your peers more, and you're thinking about sex all the time. And while that can be maddening for the adults who worry about kids, remember that it's that reward center that's ultimately going to get you grandchildren, right? It is a biologic need, all right? Superhighways get built between the towns, and reward centers encourage the towns to get built in certain places. Experiences, for better or worse, the mother taking out a breast as soon as she sees her baby gurgle, versus the mother refusing or unable, refusing was the wrong word, unable to notice the need. Depending on what happens, that's where the town gets laid down. Prefrontal cortex, part of the brain that's most involved with thinking, reasoning, planning, decision-making, evaluating, and modulating or modifying emotions. The amygdala, straight back from the nose, which is a part of the brain that's critical to emotional responses. Pruning. You know what? Once you have the superhighways down, you don't need the gravelly roads anymore, so you cover them up. The brain is developing and shifting in order to increase efficiency. And neuroplasticity, I talked about that in the beginning. The brain can change and reshape itself for better or worse to adapt to its environment, and this is the key to development. Adolescence is a time of astoundingly rapid brain growth where brains remain plastic. Okay, what do we know about adolescence? The emotional centers, which is that green thing right there, it's actually the green and the orange part, they develop first. Kids are brilliant emotionally. They are picking up on body language signals. It's why, for those of you who have adolescents, you can look at your kid and your eyebrows can just go like this and they're like, why do you hate me? It's because they are sensing and feeling everything. The reward centers are very powerful and they determine where brain pathways will develop. Pruning is occurring, efficiency is developing. Remember, development is a process, not an event. But here's the key. Reasoning ability always exists. What the people who I hate when they describe brain science, they always talk about like all engine, no brakes, kids are emotional, they're irrational. Not true. It's just not true. Reasoning ability always exists, but it needs some extra support. Here's the wrong way to see it. This was an Allstate ad that I can't stand. Why do most 16-year-olds drive like they're missing a part of their brain? Because they are. The last thing, if kids live up or down to your expectations, the last thing I need is kids thinking that they're missing a part of their brain, right? What's the truth? Brains are developing, and this is an critically important opportunity to shape the future. But brains don't exist in bottles. They exist in people who exist within families, who exist within communities. This is the time to enrich and protect kids. Adolescents are super learners. They are picking up information like they never will at any time in their life, except for the time they're born to 3 years old. They're developing their social selves. Experimentation is a necessity. It is our job to create enriching, exciting, safe opportunities for growth. It's also our job to protect from harm. So here's this puzzle again. Why do super learners push the edges? And what's our role? Learning happens at the edge of existing knowledge. They have to push. That's what their brains are wiring them to do. They are thrilled when they sense a new experience, so they're going to push to the edges. When adults set very clear boundaries and say, you may not go beyond this boundary, then kids will stay within safe opportunities. And when we create those golden opportunities at the edges of the puzzle, then kids will stop there and feel enriched. Their biologic need to be rewarded will happen with the school play, with learning in school, with talking to family and friends. They will be enriched. However, when we do not create safe boundaries, when we do not create golden opportunities at the edges, then they do not have a biological mechanism to stop, and that's where risk exists. In other words, adolescent risk is a failure of adults. That is the issue. It is a failure of adults to create the golden opportunities for our kids. Communication for the developing brain. It's about hot versus cold. We know that their amygdala, their emotional centers, are a little more developed. We know that their thinking centers lag a little bit behind, but they're there. So the question is, how do you talk to a kid? How you talk to a kid is going to depend on which part of their brain is turned on. So when we talk the way most adults talk to kids, when we lecture them, when we are condescending, demeaning, degrading, then you are speaking to their amygdala. And when you speak to their amygdala, their emotional center is on fire and they can't think because they're running from the tiger. The secret is to be radically calm, deeply respectful, to talk to in ways that kids understand so that they feel intelligent instead of stupid. When we do that, the rational part of their brain dominates, and you are talking to an adult, and they can plan and they can be reasoned with. But when you lecture a kid, when you get angry at a kid, you are talking to their amygdala and you've lost them. It's all about knowing what you are doing. All right? Resilience. Just a different model. Remember, it's the ability to overcome adversity. It's the capacity to bounce back. It's a mindset. It's about how you think. You got to understand the biology. This little guy's great-great-great-great-grandpa was the most terrifying things in our human genome's existence, right? We are designed to be able to run from a tiger. If you don't believe me, think about it. Here I am in my jungle chair, right? And I'm just chewing on some berries. I see a tiger come to me. What is the first physical sensation that I'm going to have? The first thing I'm going to have is butterflies in my belly. Why? Because if I smell a tiger, the first thing I need to do is jump, and then I need to run. Well, why do I get butterflies in my belly? Because where do I need the blood if I'm going to jump and run? It's all about the butt. So butterflies is literally the blood going from my belly, rushing to my butt so I can jump and escape. Isn't that cool? All right. All right, then your heart beats fast so you can pump that blood. You sweat so you can cool off while you're running. You breathe fast so you can oxygenate that blood while you're running. Your pupils are big so you can jump over the log, even if it's dark out, and still survive. You can't think when a tiger is chasing you. Why is that? Because you're not supposed to turn to the tiger and say, hey, can we work this out? I'd just like to talk about it. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to be running. And you know what else you can't do? You can't feel. You can't feel because you're not supposed to turn to the tiger and say, help me understand why it is you want to eat me. I just want to understand your viewpoint. So when a tiger is chasing your butt, you cannot plan, you cannot think, you cannot feel. So at the core, resilience is a mindset where you understand when there's really a tiger chasing you and when it only feels like there's one that's chasing you. And if you also understand the biologic mechanisms that I just taught you, you understand why mindfulness works, which we'll get to later, okay? But you really understand why it is that you're turning on the no tiger here part of your nervous system. The bottom line of resilience is that young people are going to be more resilient when the important adults in their lives believe in them without condition. Without condition doesn't mean you go, hey, Johnny, you can do drugs. Without condition means, hey, Johnny, whatever you're living through, it's my job to correct you, but you're not going to lose me. You got me, right? And hold them to high expectations. High expectations is not trophies. It's not grades. It's not scores. It's knowing who kids are. The most protective thing in young people's lives is when adults see them as they deserve to be seen and know who they really are. This is my favorite picture of childhood. This is Tali. This is my daughter with the eyebrows. And she's 2.5. It's Valentine's Day. I got her a chocolate rose. I got her twin sister a chocolate rose and my wife a chocolate rose. Tali ate hers and she thought it was delicious. It was so good that she was pretty sure that my wife's chocolate rose would be just as yummy full. But she was also pretty sure that if she could eat it but nobody could see her eating it, it would be okay. So this is my favorite picture of catching this little girl in the act. This is called object permanence, right? So what do you do when your kid's messing up? Do you go and do you like chastise her and do you punish her? Or do you understand all that is good and right and draw from that to make her understand? This is a girl who was already walking bugs outside so they could be with their bug grandmas. Right? This girl is she's now a social work student at Penn and a law student so that she can work on mass incarceration, right? That's who she is. And that's who she always was. So if I come down on her in a punitive mood, she doesn't learn a lesson. She's just running from the tiger. But if I talk about how much she cares about fairness and how in this circumstances she could draw from her internal wisdom, then I got a kid who I can work with. This is the 7 C's model of resilience I'm going to show you. This is my model. It is borrowed from the people down at the bottom who are like the mothers and fathers of positive youth development. So the first thing you need is confidence. Where do you get confidence from? It's not from showering vapid praise on people. It's not from telling people they're special as a butterfly, unique as a snowflake. It's not from looking at Tommy coming down the sliding board and going, look at you, Tommy. You are so brave. You are so brilliant. You are so smart. Look at how brave you are. You're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it. Without ever giving credit to gravity, right? It's not about that. It's not about vapid praise. It is real confidence is built by building people's skills, by noticing all that is good and right, by building what could be better so that they know they can navigate the world. Human connection. I don't think I need to say a thing about it because I think I've talked about it for half an hour already. Character. Think of characters. What would you do if nobody was watching? Right? Contribution. This is a Tikkun Olam piece. Being committed to repairing the world. Why does this matter so much? Because the ultimate act of resilience, first of all, gives you meaning and purpose. And this is what we should really be underscoring now for our kids. But it's really the ultimate act of resilience that prepares you for it. Because if times get really terrible, right, then who survives? It's the people who know how to reach. It's the people who can say, brother, I need a hand. But who's going to be able to reach? It's the people who don't think reaching is a sign of shame. And I'm not going to reach to you out there if I think you're going to pity me, right? Especially men, right? Which is just a terrible thing about toxic masculinity, but it's just a fact, right? So what do I need to know? I need to know that it feels good to serve. Because when I know that it feels good to serve, I know that I can reach without shame or stigma, all right? Next. Coping. We're going to talk about this a lot later. Bottom line is you either reach for the quick, easy fixes because they feel good or you don't. Everything we fear in adolescence, whether it's sex out of context, relationships, drugs, fighting, violence, all of this is about coping with a harsh reality. Telling kids what not to do has literally never worked. Literally never worked. Telling them what to do is the way to go. Control. People either feel like they control their universe or they don't. Resilience is not invulnerability, guys. It is not invulnerability. Our goal is not to have kids not feel. Our goal is to have kids celebrate the fact that they can feel and get them to leverage those emotions so that they can make the world better and become comfortable with themselves as well. When resilience reaches its limits, this in some ways is the most important slide. I assume you have school representatives on here. Is that a fair thing, Rachel? So if you've got schools on here, I need you to know that that red bullet right there, that's the school to prison pipeline. And if you understand this slide, everything will change for kids. See, the problem is one way of saying resilience reaches its limits is to say depression, right? But what happens is adults look at kids and we expect them to be depressed in the way we are depressed. In other words, to like smell because you're not taking care of yourself, to gain weight, to lose weight, to sleep too much, to not sleep enough. Indeed, if nothing else, to be sad. We expect them to be sad, right? But that's true for only half the kids. For the other half of kids, if you ask them if they're sad, they're like, no, right? But if you ask them if they're stressed or angry, it's, yeah, I am. So depression in adolescence presents with rage and irritability 50% of the time. And then what happens is we call these kids bad instead of sad, and then we separate them into the bad kid programs instead of heal them the way they deserve to be healed. And this is the school to prison pipeline. Critical for you to understand. Now we're going to get to trauma-sensitive practices. We've already been talking about them, but we're going to kind of whip through them. Number one, trauma does not break us. What you've got to do when you present this data, when you go out into the community, and you prepared for vicarious trauma, but this is the way it has to be presented to minimize the vicarious trauma. You've got to say this stuff first. Trauma does not break us. And while it is true that there are all sorts of numbers, like you're more likely to get diabetes and heart disease, blah, 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 that's all true. But that doesn't mean it will happen. People don't understand medical statistics. Even if something is hugely predictive, like it makes it 4 times more likely, but then it still doesn't mean it's going to happen. But if I go to an audience and I just say you're more likely to get cancer, what people hear is, I'm going to get cancer. Not true. If you had a 3% chance of getting a cancer, even if I've quadrupled it, you still have 12% chance, which means that you are deserving of more focused attention and more prevention. Don't smoke. Exercise. Like there are things you can do to prevent it. Next, results do not go in both directions. So if you're more likely to be obese, which you are, it doesn't mean that you can look at an obese person and say they were traumatized. It's not like that, right? And most importantly, as I'm going to build the case for, people who've had the hardest lives have a different kind of credential and bring so much to the world. And I'm going to tell you why from a brain point of view. This is the study. I know this guy spoke to you last year. This is the original study. It's astoundingly good. What it tells you, so what they did is, for those of you who don't know, they work with 18,000 people in San Diego County. They ask them all the medical questions. These people are 18 to 85. They ask them the medical questions. Then they go a step further and they ask them about their behaviors. Like, have you been in jail? Have you been divorced? Have you used drugs? Are you sad? Are you depressed? Have you attempted suicide? They do all of that stuff, right? And then they go a step further. They say, what happened to you in your home? In your home. Were you emotionally abused, physically abused, sexually abused, neglected? Were you exposed to substance use in your household, mental illness, domestic violence, incarceration, or did you experience divorce or parental abandonment? And then for each one that you say yes to, you get a score of 1. And then because of statistical limitations, they maxed it out at 4. So you either got a score of 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. So what's wrong with this data? First of all, it's the best data that was ever produced, so I'm not criticizing it. All right. What's wrong with it is I've never met a 4, right? You need to know that the kids who I work with at Covenant House on this scale are 9s and 10s to begin with, which means that any data we have doesn't even begin to describe them. Furthermore, it doesn't tell you about the things that happen outside of your home. Where was bullying? Where was racism, right? Where was poverty, exposure to violence? It wasn't there until Roy Wade, who's, by the way, a mentee of mine, he's also at Children's Hospital, until he did this study that expanded the ACEs. And here's what we know. Childhood trauma affects behavior. I don't think that surprises anybody. The higher your score is, the more likely you are to go to jail, to do drugs, to become depressed, to abandon your family. It doesn't surprise anybody. But also, you're more likely to become obese. You're more likely to get diabetes, heart disease, strokes, high blood pressure, lupus, and other autoimmune diseases, cancer. The more likely you are to actually, depending on if you were abused as a kid, the more likely you are to die as an 80-year-old of a broken bone. It is astounding in a way that changes everything. And it changes your genetics. But that's not why we're here. This is the pivotal slide of trauma-sensitive care. Unless you have a loving adult who stands by your side. And if you have a loving adult who's standing by your side, you can make it through anything. Let's go back to some biology, and I'm going to tell you what's going on. So here I am in my jungle chair, right? So what hormone says to me, tiger, chasing your ass now? The hormone is adrenaline. Adrenaline says jump, run, and escape. But suppose the tiger is not, it's not a real tiger. Instead, it is my daddy in my bedroom, it's pervasive poverty. Then I need to be ready to jump and run at any moment. To do that, I need my blood pressure to be high. For my blood pressure to be high, I have a different hormone, which is called cortisol. Cortisol is the poison here. Cortisol is what drives the brain patterns and what drives or helps drive the brain patterns. And cortisol is what makes my glands inside change so that I will drink more water, eat more fatty food, and eat more salt in order to have my blood pressure high. Let's back up for a minute. So there are people in the world, and if there's criticism that I receive when I travel around the country, very, very painful criticism. It is when people say to me, Ken, you always talk about racism and marginalization. Why are you dredging up the past? I don't even know what to say about that, okay? But I want to now show you why when people think about racism, too many people think that its effect is based on those things that are life-threatening in the moment, right? Holocaust, slavery, things like that. But if in this model, I want you to understand what's going on. It's really about unconscious biases and navigating the world in a way that you never know when you stand. If you never know where the tiger is going to be, like if there's a true racist coming at me, a racist that is putting my life in danger, that's adrenaline. Adrenaline is not the poison. The poison is never knowing where I stand, never knowing where I need to jump, never knowing how I can interact in my environment, and never trusting the environment fully. And the poison for that, there could be a tiger there, it could be anywhere. That's cortisol. And if you understand that it's about implicit biases and structural forces that you are forced to navigate, then anybody who says that racism's effect is in the past does not understand the science at all. Okay? So, with that said, now that my cortisol is in my body and I have high blood pressure, you know why I'm eating more. Now you understand obesity. Now you have high blood pressure and obesity. Now you understand diabetes and strokes and heart disease. Now, if I have a red rash and I go to the CVS, right? Do you have CVS's in Florida? Yeah, I see. So I go to CVS, right? I go to the pharmacist and I say, hey, what can you give me for that? They're going to give me hydrocortisone, because it is an immune suppressant. Well, if I've been bathed in hydrocortisone in my entire life, then what happens, in my childhood and my formative years, then my immune system will either get downregulated, which makes me more likely to get cancer, or dysregulated, which makes me more likely to get lupus. We get it. We get it all. But now, we know that if you grew up with a grandma that was protective to you, a grandma who said to you, Ken, if your daddy comes home drunk tonight, you're sleeping with me, you're going to be okay. Ken, you cannot go out in the corner, those boys are trouble. And if they ask you why, tell them you're taking care of your grandma. Then I end up being okay. Why? We know that for a fact. I'm going to put it together biologically. Why? Because I am borrowing my grandma's hypervigilance. Indeed, I am borrowing her cortisol, right? Because of her cortisol, I do not need to mount my own. I do not need to change my own body, my own biology. And therefore, the trauma will not affect me on the deep genetic level that it does. But what else do we know about these grandmas? We know that they die too soon. Covenant House is filled with kids whose parents weren't able to take care of them, but their grandmas were their heart, but they died but they were old, Dr. Ken. Yeah, how old? 52. Right? I hear this literally all the time. So, Rachel, committee, Peace and Justice Institute, William, when you create this initiative in Orlando, if you, God willing, let me continue to be a part of it, you will not just focus on the children, because I am asking each of you to become the grandmas and the grandpas, which means I am potentially hurting you. I am potentially, by making you more hyper-vigilant, I am increasing your cortisol. And if I do not, with just as much fidelity and credibility, beg you how to take care of yourselves and put into place systems and processes to take care of yourselves, then I am harming you, and we should shut off this thing right now. All right? Which is why I was so moved when you began by saying, if you feel something, we have these people available for you to talk to you. The proper time to influence the character of a child is 100 years before he's born. In each of us lives our childhood and the values of past generations. This is about epigenetics. When I was in medical school, what did we understand? We understood at that point that you had blue eyes if both your parents had blue eyes. That's what we understood. The psychology was, the big psychological question was, is it nature or is it nurture? We know the answer. It's both. Here's what happens. Human beings are born with a certain genetic potential. And they tell you how tall you're going to be, about, depending on nutrition. They tell you the color of your eyes, about the color of your skin, the texture of your hair. It gives you some basic stuff. But also, my genetic potential also says I can grow a tail, gills, and wings. But I don't, because I am a human. So the only things that get expressed in my life are the human genes. All my other genes get suppressed. Now I navigate the environment. And when I navigate the environment, my genes will need to get expressed depending on my need. And if I am navigating poverty and injustice, if I am navigating a father who beats me, then I will need to turn on those genes that allow me to survive in that situation. And here's what we now understand. We understand that when those genes are expressed as a matter of intergenerational survival, they are passed along to the next generation. And that is why African Americans have higher blood pressure than Africans, because of what 400 years of oppression does to your genes. Is why Jews are the most anxious people you're going to meet. It's not, you can make all the jokes you want to make, but that's not it. It's that we are the grandchildren of the people who got on the boats in time. We are the grandchildren of the people who were intrinsically anxious. And if you stayed in Europe, you didn't survive, right? That's the reality. Understanding this changes everything. What does it do to your brain? That green part of the brain right there, your limbic system, your amygdala, is on fire, okay? It is brilliant, all right? What does it do to your behavior? It makes you less likely to trust someone, which is really hard for me, right? Because I care about trust so much. And when I'm working with these kids and they don't trust me, gosh, it's hard. It makes you more likely to act out, and I value calm so much, which makes it really hard for me. It makes you more likely to lie. Why is that? Because if you come home and your daddy comes home and he says, "Hey Ken, who ate the last hot dog?" and you say, "I did," and he throws you against the wall, you stop seeing hot dogs. It makes you more likely to confabulate, meaning to make up stories that aren't rooted in reality. Why? Because if bad things were happening to you, you don't remember what happened to you, but you do remember the Super Bowl stain on the wall, and you remember the water stain on the ceiling, embedded in your memory deeply. So what that means is that when I'm getting close to your truth, you may begin to confabulate again, or to dissociate from me, to back away from me, all of which is really hard for me because I care so much about human connection. Do you get why this is hard for me? Do you get it? It's so hard to have people not necessarily trust me, not necessarily tell me the truth, to be reactive. So hard if I thought it was about me. And that's the beginning of trauma-sensitive practices. When we know what is about you versus the fact that you have the privilege to stand alongside someone as their well-earned anger might be justified, everything changes. Trauma does not break kids, nor does it cause brain damage. So one of the things I care about deeply, and Rachel, please ask me to send you this article. I am so sick and tired of kids coming to me and telling me that they have anger problems. Kids telling me that they have oppositional defiant disorder, conduct disorder. They've been told that they're bipolar. They've been told that they're absolutely everything. My favorite, of course, is intermittent explosive disorder. This litany of diagnoses that say what's wrong with them. These diagnoses change the way people see themselves. They change the way society interacts with them and the way systems interface with them. They run the school to prison pipeline, because if you have a kid with oppositional defiance in your class when they're 5 years old, you begin trying to control them. Your mechanism is, so let's do a little exercise now. I want you to close your eyes and to listen to how you react to these diagnoses. This is Linda. She's oppositional. This is Jamal. He's got conduct disorder. This is Mi Wen, and she has bipolar disease. This is Billy, and he's depressed. This is Scott, and he has ADD. This is LaShonda, and she has intermittent explosive disorder. Open your eyes. How do you react? The kids who are depressed and anxious, you want to embrace. The kids who are oppositional, you want to control. You want to teach them a lesson. You want them to understand that they're the problem. And let me tell you something else. I'm sorry to keep getting back to this, but you just can't face reality if you don't talk about this. We know for a fact, and I published a very comprehensive paper on this, we know for a fact that those diagnoses are given discordantly by race and class. Right? So if you are more likely to tell a kid from an indigenous nation or a Latino kid or a black kid that they're oppositional defiant, then face the fact you're more likely to send them to prison too. Right? So we have to change it. The biggest impact I have on human beings' lives, I swear to God, the biggest impact, and if you walk away with this, and Rachel, please ask me to send you, it's in Reaching Teens too, but I'll send you the chapter in advance. If we can help these kids understand they have protectors' brains, everything changes. Doc, I have an anger problem. I'll bet you've earned it. Let me ask you a question. Are you someone who sees danger before other people do? Oh, yeah. And then kids will tell you they have intuition. They can look at someone's face and know when they're going to go off, right? Yeah. Do you have a little brother or sister? Both. You watch out for them? Always. You got good friends? Nah. With people you'd call friends, I'd call family. But I got a lot of associates. Yeah, well, your good friends or your family, do you do what it takes to watch out for them? Always. What happens to me isn't going to happen to them. So if you see danger coming at you or coming at your friends, do you do what it takes to protect them? Absolutely. Well, you know what, man? You have a protector's brain, and you've earned it. And if I was on a desert island, I'd want you standing alongside me because you're going to care about me and you're going to take care of me, right? It's your superpower, man. But you know what? Your job is to figure out when to keep your cape tucked in. Because if you don't know when there's real danger and you take out your superpower, it's going to mess you up. And I don't want that to happen to you. And I'm just wondering if we can work together in a way that will help you know when to bring out your superpower and when to keep your cape tucked in. And then you ask kids to explain to you what their diagnosis is again. And then they say, I have a protector's brain. And I'm telling you, they cry. And then I give them one more label. And I say, may I give you one more? And they're like, okay. And these are foster care kids. They're used to labels so that they know what to put in their file next. And then I go, say their name is Lisa. Lisa. And then they're waiting. And I'm like, no. That was it. Lisa. Nothing more, nothing less. It is transformative in people's lives. Our job is to offer radical calmness amidst a chaotic reality, right? We are the adults who co-regulate. What is co-regulation? Think of it if you're on a plane with turbulence, right? How do you decide whether or not you're safe? The plane gets all bumpy. You look at the flight attendants. If they're still serving the peanuts, you're chill, right? We are the adults who are the flight attendants. We are the ones who are going to co-regulate for them. And that is what amygdala to amygdala communication is. The world might feel explosive to you. I got you. I'm here. Why don't you let my amygdala comfort yours? That's the key to de-escalation, critical to anticipating a problem. Oh, this last one, this was an 18-year-old boy who I asked him to describe himself. And he said, I like to think of myself as Mother Teresa, but with an anger problem, right? That's who my kids are. The best and most compassionate kids in the world when they are made to feel safe. Self-regulation is a skill to be developed. I am sick and tired of people judging people's character by the fact that they cannot yet control themselves. If they have not yet had the opportunity to practice self-regulation skills in a nurturing and protective environment, then that's on the adults, not on the kids. We have the ability to help them with their skills. Next, know this. If, Rachel, you asked me to come and speak to your business community, right, this would be the biggest and most important slide of the day, right? Here's the thing. These people who have endured hardships bring the most to our world in terms of compassion, commitment, and indeed loyalty. But transitions aren't easy, right? So you got to work through the transitions. Because for young people from foster care, for those of you who haven't guessed, I'm really into foster care nationally and supporting foster care families. Every new opportunity is a chance to be rejected entirely. They're always thinking, where's the tiger? Am I safe? What if I'm judged? Will I be rejected? And if you think that, then one of the things you're going to do is to pretend you don't care. You might choose in order to maintain control, you might fail fast. Because when you do, at least it gives you control. We got to know who these kids are and give them the real investment. These 4 principles are the key to trauma-sensitive practices. This is the Reaching Teens model. Number 1, knowing what's about you and what's not about you, right? Again, so that I can hold your pain. This isn't about building a wall. It's the opposite. It allows me to get closer to you because when you're throwing daggers at me, I can know that they were never intended for me. And therefore, I don't have to personalize it. Because if I personalize it, then I get all defensive, right? And defensiveness never works. So like my entire reputation, if you come to the hospital, I'm known as like the very chill attending, right? The guy who can walk through the hallways and calm everything down. And my secret, really, is that I'm faking it, right? I am not biologically calm at all, right? At all. But I am always in my head explaining how I need to behave. Sandy Bloom, who's, by the way, a neighbor of mine, she's probably like 500 yards away from me now. Her thing from the sanctuary movement is changing your lens from what's wrong with you to what happened to you. Next, and we're going to really begin pivoting into this in a minute, seeing people as they deserve to be seen, not based on labels they've received or behaviors they've displayed. And the last one we've already talked, giving control back to people from whom control has been taken away. Boys and Girls Club motto of America is to enable all young people, especially those who need us the most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. Well, you know what, guys? The kids who need you the most, they're not the cutest kids. Right? They're not the kids who are going to go, oh, Dr. Ken, I love you. The kids who need you the most are the ones who are sitting in the back of the classroom with their nose dripping down their shirt and who have no idea that an adult is capable of helping them wipe their nose. That's the kid who needs you the most. They're the ones who push you away. They're the ones who make you uncomfortable. And we got to know that. You got to know that, because we who care about kids, we also desire affirmation. And the kids who need us the most are not the ones giving us the most and the most immediate affirmation, which means we have to receive affirmation from each other, right? From each other. In one ditty, nobody dared go near the tower. A fearsome dragon sat on its top until one day a knight rode up. Do you need help to get down? Please. That's what trauma-sensitive practices is. At this point, we were gonna break into small groups, but to your credit, there's too many of you. So you are above Zoom's threshold for small groups. So what for you to reflect on as when you speak to your neighbors and your organizations is what concrete steps can we take during this epidemic to make this an opportunity for healing for those youth deserving of our most focused attention. Emphasis on the word concrete. Just to show you what a baby I am, like I am really proud that I put the word concrete in gray there to match concrete, right? But I really want it to be concrete. I don't want any philosophical commitment. Don't keep it poetic. Make it real. What can you do? What are the policies that can be put in place? What are the scripts that can be said? And I have these scripts written. Happy to send them to you. All right. Now, let's begin getting into application, right? Developing strengths, acknowledging risk while acknowledging trauma. All right. Remember this. Behavioral change is forward and backward movement. It's a few steps forward, few steps back, few steps forward, a few steps back, a few steps forward. But where am I now? Still forward. If you ask kids what they want from adults more than anything else, what they want is someone to have their back. What does that mean? This is another skill for you to walk away with. You can change today. Today you can change this, and you will find yourself in people's lives during times of crisis much more efficiently. What we tend to be is we tend to be cheerleaders. So a kid comes to me and they're like, hey, Dr. Ken, I got straight A's in school. My natural predilection is to go, look at you, so proud of you. You're going to be a nurse practitioner one day. You can do it, man. I'm so proud of you. And the next time that kid's grades go good, first guy he's calling is me. He's going to be all over wanting to talk to me, right? And the next quarter, I'm finding out right after he calls his mom because he wants to please me so badly. But what happens when his dad dies and his mom gets depressed and he's now taking care of 3 kids? He's waking up at 4:30 in the morning to make sure they're fed. He's not beginning his homework till 10 because he's finishing all of their homework and he's doing their prayers and putting them to bed. And now he's getting C's and D's and he falls asleep in the classroom and the teacher looks at him and says, why are you even here if you fall asleep in the classroom? And now he's getting D's. Will I know? No, I will not know. Because this kid believes my relationship is a cheerleading relationship and he will not want to disappoint me. So how do we have a kid back? We don't just cheer when they're moving forward, but when we cheer, we honor the relationship, not what the kids told me. So something as simple as, hey, Dr. Ken, I got straight A's in school. Something as simple as me going, man, I love the fact that you tell me what's going on in your life. Thank you. That's it. He still gets the affirmation. But now when he's getting the D's, he's going to go, Dr. Ken always wants to know what's going on in my life. And I am positioned to be a healer rather than a cheerleader. Next, behavioral change is a process, not an event. People have to become aware of a problem. Then they have to have the motivation to do something about the problem. Then they have to have the skills to put into action. Then they have to go through a process of trial and error to figure out whether they're going to keep their new behavior or not. And then they're going to either maintain their new behavior or their behavior is going to be undermined because they're going to relapse into it because society says people like you shouldn't be doing this. I want to be a virgin until I'm married. What's going to happen when I turn on the TV, right? Am I going to feel during identity development like there's something wrong? Then I'm going to relapse. So this is the behavioral change process. You know, if this was an all-day thing, I'd spend 20 minutes on this side. But I want to focus on this. There's this other concept in behavioral change called pre-contemplation, which in English means you haven't thought about it yet. And then people look back at this and go, golly, if they haven't thought about it yet, then the problem is they must lack awareness. Let me teach them some facts. That's missing the point. Pre-contemplation is something different. It is about shame and demoralization and lack of confidence. So we're going to do things differently. We're going to build confidence in kids' lives by finding their competencies. So this kid's smoking weed, bad for his brain development. This kid's dealing drugs, bad for the community. This kid wants to become pregnant and she's only 15 years old. Does she not understand the scourge of intergenerational poverty? We got only a few minutes, so let's focus on everything the kid needs to know. So we look at that 16-year-old boy or that 15-year-old boy who's smoking weed and we say, man, do you not understand that marijuana will fry your brain, make you grow breasts, and shrink your balls? All of which is incidentally true-ish. But how does he react? He goes, thanks, doc, and he smokes more. Why was he smoking in the first place? Because he was sensitive. Because he was a big feeler and he wanted to turn it down, because he was a worrier. So my telling him his balls are going to shrink, do you understand on some level how that does not help with his worry, right? It's going to teach him, make him go directly into his drug pattern. What are we going to do instead? We are going to find everything that is good and right in these kids. We are going to listen for behaviorally operational strengths, meaning things about them that show that they already possess the things that are going to make them be able to get past their problem. In this kid's case, it is celebrating his sensitivity, acknowledging that he is a deep thinker. And then we build from there, right? But we're listening for behaviorally operational strengths. In other words, don't be starting talking to kids and talking about their hair and talking about their nails and talking about their sports teams. That's just a load of crap and kids know it. Instead, you listen intensely to kids for what is good and right. Resilience in the context of a life that would have destroyed you. Compassion beyond measure, right? You're listening for insight, for these things that it's amazing about these kids. Because that's what love is. Love is seeing someone as they deserve to be seen, as they really are, not through the lens of the behaviors they've sometimes needed to display. And then what do? Then we tell the kid, in the context of all that is good and right, why they should change. So we speak in the following way. We say heart, and you don't say heart, stomach, but in your head, this is the choreograph. Heart, I'm going to tell you why I love you, without using the word love, because that can be creepy because it's been misused by some people, but you express love using this definition. Heart, I see you. Stomach, I am worried about you. Head, I want to plan with you. Hands, how can I support you in your journey? That's love-based counseling. I feel I care. Because of that, I worry. I plan with you knowing you are the expert in your own life. I support you in your journey. Next, in order to have a sustained relationship with a kid, you got to know that you've got to plant the seeds for way after you're gone. The biggest mistake you can make is to think that is to get into a rescue fantasy with a kid. If a kid walks away going, wow, Dr. Ken was the best doctor I ever met, and then they don't think they can do it on their own, then I've hurt that kid. So as much as it feels good to have a kid go like, Dr. Ken, you are amazing, I know that something's wrong if I'm getting that. I need to have the kid have the experience where they understand they have their ruby slippers. I need to really focus on their strengths and know that the healing lies within them. And if they do look at you, and that's the way to have a sustained impact. If they do look at you and say, Miss Kelsey, you're amazing, thank you so much. You want to, like, you know, take it in and you want to congratulate yourself because it feels good. Instead, hold up the mirror and go, man, the only reason that I was able to get anywhere is because you chose to share myself with you, yourself with me. Look at yourself. You've got the healing within you. When you do that, things change for kids. Now, let's keep going deeper. So we're already talking about giving kids control. The first step of giving kids control was seeing them the way they deserve to be seen, knowing that they've got their ruby slippers, they are looking in the mirror, you are a facilitator in their journey to elevate their strengths and to help guide them. But now let's help them come up with ideas. We've got to first learn to talk to kids in a way that we do not undermine the way that they are thinking, right? Which means we have to understand how kids think, including how they think when they're stressed or feel stupid. Kids are concrete thinkers. They see things exactly as they are. Adults are abstract thinkers. They can think about the future, they can plan, they can think about complexity. Adolescence is somewhere in the middle. So how is it that I, as an adult, understand that when someone takes me out to dinner, is incredibly flattering to me, says the nicest things to me, and then asks to touch me, that they were being manipulative? How did I get here? So think about the 14-year-old girl. The guy comes up to her and says, I love you. Does she say, I question the veracity of that statement indeed? No. She says, I love you too. And then he says, words aren't good enough between us. I want to show you how much I love you. And where is he the next day? Gone. And she has learned to go from one place to another in the step of behavioral change, right? So it's the best way to learn, by the way. Trial and error, mistake, recovery, best way to learn. But these are our daughters, these are our kids we care about. We don't want them to suffer. So what do? We tell them, right? And how do we deliver the information? In a abstract lecture format. Don't you know that what you're doing right now, which I'm going to call behavior A, could easily lead to consequence B, which is more than likely to go to consequence C? I never imagined you do consequence C. Now I look at you and I wonder what's between your ears except for cobwebs. If consequence C happens, you're more than likely to go into consequence D, which you never would have done if you didn't begin hanging out with Marcus, whose own mother doesn't respect him. If consequence D happens, you're likely to go into consequence E, which is a slippery slope down to consequence F. Look at me, young man, when I'm talking to you. This is not for my own good. More than likely to go into consequence H, which could lead to consequence I. And do you know what happens if consequence I happens? You die is what happens. And what does the kid hear? Womp, 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 die. You've done hot communication, so you're speaking to their amygdala, meaning you cannot get rational thought. And the mathematical structure of the lecture is right in front of you. It's algebra. When you're running from a tiger, you can't be getting that. So what do? We are incredibly calm. We honor the intelligence the kids do have, and we speak in simple math. A plus B equals C. And when they're at C, and only when they're at C, do you take them to D. That might be the same day, it might be a month from now. But you let them be in charge, you let them figure it out with your adult guidance. Because you're running from a tiger, you can't be doing the Pythagorean theorem, but you're running from a tiger, then you can pretty easily say, what's 1 + 2? And you're going to be able to know 3. It's a different part of your brain. Example, 14-year-old girl. She is in a school-based clinic. She has a scleral hemorrhage. So for those of you who are not doctors, I saw there's at least one pediatrician on the call. Hey, all right. But for those of you who are not, a scleral hemorrhage is blood on the eye, and you just go like, hey, darling, you're going to be okay. But this 14-year-old girl, I said, hey, what happened? And she said, I got in a fight yesterday. I said, what made you mad enough to fight? She said, well, I took this trip to New York and I bought this t-shirt for $12.50 and I thought I looked good, but this girl called me fat, but that didn't make me mad enough to fight. But then she called my mother a garden tool and I was not going to take that. And then I said to her, well, what's going to happen now? And she said, I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her. That's why I brought this knife to school today. And she pats her pocket. Now, does she really want to kill her? What do you think? No, because she didn't expect me to go, is it sharp enough? But if I give her the lecture now, put away the knife, call security, don't you realize you're going to die? You could end up being in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. You could end up dead. And what's your mom thinking? You're going to have kids. And I do that, then I'm speaking to her amygdala. It's not going to work. And what else is going to happen? She's going to escalate. I don't want her to escalate because she's got a knife. So this is self-protection as well. I want her to think. So I begin drawing out a decision tree. This is the real decision tree. I'm going to the words are going to be a little bit more accurate than the slide because I couldn't fit it all in a slide. But I want you to know how calmly we walked through her to thinking this through. So I begin scribbling on the don't make me dirty roll paper in a doctor's office. Here's you. What do you want to have happen? I want her dead. I said, keep your knife in your pocket, but here is a marker. And I'm going to want you to take the marker and to stab me with it slowly so we can think. She stabs me. And I take it out of her hand and I stab her in the back, all very slowly. You're stabbed in the back and you're left in a wheelchair. Did you think that this could happen? No. But could it? No. Do you know anyone who it's happened to? Well, there's this guy on my block. He's in a chair because he got stabbed. Huh. How did that happen? I don't know. Well, do you think he woke up one morning and said, I'm going to end up being in a wheelchair? Well, that's stupid. Well, then what happened? I don't know. Things just got out of hand. Oh, okay. What do you want to have happen? I want her dead. Okay, let's do this again. She goes to stab me. I stab her in the heart. What happens? She's killed. Well, what do you want to have happen? I keep telling you, I want her dead. This is all happening slowly, don't forget. She's doing more talking than I am. So, okay, you killed her. How do you feel? And she said, good. How long do you feel good or happy for? Think for a minute what she said. Pause. The overwhelming majority of you, because I've done this live a lot, the overwhelming majority of you think she said forever. No, that's the way adults think kids think. What she said is all day. So in 2020 Philadelphia talk, that would be, I don't know, a minute, right? But she said all day. And I said, well, what happens the next day? And she said, I get probation. I said, yeah, no. You're going to jail because this was first-degree murder. How's your mom feeling now that you're in jail? And she realized that her mom was ashamed. When you're in jail, are you going to be able to have kids? No. Are you going to finish your education? No. When you get out of jail, are you going to be able to get a good job? No. And she took it all the way out to dying poor with no family, which is realistic if you commit murder when you're 14. I said, well, what if you don't kill her? What if you both live? How do you feel? And she said, angry. How long do you feel angry for? And she said, all day. We let her finish school. We let her have kids. And we let her make her mom proud. That's 2 lives saved. Brilliant, huh? Right? What do you think? Thank you. Rachel is shaking her head because she's my audience, and William. So my whole point, though, this isn't brilliant at all. If you think this is brilliant, then you don't get me and you don't get the possibility of the power of what we're doing here right now. This is a skill set. You don't need a doctorate. This is common sense. That's a lecture. That is a lecture. There isn't a person in the world, there isn't a grandma in the country who couldn't give this lecture. The skill is to break it down and to give it calmly to meet the cognitive capacity of adolescents so that they own the solutions, because when they own the solutions, they do not rebel. And then you just go like, oh, you got it. Oh. And you walk away, right? So nothing brilliant about this at all. Now I'm going to talk about stress, another very major way in which we are going to help kids learn to take control over their lives. See, at its core, resilience is about learning to cope in a positive way with life's inevitable stressors. And we might do our greatest good by equipping youth with a wide range of coping strategies. Because people choose positive coping strategies, they can gain control, right? Here's the motto. Stress is incredibly uncomfortable. It makes you sweat, it makes you smell, it makes you not be able to think clearly. You got to do something with that discomfort, and that's what coping is. And there are positive ways of coping and negative ways of coping. One of the mistakes that you can make is to believe that a negative way doesn't work. No, the whole problem is that the negative ways work best. These are your quick, easy fixes. This is drugs, this is sex, this is punching someone in the face, this is cutting, right? They work great. The problem is that they destroy you because they lead to more stress. So our challenge is not to condemn kids who are doing the negative coping strategies, but actually to congratulate them for coming up with something to make themselves feel better, and then invite them in a healing and loving process to create a path of least resistance towards positive coping strategies. The most important coping strategy undoubtedly is human connection. It's the way we began the talk, right? But we also can do the cognitive work, defining the stressor. This right here, this is cognitive behavioral therapy on one slide. Being able to tell the difference between a real tiger and a paper tiger, right? And bottom line is, can this kill me? Second thing is, knowing when bad things are temporary. This is one of those things we got to be pulling out right now. We got to be pulling out the grandma's wisdom. We're going to get through this together. This too shall pass. Remember, adolescents don't have that experience yet. So they think that, some think this is the end of the world. They don't have the experience of having known that humanity has lived through things like this before. Never with the 24/7 news cycle, but we've lived through it, right? And then the last thing is knowing when good things are permanent. This is really important for the kids who are deserving of our most focused attention. Because let me tell you something. If you do not have experience that life is good and that good things are going to happen to you, when good things do begin happening to you, and it's in, say, one of our programs, then what's going to happen is when you begin transitioning away from the program, you think that you don't have your ruby slippers on, you think that you're going to fail out in the world, you don't understand that good things can be permanent because you own them, then what's going to happen is you shoot yourself in the foot. I know you're out there shaking your heads, those of us in intervention programs, with how many kids, just as they're about to graduate, screw up. This is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence at all. This is about kids feeling like they're going to lose control and gaining control in the way that they can. And what this is an indication for our programs that our boundaries are off and we're not doing an adequate job of helping them to wear their ruby slippers. I have a comprehensive stress reduction study. I'm going to show you in a minute, but I just want to say this here. The worst thing is not to be stressed, it's to be numb. So let's talk about what happens. People go through a lot of things, right? And you wish you could process them. And here I speak to our kids and I speak to you as a healer and as a provider and as a server and as the grandma and grandpas in the community, right? You go through a lot and you want to process this, but you can't because things just keep coming. So they keep coming. And sanity is defined by creating a container of your emotions. And you put things in the container, you say, I'll deal with it later. Really, I will. I'll deal with it later. But you don't. And you can't because things keep coming. And they keep coming. And you say, I'm going to process it. But then you get home and you got to do other things instead, right? You got to make love. You got to talk to your family. You got to pay the bills. You got to do the laundry. They keep coming. So the only thing you can do is to build thicker walls. Thicker and thicker walls until this becomes what I call a leaden box. Why lead? Because even a little bit of lead in your system is toxic to your development. Even a little bit of lead in your system makes you not be able to think. It is a poisonous substance. You can't see through it. And when the most passionate themes of human existence are trapped inside of a leaden box, you stop feeling. And that's what professional burnout is. And then what happens? Someone opens up your lid, and what pours out is rage. So my pain is that I bear witness to pain. I've actually had a really good life, right? For the kids who I take care of, what happens is they're living inside this leaden box. And if they want their heads to stop spinning, marijuana works, right? Marijuana stops your head from spinning. If you want some control over when your rage comes out, get drunk. So this actually explains some of the things that drive substance use as well. And from a trauma-informed model, what we see in kids, trauma-sensitive, we see the rage and then we label the rage. When what's really going on is what happened to them. This is a picture of what happened to them. So what do we want to do, both for our kids and for ourselves? Is we want to build a different kind of container, a container that I call a Tupperware box. It's still a container, but the stuff inside it don't stink. right? And you go through the process of emotional intelligence. You know what's inside. Each one of those things represent a story. Rather than random facts, these are things that happened to me. These are things that I witnessed. And because these are things that I witnessed, I control them because I know what's inside rather than them controlling me. At a time of my choosing, I open the lid and I choose one thing, and I let it out in some way that says I blanked it out. I cried it out, I laughed it out, I prayed it out, I talked it out, I danced it out, I slammed it out. Whatever it is, you let it out. Then you close the lid and there's just a little bit less inside, right? That is the secret of professional survival. And if this was the longer talk, or if I ever come back to you, I'll show you real examples of kids' Tupperware boxes. All right? This is where I might screw up technologically. Everything I'm about to show you is completely free. This is the Center for Parent and Teen Communication. This is my center. It is a multi-million-dollar center designed, that doesn't mean money goes in my pocket, right? But it's a center designed to reshape the narrative about adolescence. The narrative about adolescence is basically survival guide. So there's a few things wrong with the general narrative. Most books about adolescence have a subtitle using the word survival. That's poisonous to parents because it makes parents think that they don't really matter, because it's just a time to be survived. This is a strength-based approach that also is very reality-based. The other thing is the most materials out there are race and class biased, which end up perpetuating structural inequities. In other words, if you give parenting ideas that are not culturally aligned to people, you're actually sending the message that you're not a good parent and you harm people. So my partner in this is Joanna Lee Williams of UVA. She is one of the most amazing people on earth. And she is, she's an African-American woman who looks at identity development in the context of positive racial identity in the context of marginalization and oppression. So we hope that we have struck the right balance, but we, of course, still have a lot to learn. Within this webpage, there are a lot of different stories, 100-word pieces within each one of these categories. There are 100-word pieces, 2,000-word pieces, 30-second videos, 10-minute videos, a whole bunch of things. Changing How We See Teens is a lot of material that, can you see my little cursor on the screen? Can you see me doing it? Yes. Okay. So this would open up to a lot of different ways of reframing adolescence. I'd like to draw your attention to two things that you can begin using today. Again, totally free, link down now, use it. Supporting emotional health. I believe that an incredibly important thing here is to teach families how to use strength-based language to seek help. It's really easy to teach people. Teach them that that treatment can work, time invested will pay off, seeking treatment is an act of strength, you're not alone, strong feelings now tell me that you're going to be a wonderful person later. It goes through all the words the young people need to hear in order to make the transition. So this is a great strength-based referral thing, and there are lots of other things as well there. I want to call your attention to the section for teens. I'd like as many of you want to link to this as possible. Under 14s, managing stress. These materials are written by kids, for kids, but it's all rooted in the evidence. It's all rooted in my consolidation of research, meaning not my research, meaning the research of others that I put together. So the first piece, build a stress management plan. It explains stress. It has films by kids. And each one of these links can take you to another film or another piece. You could spend hours on this site if you wanted to, or you can start your plan by linking on that click. And then we walk you through, you put in your name. This is not research. We are not collecting data. We are just collecting your email so you can design your own plan. You get back your own PDF. We are not saving it. All right. And we tell the kids that. All right. And then we walk them through a stress reduction plan. Like it begins with, what do I treat like a real tiger? And then they begin writing it in. We give them some choice points, and we just work them through some basic cognitive work. Here's the most important word in cognitive behavioral therapy is the word yet. I can't do math because I can't do math yet. We teach these kids how to do their next plan. From there, we talk about breaking mountains into hills. From there, avoiding problems. From there, shifting on to things you can change for personal empowerment, the importance of exercise, of relaxation, of sleep, of nutrition. From there, we go to emotional work. Like, how do I if you want to do drug prevention, you don't tell kids not to do drugs. You tell them ways to escape that work so you don't need drugs, right? Enjoying nature, listening to common music. From there, we talk about releasing emotions. From there, we talk about contributing to community to give yourself a sense of meaning and purpose. They choose my choices or they fill in anything they want. Now they have a comprehensive, rooted in the evidence, stress management plan that they've designed themselves. So, let me see if this still works. Please be, yes, it worked. I didn't screw up. Please use that. You could use it today. Kids need them now more than ever. I want to spend we got about 13 minutes left, and I want to just make a little shift. I really want to talk about us because I meant what I said about protecting the grandmas and the grandpas. So if I was there for a day or several days, this would be entire forums in themselves. How to protect staff, how to protect us, the healers, the people who are demonstrating loving kindness. All I want to do for now in just this very few minutes is to talk about boundaries. And to remember that the word boundaries right now has a political meaning. I'm not going to go there, all right? But it has a political meaning. So boundaries you think of as a wall between us. Boundaries you think of as a way as defining a them, which somehow is supposed to make us feel better. In this context, it's totally different. Boundaries are the opportunity that allow you to draw nearer to someone safely, right? It's actually about drawing closer without hurting people. And I want to tell you that I'm not down with the easy stuff. The easy stuff, if you go to the American Academy of Pediatrics website, here's what I learned. I learned that I shouldn't touch the kids inappropriately. I shouldn't date their mothers or fathers. I shouldn't take expensive presents, but if it's a baked good or a craft good, it's in my discretion. I need you to know how much that information does not help me, right? What I want to know is how do you love and still remain whole yourself? That's what I want to know. And I want you to know that we've actually been talking about it for nearly 2 hours. And if I had been there and you had a half day of me, or I do up to 3-day talks, it's like all I talk about. It's all interwoven. Knowing where your buttons are. If you don't know yourself, and listen, who am I? Was the question of your adolescence too. And if you didn't get a little stuck and a little bit confused, you weren't breathing. Your eyes were closed. And those are buttons that are installed within you. And when a kid in front of you has a button or reminds you, maybe it's someone you would have been attracted to who never would have been attracted to you. Maybe their mother reminds you of your aunt you can't stand, right? But you just got buttons. And if you don't know where your buttons are, this stuff is emotionally laborious, right? And once you know who you are and who you were as an adolescent, then you can begin going, not about me, this is about the kid. Being trauma-informed or trauma-sensitive, the first piece is knowing what's about you and what's not about you. Knowing who's the expert, like this fundamental youth development principle of knowing the kids are the experts in their own lives, makes you really, really authentically protected, right? Because it means you're not responsible for fixing lives. In fact, you hurt people when you get into a rescue fantasy. So my academic story is I was hired to become the medical director in New York at Covenant House right out of residency. I was 27 years old, and I was going to have the top job in homeless America for youth. Don't be super impressed because no one else was applying, right? But it was really like I was ready. When I was 27, I looked like I was about 17 or 18 still because I reached puberty really, really late, and I'm really little and stuff. And And I dressed like the kids, and I had food insecurity during medical school, like very real food insecurity. And so I was out there on the streets. I related to the kids. They knew how deeply I cared about them. I would tap a vein for them. When they weren't ready to change, I was like, I'm going to stick you with you, man, until you're ready. So as it turns out, there was a big problem in 1990 with Covenant House internationally. Many of us lost our jobs because we're now the best organization again. But I never got to do that job because they ran out of funding. So I went into academic medicine instead, which was the best thing that ever happened to me, because I'm going to be able to do this work till I retire. And if I had gone to Covenant House at 27, I would have only done this work for 6 months. You know why? Did you hear the word me too much when I just described how cool I was as a 27-year-old? All about me. I wasn't a phony. I was the most sincere guy you're going to meet, but I didn't yet understand boundaries. And I can't care about a kid getting better before they're ready to get better. I can't tap a vein for a kid because I'm going to lose blood. So the rescue fantasy is inherently classist and all the other isms that come with it. And I was living in a rescue fantasy. I wasn't ready for this work. And so the best thing that ever happened to me was losing that job, right? Because now I really get who the expert is. I'm just the facilitator. My job is to give control back to people. That's my job. I'm going to skip these two concepts for right now. And the I or the we is the really important thing that I want to mention. When someone tells you that you're the best doctor or the best nurse or the best counselor they ever had, you got to like inside go yippee. But the words that come out of your mouth have to be, yeah, we all care about young people. I'm lucky to work with an amazing group of people. Because you can't be on 24/7, right? You can't. And the most important boundary, perhaps, is to remember that just as we love at work, we have to be able to love differently in our homes. You want to know what really creates burnout? What really creates burnout is when you hold your family to the same standard that you hold the people that you work with. Right? If you end up saying like to your kids, who God willing have some privileges, and if you end up saying to them, do you have any idea what real problems are? You have no right to feel. You will lose your family in a heartbeat. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to try to decide, no, this is being recorded. I'm not going to tell you that real story, sorry. But like I've learned this lesson with my family by not making mistakes. You know what? I am going to tell you this story. It was my girl's senior prom, and I came home after one of the worst days of Covenant House I've ever had. I don't remember what happened, but I knew I was in my rope's end. My girls were ready to go to senior prom, and they were really in a terrible mood. Because if you don't realize that senior prom is all about taking pictures, and they had gotten their hair done, and they got smoky eyes, which is like black makeup on your eyes, and they thought that it was going to look terrible. And they were like really upset. And every corpuscle in my being wanted to go, WTF, do you know what a problem is? Do you know how lucky you are to be able to pay for your hair to get done? But I didn't. Because it's not about them. They shouldn't be suffering or not be allowed to have their emotions because other kids have it worse. So I was like, oh, this is a terrible thing. And I took pictures of them and told them they looked beautiful anyway. Anyways, so everybody goes out to prom, and then in Philadelphia, after prom, everyone in their school goes to one of the shore towns. And my kids didn't, because we had to go down to Washington the next day. So my kids had to come home at 2 a.m. And the reason it was the 25th anniversary of the Holocaust Museum. And my mother-in-law is now the last survivor of the first transport in Auschwitz. She's number 1064. And she's now 95, or she'll be 95 in a month. And so what happened is the next day, the high school kids all had their pictures of them down at the shore town, the high school picture, like, this is how cool I look in my dress and whatever. And they were drunk. And my girls' Facebook pages had a picture of my mother-in-law's arm, number 1064, with this other woman's arm. And the caption was, the bravest people we know. My point being, trust the universe. Do not bring home the suffering to your home. Your family, we are fighting for a world in which every kid has enough, not a world in which your kids suffer, right? So don't bring it home. Let them know what you do. That's going to give them the lesson, and wear that with pride. But otherwise, you will lose your family. And the day you lose your family is the day you will hate your work. And the day you hate your work is the day you will burn out, and many kids will suffer. And that might be the most important boundary. Trust the universe. You know, one of my daughters now, I told you what she's doing. She's working on mass incarceration. The other's about to join a master's and probably a doctoral program in intercultural communication to talk about hard things. It works. Trust the universe. Do what you're doing. The kids are watching you. Almost done. How are we going to judge our success, guys? Team, Peace and Justice Institute, Orlando. You're going to put this into initiative. God willing, I'll be there alongside you at some level. Okay, as you do this. But let me tell you this. I want you to know, don't think you're going to measure the stuff that counts. Just give up, right? So go ahead, measure grades, jobs, graduations, and suspension rates. But understand how difficult it is to measure the real stuff. What we're really trying to do is prove that adolescents are capable of healing from trauma. And that is going to take decades to prove. And if we change their genes, please God, that's going to take a generation to know. You can't be measuring that, right? What we want to do is help our young people experience that people are worthy of trust. Now's the moment. Now is the moment. I mean, the moment is every day, 24/7, 365, throughout the years. But right now, for the next 6 weeks, let's make these kids feel safe, like they've never felt. You know, why do we love? We love so that kids know that they're worthy of being loved. That's why we love. And thereby we make it more likely that our youth are going to be able to pass along our love to the children and thereby break the cycle of trauma and intergenerational oppression. We want to make it so our young people can feel again. We want to create the kind of environment where staff never, ever, ever forgets how to feel. We want to create schools and communities that are really safer. Like seriously, I know I'm speaking to Florida, but trust me, building a prison has never made a community safer. What makes a community safer is really authentically building the kids. By launching all young people in adulthood knowing that they're okay just the way they are. And a shout out to our LGBT brothers and sisters and younger brothers and sisters coming up, right? We just the way they are, all right? And a critical thought I have to say, you know, the danger of listening to a guy like me who's kind of very real, very raw, but very positive, and who talks about how the people who have been through the most bring the most to the world. And I believe that in every corpuscle of my being. But the danger is that you could walk away going, challenges are good for you. And let me tell you something. If I could snap a finger right now and make everybody have privilege, that's exactly what I would do. All right? All right? So even as we celebrate all that is good and right about people who have been through some of the greatest challenges, we must not imply the challenges are good for you. Development occurs best in the context of safe, secure, sustained, and nurturing relationships. Our goal is to have every young person benefit from those protective forces, starting at very young ages and lasting throughout their development. And at the end of this talk, like, I do have a sense of what it's like to listen to me for a long time. I've never had to listen to a computer for 2.5 hours. Like, I would have died if I was you. I hope you guys did jumping jacks while I was doing it. But here's what I know. Listening to me is like drinking from a fire hose, right? And it's kind of like you already got so much on your plate, right? So many things on my plate, so many programs, so many different ways that I'm being evaluated. It's absolutely crazy. I can't have one more thing on my plate. And now this little man from Philadelphia, he's telling me to love the children too? I've got to love the children and add that to my plate? And my answer is, nothing I'm doing is adding a new program, right? I do have a toolkit to have you put this into place, but this is not a new program. This is not a new thing to put into play. We've been talking about the plate. The power of human connection, the power of absolute respect and unconditional love to be the scaffolding upon which young people rise. We've been talking about the plate. You put this in a plate, you protect the grandmas and grandpas so that they are able to be the scaffolding for the children, all of your other programs will take. They'll just work. We've been talking for 2.5 hours about the plate. I want to congratulate your region for this initiative. If you can create this plate, your kids are going to lead us into the future. And I'm just thrilled and honored to have been a part of it. Thank you.
Dr. Ginsburg, well, first of all, I'm crying. And I know I'm not the only one crying because it's a message of hope that we need. And I'm not afraid to cry in front of everybody because you said we're like, if we lose our ability to feel, we've lost something. So, and I want the mayor to know because he's waiting now that we've just heard a really powerful talk for our community. And I want you to know people like Jennifer Foster are saying, I hope he can continue to work with us. And Marcia Hope Goodwin from the city of Orlando is saying, my brother who's a doctor's online and we got to keep working with Dr. Ginsburg. And I want to tell you, here's the good news story. We are going to continue to work with Dr. Ginsburg and it is in the plans. And when this thing went online, that was what happened. He said, well, I'm willing to do more than just today. That's how we can work this out. We can do today, and then we can keep it going. So that's what's happening. And I know you all are, I just want you to know, Dr. Ginsburg, like you don't usually in a thing like this get to see all the chats and what people are feeling, but people are inspired. They're saying you've renewed my hope. You've given me the energy to keep going. Early on, they said, this is the best conference I've ever been to, you know? So thank you. And I wanted the mayor to know all this has just happened because, you know, this is Mayor Buddy Dyer. And you know, he has had this vision for this community of a world-class city. And my goodness, as the longest serving mayor in Orlando, he has walked us through a lot. And this is a man that is no stranger to crisis and trauma. And the word love and the language of love, like this is a man who was able to walk us through a trauma that we walked out and said, we feel love for one another. And so I am, you know, grateful to introduce him right now, Mayor Buddy Dyer, to address us all as we are having this profound experience together and with Dr. Ginsburg. Welcome, Mayor. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Rachel. I caught the end of Dr. Ginsburg's presentation and extremely powerful. I wish I'd been able to catch the whole thing, but I want to thank the Peace and Justice Institute for, well, and the Early Learning Coalition as well for partnering to bring about this conference today. It's trying times, but it's great that we can be innovative and host a conference like this virtually. City of Orlando is proud to join with Orlando Health and West Orange Healthcare District and Central Florida Foundation to sponsor this. And we know the value of collaboration and resilience. We've had so many opportunities to be tested, certainly the hurricanes that have come through our community when we've all pitched in together. Pulse is the greatest example of love in action and what it looks like and what it's like to be a resilient community. And now Orlando together, we're fighting a pandemic. I hope that locusts aren't the next thing after this, but we're going to get through this one together and understand the importance of resilience and what it takes to build personal resilience. So we had the initial ACES conference last April, and across sector groups been working to raise awareness about adverse childhood experiences, and the group engages in all sectors to transform the region to one of prevention and hope and healing. I know Dr. Ginsburg gave you many strategies designed to move away from self-destructive quick fixes. I understand you'll have an afternoon session that will be equally fantastic with Wendy Ellis, and you'll learn about the concept of a pair of ACEs, which means adverse childhood experiences in the context of adverse community environments. So we've had a history of transforming pain into positive action and change for the good of our community. And once again, we're faced with that challenge. I know we can do it because we've done it before. Marcia and my staff from the Office of Community Affairs is participating today to make sure that we benefit from what everybody else is learning. So thank you for taking your time today to do this.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for being here. I always feel your support, your authenticity, and your willingness to go to any length for this community. So thank you so much.
I will say I'm wearing a hat today because my hair's gotten a little unruly. I haven't had a haircut in about 2 months. So we can all feel that pain, right?
Exactly. And you look great. No worries for the hat. We're all in this together. Thank you so much. So we're going to move into a Q&A session with Dr. Ginsburg now. And Will Jefferson is going to come back and join me. And so everybody, you've got a Q&A at the bottom of your screen where you can submit questions. Now, here's the news I want to tell you. We're going to have until a little bit before noon when we're going to make lunch announcements, but put your questions. We're probably not going to get to all of them right now. And what's going to happen is Dr. Ginsburg is going to be giving presentations, a number of them over the summer months, and you'll know about them and you'll be invited. And then of course we invite you to share, because this work is about impact, collective impact. You know, it's the roots. And so you think, well, that person doesn't have that much influence. Don't be fooled. That's one of the grandmothers, and that's probably one of the more influential people in the community, right? So if you think of somebody that needs to see Dr. Ginsburg in the next session, don't judge who it is, because it's probably one of our grandmothers. Okay, so I'm going to ask the opening question because I have one, and then we're getting them sent in through the team that's following the Q&A. So make sure you're putting in your questions. And here's my first one, Dr. Ginsburg. So I've already lost it with my kids. I mean, I've done the right more than once. I'm on day 38. How do I recover? Like, what do I do? Or do I do anything? Just give me some advice, please.
Well, Rachel, it sounds like you're a bad mother. Let's start there. So seriously, you're a human being. I actually think that this is an amazing opportunity to model how to navigate uncertainty with all of its complexity. So take the COVID away from it. And in general, if you, like, literally, I've never given a parent, that's like half of what I do is parenting talks. And I've never given a parenting talk in my life where someone doesn't raise their hand and go, what do you do if you've already messed up? So if you've already messed up, apologize. Like, literally apologize and say, I messed up, and then say, I want to do better. Can you guide me how I can do better here? That's in general. Like, the kids' mouths will drop, but when you invite them as partners, it's amazing. In this particular time, so this is like what I'm writing today for Center for Parenting Communication. I'm writing an article, get posted tomorrow or the next day, called Navigating Uncertainty. This is a moment where you're navigating uncertainty. If you've messed up, if you've exploded, you talk about it. You talk about the frailty and complexity of being a human being. You talk about what you're going to do to try to get better. You make the point of what you're doing to take breaks, to release your emotions, to stop listening to news 24/7, to begin hearing some, whatever it is for you, model it, model it, model it. But part of modeling is failing and recovering, right? That's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've written 6 or 7 parenting books and blah, blah, blah. Do you think I was a perfect parent? Of course not, right? It's complicated. Families are complicated, right? It's funny. I remember in Reaching Teens, there's this great film from one of the alternative schools in Philadelphia called El Centro de Estudiantes. And I remember one of the people was saying, we like to create family in this school. And one of the other people said, I've always hated that term, right? Because it always feels really trite or unrealistic. He said, but then I came to realize families are the most complicated places on earth. And we're pretty complicated too. Family is about struggling, about acknowledging the struggles, but still knowing that at the end of the day, you're going to stick together. And for that reason, I'm willing to call our school a family. So that's what I would say. I would say, Rachel, life is complicated. You're human. Model it, and model for your kids that you need to be forgiven and to know that they stand by you, because that's what you need now. And that's what you'll always give them.
Thank you.
Awesome. I have the next question for you, Dr. Ginsburg. The question says, does intergenerational trauma tell us anything about the possibility that members of minoritized or racialized communities have a higher sympathetic tone?
So we know that minority communities have higher blood pressure rates. We know that. We know that there's higher rates. I mean, this is the reason why they are suffering more specifically from COVID. It's for two reasons. It's about the privilege of social distancing and getting nutrition and not having to go outside. But it is also about underlying health conditions. So when you're talking about sympathetic tone, you're talking about your emergency nervous system being on higher alert. So what I don't know is if that's ever been directly measured in terms of that tone. I do know that cortisol levels manifest in the high blood pressure that we know has been incredibly measured, as well as in diabetes and these other conditions. And absolutely, communities of colors suffer at vastly disproportionate amounts. So I think the general answer is definitely yes. The specific answer about measuring sympathetic tone, I have to extrapolate from that other information. I'm just not aware of that particular measurement.
Okay, here's the next question coming in. So this question says, Doc, I just lost my screen. Did y'all lose me?
We can see you, Rachel.
Okay, you can see me. Okay, this question says, Doc, I have a lot of businessmen, mostly white, in the community who often ask me for advice on how to engage and empower African American youth. My advice varies depending on the person. What's your strategy?
So the first thing is I'm going to make an assumption based on the question that the person asking the question is more likely to be an African American female. I don't know if that's true, but
okay, I'm going to tell you. I guess I can't tell by the name.
Well,
so yeah,
I don't know. I just want to make the teaching point. One of the things that can be pretty poisonous is to ask anybody to have to represent their community. That's the point I want to make, right? So when the image that was portrayed of me of a lot of white businessmen asking someone who wasn't a white businessman, tell me what to do, is it in itself makes me nervous, right? So I want to make sure that as we are working with the business community, we do it in groups, right? Rather than individual people consulting, that we do it in groups. Because when we do it in groups, it's safer and it puts less pressure on an individual to represent, which is too much stress, I believe, for any human being, right? And it allows us to continue to be honest. So what would I say to them? So there's two ways of approaching people, and it really depends on who they are in terms of how you frame issues. If you want to learn how to frame issues for social change, I recommend that you look at Frameworks out of Washington. Frameworks has done a ginormous amount of work on how to frame social change in a way that it will be acceptable even to people who don't generally love social change. Short differences in words can make a big difference. So I know I'm going in circles, but I am trying to answer this question. So the first thing I want to do, because I'm driven by empathy, is I want to talk to people and to make them empathetic and to bring out the reason that they should redistribute resources. But here's the truth. That's not going to always work, all right? And that can actually trigger for some people a reaction that backfires because it can trigger the pull themselves up by their own bootstraps reaction. So what I would suggest is that if nothing else, you talk about self-interest. The business community will thrive when the community thrives, right? The business community will thrive when it is represented through diversity, because more diverse populations will trust that business. And in order to bring in diversity, people with different life experiences, I'm not just talking about race now, I'm talking about class and economics, I'm talking every level of diversity. In order to bring people in, you have to understand that with diversity accompanies histories of marginalization and oppression. And therefore, may be a transitional period that you need to learn about to bring out the strengths and celebrate the strengths of the people you're going to hire. When you get through that transitional period, your workplace will be more functional, filled with people with the highest levels of commitment, loyalty, and compassion, and be, is access the right word? Utilized by more diverse communities. So if nothing else, self-interest as part of it, along with just, like, I want to just go, it's the right thing to do. But that doesn't always work, right? That was a lot of answers to that question. I hope I did it adequately.
Thank you.
You did phenomenal.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Another question. COVID-19 has placed many of us in situations where now we are confined to a limited space. Many times we are now in relationship with mothers and fathers that over time we might have grown a little distant to. So this question says, what recommendations would you suggest in assisting your client who feels they are not deserving of forgiveness?
Wow. You know, it's funny, like, Rachel, you know how when I was done, you said you wanted to cry? This question makes me want to cry, right? Because I so emphatically and deeply believe that there isn't a person on earth who isn't worthy of self-compassion and forgiveness. And I just have to, like, spiritually, that just hits me. I'm going to tell you a story that's going to be non-identifying, but an example of raw emotions. I was at one of the places I work, and I came into a kid who I had no real major relationship with. I'd seen him for half an hour once. He came up to me and he asked me if I knew when the medicines were going to be coming in for him. And he said he was really having a lot of anxiety. I said, let's talk. And I took him into a place that has, like, a religious overtone. And his opening line was, I spent the last couple of nights up all night because I was remembering my childhood. I was a demon child. And what happened is that I knew it was one of two things. Either he was told he was oppositional or he was abused. And what happened is that in the last couple of days, he was recalling the depth, intensity, and details of his abuse. And I had what might have been one of the best sessions of my 35-year career, literally down on my knees with him because he wanted to be prayed with, helping him understand that there's no such thing as a demon child and that he is a sacred being. He is and always was a sacred being. And that I'm sorry that he was made to feel like that. It was profound, maybe the most profound encounter I've had in years. I left out a lot of details for obvious reasons. But there literally isn't a person in worth who isn't capable of forgiveness. And now is the time to find that. I need you to draw from Sandy Bloom's major thing. Sandy Bloom is a psychiatrist. She's Philadelphia-based. She's the founder of Sanctuary. She has a different movement now. This whole concept of changing your lens from what's wrong with you to what happened to you. And someone who's struggling with their own self-hatred, lack of self-compassion, I can tell you that those are messages that were put into you through abusive relationships in your life. And that there was never anything wrong with you, but that things happened to you and that you probably did whatever you've done that you're not proud of as a mechanism to try to survive a life that, you know, frankly, I probably wouldn't have survived without even knowing you. But I know that I'm not as strong as I appear on a video screen. And if you can get there through whatever means you can, meditation, prayer, or your family, if you're stuck with your family now and you can figure out a safe way to have them point out what is good and right about you, you might just begin seeing it yourself. But it begins with unlearning the lessons that we learned when we were children who were being abused. You know, when the people who hurt us, for the record, my parents were wonderful and never hurt me. I'm using the term us, and I don't want to imply anything. But when the people who hurt us were the people who were supposed to love us, and we were concrete thinkers, and we only understood that things were good or bad, and we didn't understand nuance, and we didn't understand complexity, and we didn't understand that they too were suffering, we interpreted it in the only ways we could as human beings, which are these people who, according to TV, are supposed to be good, are treating me like this, I must be bad. And those lessons go very, very deep and create very, very deep scars. And I don't know. I do a lot of Native American work. And am I babbling too much? Can I keep going? So I do a lot of Native American work. And I was doing a talk once with the Choctaw Nation. And I remember I was giving like a talk not so dissimilar to what you just heard. And this woman raised her hand or stood up and said, Dr. Ginsburg, you're not telling us anything we didn't already know. And that was meant as the deepest compliment, not a criticism. And she said, all that you're saying is children are sacred beings. And I literally wept. I literally just openly wept and needed to leave the stage because of that profound truth. So whoever wrote that question, you are a sacred being. You were as a child. When you own that, everyone begins healing.
Thank you, Dr. Ginsburg. What I love is that your level of professionalism and accomplishment and your deep access to your emotional life. And I hope that's a tool for all of us educators that are on here, or a flag, is that look what happens to a human being with such deep access to their emotional life. And so this was the question, and this is to honor all the teachers and educators out there, myself included. I'm in the education world. How do we get this information to the teachers who are with the students, often more than their families?
Yeah. Teachers are the most important people in the world. I have a degree in education, which you might have noticed. I used to teach nursery school. Teachers are the most important people in the world, right? Because when kids are going to make it, they're going to make it because they have an adult who believes in them without condition and holds them to high expectations. And if you go back to that original thing, let me just read this. That original opening paragraph that defines reaching teens. Where are we? Here we go. We know that young people need safe, secure, sustained relationships to thrive. We even know that such relationships can allow them to heal from hard past. We have to guide them so that they're accountable to being their best selves. When we do so, they must know that our high expectations are rooted in our caring. Ideally, our efforts at accountability must enhance rather than disrupt our protected relationships. So I'm a doctor. If I hold someone accountable, it's unethical. I can't say, no, I won't treat you, or I'm going to create a consequence based on you're not. It's against our ethics. This is an educator's ethics, to hold kids accountable to being their best selves, to give them consequences, to give them feedback. Teachers are undoubtedly the most important people in this whole thing, right? Now, I would have said that, Rachel, if you and Kelsey said this was a teacher's audience, right? But this is an interdisciplinary audience. So here's the good news. Reaching Teens 2, which is coming out at the end of June, it has all these portals of entry. One of them is for educational settings. Reaching Teens 2 gives up to 94 continuing education credits for every social worker, every counselor, every healthcare provider, nurse, doctors, PAs, health educators in the country. That's 6 years of continuing education credit. We have two of our assistant editors, Mary Jo Pearson and Amy Shield Jones, one in Wisconsin, one in New York, have used Reaching Teens 1 in school districts. And what they've done, they now edited this version and have created a version for educational settings, which means that every objective is now laid onto a social and emotional learning objective, meaning that I can't give you CEUs nationally because nationally they don't exist. They all come locally, but you now have all of the objectives set for every single chapter and idea in social and emotional learning. So the answer is we've created it. It's out in June. This is designed for educators. Please use it. We've spent 7 years making it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I know this is bad news for all of us, I think. And here it is. We have come to the end of our time. Dr. Ginsburg, when you told us, well, I could talk for 2 hours, and all the studies say you can't lecture at people for 2 hours and keep their attention, and you have been successful.
Well, you knew I was looking at you. Other people might be taking a nap at home right now,
Yeah, well, for me, this has been phenomenal, and I'm sure I speak for Will as well.
Yes.
We want to thank you. You will be back, and it's just hard to say goodbye. Thank you so much. I look forward to the next time we get to engage and plan. Now, I know some of you all out there, Mary Bridges, Jennifer Foster, all of you all from the foster care group, all the teachers, let's talk, right? Kelsey, of the whole education committee, in the ACES training, in the network, let's talk, because as we work together, we believe in collective impact. And I think it's just more than educators that need this, right? It's all of us. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Ginsburg, and I'm going to ping it over to Will, who I'm sure has some words for you, and then he's going to give us announcements about lunch. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Ginsburg, the time that you've shared with us and some of the theory that you've shared has not only been inspirational, but I feel like it has really sent a very clear message to nonprofits, to the faith community, to business sectors, the importance of this work and the importance of being reflective in our approaches. I truly thank you for everything that you've shared with us here, and I look forward to hearing more from you. So, the lunch hour is here. So, we will resume with our afternoon keynote speaker at 1 p.m. We have provided lunchtime learning slideshows listing all of our partners, our sponsors, our special exhibitors, and their resources, plus a brief list of additional sector-based resources to support us during COVID-19 response. We encourage you to reach out and connect with the resources and people leading this incredible work within our community. Don't forget to add your contact information to our community networking document. It's linked in the participant packet and also in the chat. Please feel free to post conference feedback or make comments in the chat, which will be monitored over lunch. So listen, we have 12:30 p.m. You do not want to miss out. We are going to have a music therapy session with Ashley Lewis from the Central Florida Community Arts. And at 12:50, get this, you definitely don't want to miss this. We're going to enjoy chair dancing with Dr. Susan Salapa. She's the chair of the Department of Dance at Valencia College. And at 1 p.m., we will resume with our second speaker. Everybody, have a great lunch, and we look forward to seeing you at 1. Take care.
Hi, everyone. How are we all doing today? Thank you so much for allowing me to come and talk to everyone today. Okay, I guess that's the introduction right there. That's my slide. Hi, guys. My name is Ashley Lewis, and I am a board-certified and licensed music therapist at Central Florida Community Arts in Orlando. So in light of all the social distancing that we're all doing, I wanted to provide a service that gives people a chance to check in with themselves and maybe disconnect from any of that anxiety and uncertainty that they may or may not be feeling right now. And just something that gives people also an opportunity to explore music therapy from the comfort of their own home. So while making sure we are doing our part to reduce the spread of COVID, our organization is continuing to provide online services. So if you'd like more information, please visit cfcarts.com/at-home to learn more. And so today what we're going to be doing is a guided imagery exercise. So that's going to take place at the beach. And I'm going to be guiding your breath and your visualization while providing some of the music underneath. Some of the goals that I have set today in this session are to increase your relaxation, increase your calmness, increase some of your motivation, and elevate your mood. And the equipment I'm using is my guitar, and I also have a script. So why is this effective? Music and guided imagery uses the concept of the mind's eye to access mental imagery, and it recreates this perceptual experience that uses several sensory modalities. And sometimes this can help to decrease biological stress and slows your pulse and your breathing, and some of that psychological stress by activating several of those neural pathways and the brain connected to emotion, memory, and executive functioning. So with that being said, I encourage all of you to go ahead and just check in with yourselves throughout this little exercise, this intervention, and figure out or try to sense if you feel anything different before as opposed to after the intervention. So go ahead and let's begin. So this imagery is going to take about 10 minutes to complete. So become aware of your surroundings. Find your most comfortable position in space, whether that be lying down on your back, lying on your stomach, or sitting upright with your body fully supported. And during this imagery, allow yourself to feel however you choose during this time. So we will now begin the guided imagery. So I want you to close your eyes and become aware of your breathing by taking a deep breath. Inhale slowly and deeply through your nose. Hold that breath and then exhale slowly through your mouth. Let's do that one more time. Take a nice deep breath in. Ready? Breathe in. Hold and exhale. All right, so as you're breathing in and out, gather up all of those tensions and no worries from your body and let them go. Releasing them from your body. You can focus on one particular place of your body that you may feel more tension or stress. Or you can think about your body as a whole, gathering up tension in every part. As you take a deep, full breath, ready, inhale. Feel that breath radiate among the spots of tension throughout your body and warming, relaxing those tense areas. Breathe it out. Push any tension, worry, or stress out of your body. You begin to feel more comfortable inside your body. Continue taking deep breaths through your nose and out through your mouth. Feel the breath move inside your whole body. Become aware of your mind at this time, allowing your mind to be free and easy, empty without any worries Your emotions and feelings are settled and still. Feel each breath take every negative thought or emotion out of your body. As you feel your body fully relaxed, begin to imagine yourself at the beach. Any beach that you want. Whether you have visited this beach before, dreamed about this beach, a beach where you feel safe and mindless, without a worry in the world. This beach is comforting to you. As you feel your body fully relaxed, begin to imagine yourself on this beach and allow yourself to notice everything you feel around you. Place yourself somewhere comfortable on the beach. Are you lying on the warm sand? Or walking along the ocean, the cool water moving across your feet, through your toes? Are you lying in a hammock, under shady palm trees? Or on a raft, out in the calm ocean, feeling the water splash against your skin? Do you feel the warm sand beneath your feet? Notice the warmth of the beach as it rests upon your skin, moving throughout your whole body as you take in every ounce of sunlight. Feel the cool breeze blowing as you are comfortable on the beach. Notice all of the sights that you see around you. Let yourself be surrounded by whoever or whatever you enjoy. Do you know others on the beach? Or are you alone? Notice the ocean waves rolling over and over. Are there castles on the beach? Notice the sun's position in the sky above you. Take in all of the bright and vivid colors around you. What color is the ocean? What shade of blue is in the sky? The vibrant colors of the beach chairs sitting in the sand. Take in the smell of this beach. What are the smells that you notice? Do you smell the salty sea air or the smell of sunscreen? Notice what you taste on this beach. Are you drinking a favorite drink? Or eating a favorite snack? Take in all of the sounds around you at the beach. Are there animals or children playing around you? Notice the natural sounds of the crashing ocean waves. Take it all in. Take it all in. You feel safe in this special place and happy. You feel safe. You feel happy as you relax, savoring everything that surrounds you. This beach is beautiful, and warm. You feel the beauty and the warmth from your toes up through your legs, your torso. Through your arms and your fingers. Inside your neck, up through your head. Total body relaxation. As you become aware of your body and breathing while on the beach, know that you can come to this place. You can come here to be free of your stress and your worries anytime that you want to. Time you want to. Focusing on each breath. Allow yourself time to leave this beach for the time being as you continue breathing deeply. Become aware of your body feeling relaxed and comfortable. The noises around you in this room. Become aware of everything around you. As I count backwards from 4 to 1, you'll gently allow your eyes to open and come back into the room when you feel ready. Ready? 4, 3, 2, 1. Really nice job concentrating and breathing, everyone. So if you'd like more information about music therapy or what we do at CFC Arts, you can visit our website to find out more about our services. We also offer individual music therapy if you're interested, so you can email me at ashley.lewis@cfcarts.com. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Hello, everybody. I am so glad to see you. I am so thankful to be here. Thank you for Rachel and Kelsey and everyone. This is such a privilege and honor to be here. And thank you for this opportunity to do some chair dancing to you. I know it sounds a little bit unusual or different, but first of all, please be aware that everybody can dance. And while you're in the confines of your own home, let's do some movement together. Let's take our minds off of some things. First and foremost, what I'd like everybody to do before I get my music started is I'd like you to stand up. If you've got a space that you can stand up, everybody, let's stand up and just stretch. Just take that movement, just stretch, roll your shoulders. I'm going to get the music on. I know you can see me somewhat. So just take a stretch break for a moment. And then let's think about everything that we're doing today. It's so exciting to be together. You all can dance. And that's the beauty of it. You all can dance. Every single one of us can move. So while we're doing that stretch and we're getting ourselves comfortable and you're adjusted and you're in a safe space to be able to move, this is really going to be a lot of fun. So sitting up nice and tall, the music's getting going. I want you to think about your shoulders are down, because as we're working on our computers, there's so much that's going on with our stress. We want to try to make sure that our shoulders and especially down the elongation of our back, we try to keep them away from our ears, because we know we get that hunched over feeling. So while you're sitting there and thinking about it, also think about your breath. We're going to use our breath, and we're going to start with our breath. So as you're sitting there, inhale your nose, exhale, blow, 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 blow. Good. Let's do it again. Inhale, expand that rib cage. Exhale. Good work. Here we go. Think about a sun salutation. We're going to reach down to the ground and exhale. Now you go down for whatever your range of motion is. It's okay if you only go down a little bit. Sometimes we go to our knees, sometimes we go to our feet. Exhale. Shoulder roll back. And 2. Take your time. Shoulder roll forward. And 2. Look to your right and center. Don't worry, we all have a right. Left and center. Sun salutation again. Scoot down, breathe in, and exhale. Your shoulder rolls. We're going to do accumulation. Up and down. Hopefully you can hear that music. Up and look to your right. Here we go. Looking right and forward. And looking left. Take your right ear, put it on your shoulder. Remember, that's the thing that we don't want up to your ear all the time. And down. Very nice. Take your right arm, reach it out. Cross it in front of you. Gentle for all of us that have got those shoulder issues. It's just age out. And cross, but the good news about dance is we can make it so it's a lot more pliable. Let's start from the top. Scooping down and up and exhale. And breathe. Shoulder roll back. And 2. Now let's get our shoulders forward. Excellent. We're just adding on. Look to your right, which obviously is my left, and looking left. This time, would you please take your chin and look up to the ceiling, looking up. And center. And looking down. Keep going. You're doing great. Put your right ear and a tilt. And up. Good work. And a tilt. And up. And this time, reach right and cross and pull and open. Left arm and a reach and across. Pull it over like you're pulling something across you. And right arm up. Swing it down just to your knees. Left arm up. Remember, this is all your range of motion. Let's go out. Let's increase. Cross. Elbow up. And open. Here we go. And out. And across. Elbow up. And open. Here we go. We're going to reach with our right hand and push the left, switch. And switch. Good work. Reach it right hand. Left hand press, like stop in the name of love. And in. And switch. Start with the scoops and salutation. And up. And exhale. Here we go. Shoulders rolling back in 1. And 2. Shoulders forward and a 1. You're doing great. And 2. Look to your right. And at me. Good work. And look left. Look at me. Right shoulder goes a tilt. And up. Good job. And a tilt. This time, let's look at that ceiling. Elongate your neck. Ceiling, look at me. Very good. And the floor. Look at me. Take your right arm and a reach. Cross your front. And a pull. Let's go up to the ceiling with that. And up. The right arm, left arm press. Stop in the name of love. Circle, bring it in. I know we can do it. And left arm reach. And right arm press. And a circle. Here we go. I'm going to take my right arm. I'm going to scoop from my chair, touch my right knee. My left knee, scoop from my chair, touch it down. And this time, back with the arms and hands rolling down. You're doing great, even though I'm buffering. We'll roll up and scoop and press. Good work. Scoop and pressed and going to the up, rolling down. You're doing amazing. Here we go. And to go, look and press. Press to meet and open. Here you go. And look to the left and press and release. Let's start from the top. That's a lot we've got going on. Sun salutation. Scoop down near your ankles too. Exhale, press it out. Here we go. Do it again. And a scoop. And a two. Get ready with those shoulders and exhale. Here we go. Right shoulder and let's roll them. And a two. Roll them forward. Come to me. Good work. Now we're going to look to the right and center. Good job. And a left. Right ear to the shoulder. This time let's take it and a down and a circle and a circle and a up and a down and a circle and a circle and direct. Look to the ceiling. Look to the floor. Look to the ceiling. Look to the floor. Now we take that right arm up. Left arm stop in the name of love. And a circle and bring it in. Good job. And a left. And look at me. Stop in the name of love. And a circle. I know. Here we go with that right arm. Haven't forgotten. And a cross. And a pull. Leave it down. Left arm. We go out. And we cross it. And we pull. Put it down. Scoop with your right hip. Scoop your right hip. Left knee, right knee press. Scoop left. Left knee press. This time big and ceiling. Roll it down. Good. Roll it up. Now we're going to take our right arm and left it. Reach it out. Two and round. Two and out. And bring it in. Remember your range of motion and out. Two and round. Two. So you can see me. Let's do that one more time. Here we go. And out. Two and around. Two. Go back out. Reach, reach, reach. And in. Left arm and out. Two and around. Two and out. We go again. Now this time right shoulder back. Press to me. Pull it back, turn your torso. You're doing great, everyone. Reach it out and pull it back and reach. So think about when you're turning that torso, take those shoulders, turn that torso and reach out. Slide your arms on a chair, on a table, whatever you've got. Turn your torso and a reach. And then you go out. Here we go. Now try a big V for Valencia. Elbows in and out and together. Big V for Valencia. Now your elbows in. Circle down. You're doing so great. Here we go. V for Valencia. And in. Circle out. Last time. Here we go. And up. You all are so good. You make it so easy for me. Here we go. And starting from the top, sun salutation and up. And exhale. I love how we're live. This is so great. Do it again. And scoop. And in. Exhale. Breathe it out. Shoulder rolls. We go. And a roll back. And a two. Let's do it again, but roll it forward. Good job. And a two. Look to your right. Look at right. And look at me, and look at left, and look at me. Remember, we're going to tilt and circle, tilt, and a two, and a circle, and a four, and a five, and a six. Pick it up. Let's go it to the left side, and a tilt. Two, and a down, and a roll. Here we go. We're going to reach it out and across, right across your body and out. Press your knee, left arm and out. Cross your body. We can do this and pull and put it down. Remember, stop in the name of love. Reach right arm and left arm. Now roll it to me. Put it back. Nice job. Left arm up. 2 and push. 2 and circle. You're doing amazing. Here we go. And reach. 2. Let's hug a beach ball. 2 and open. 2. Put it back in and reach both arms. Come on. Reach. Use that body out and arms in. Turn your torso to your right and reach. Flat back. Let's see how flat your back can go. I think it can really go amazingly flat. Here we go. Turn your torso and a reach. Nice job. All right, V for what? V for let's see. Here we go. And a high V and a middle V. Circle out. Put it back. We go high V. For Valencia, elbows in. Great job. 2 more times. We go and a up. 2 and a in. 2 and a out. 2, bring it in. Last time with our V, because we know we're Valencia. Every one of you are amazing. Here we go. Now look at and scoop over and around. Scoop over and around. Let's reverse it. Left arm under and down. Left arm under and down. So we're going to do it smaller. Scoop and faster and a scoop. Reverse it and under. 2 and under. Let's do a big and up. Let's roll down. Let's roll down. I know you're feeling your backs. I'm feeling my backs too. Take your right hand, touch the floor and back. I'm glad I got long arms so you can see me down and up. Come on, let's use those obliques and it down. 2, use that right arm to circle it in front of you. Head is optional. Sometimes we get car sick. Left arm and a up and a circle and a done and a out and a in and a out. Here we go. Smaller range of motion. Up and a circle. Touch your knees. Left arm up and circle. Touch your knees. Press it out. 2, pull it back. 2, push it out. 2, here we go. My gosh, can we remember it? Sun salutation. Scoop. And from the top, exhale. Scoop. 2, you notice our tempo got a little faster. 2, and circle. To the back. And circle. To the front. And a reach. And across. And a pull. And a down. Reach it again. And a reach. And across. And a out. Reach it down. And it looks like we can do it. And it looks like we can do it. And a roll. And 2. And roll. Remember, use that right arm and out and across. Little faster, we're gonna go. And a left and a out. Beach ball, here it comes. And a out. Round and out. And in and out. And round. Keep it up. You're doing so well. And whoops. Gotta stop in the name of love. And a circle. Bring it back. Left arm reaching up. 2, stop in the name of love. And a circle. Bring it in. Turn your torso out and around and out and in and out and around and up and in. And scoop to me and but to your knee and scoop to me and right. Let's reverse it. Left arm scoop or reverse down and 2 and up, 2 and down for 2 and reach and press. This time both arms and reach the floor, touch the floor or obliques and a down. Circle and a 3, 4, circle chin to your chest and press. We go and a down. And a circle and a chin to your chest. Easy roll and a 1 and a 2. You did this, and reverse, and a 2, and shoulders up, lengthen that body, and up, lengthen that body. Woo, we did a lot of work today. Thank you so much for your time. I'm so grateful to be here, and it's so nice to see all of you. So I hope you have a good rest of your conference. Take care.
Suzanne, thank you so much. Thank you. This was so fun. I am happy to be back, everybody. Hello. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Wasn't that a lot of fun doing some chair dancing? I tell you what, during this time, it has really made me realize that I need to be slowing down always and doing this breathing and doing this stretching, even in my office or whenever we do get back on the campus of Valencia College. These are some of the lessons I'm learning from this pandemic that we're experiencing, is that more self-care, more slowing down, intentional mindfulness, chair dancing, whatever it takes, that music therapy. But these are gifts to myself and gifts that I deserve so that I can feel good and be that. What did he say about that relentlessly calm adult? What was that word he used? I'm going to practice relentless calmness. There was another word, it wasn't that. But anyway, welcome back, everybody. We hope you had a good lunch, and we have a wonderful afternoon planned for you now. But let's start. And now, not everybody was on chair dancing or music meditation. We're aware of that. Many of you all were typing away, answering emails, checking in with children, getting people back on task, checking in with family members that you're caring for. So we are back. And with that, we would like to start out once again with the mindfulness grounding with Celine Kavalik. Now, we encourage you to give yourself this opportunity. Take these few minutes, if you're able, to practice mindfulness. It really is a gift. And one of the great tools that we've been working with. Hi, Celine. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for returning. Thanks for your presence. And kind of in honor of our morning session, after hearing Dr. Ginsberg, I'm reminded of kind of the essential point of mindfulness is this integration of the heart and the head. And I think that we saw that beautifully displayed in Dr. Ginsberg's expertise and emotionality and working with those emotions. So this afternoon, I thought we would do a little loving kindness exercise to kind of center those emotions of love and sacredness that he mentioned for this afternoon's presentation. So adopting a posture that's comfortable for you, whatever that may be. You can stand, sit in a chair, cross-legged, and just be comfortable. And I invite you to close your eyes, those of you who would like to do that. Taking perhaps one deeper breath or two. Grounding yourself in your body. Seeing what's here for you. What's the emotion, the thought, the sensations that you're feeling right now. And just noticing that and observing it, not judging it, and opening to whatever's here for you right now in this moment. In Buddhism, there's a phrase, sati, which means mindfulness, but it also means to remember. And what we're doing today, we're going to plant some seeds of remembering of what's already here in our bodies. We're going to come home to a naturalness and a warmth and openness that we already possess. So bring a sense of kindness, of allowing into your heart to simply be as we are, and to also plant some seeds. So as you can now, holding yourself in this space of care, kindness, and love. If it supports you, taking in these words and saying them to yourself. May I be held in loving kindness. May I be safe and free from inner and outer harm. May I be well in body, mind, and spirit. May I live with ease and joy. Allowing these words and these wishes to be like gentle raindrops, watering the seeds of love, the seeds of kindness, safety, wellness, ease, and joy. And while holding those in our heart, bringing to mind someone who supports you, someone who is always there for you, who wants the best for you and loves you, from whom you've received great generosity. And thinking of that gift of generosity, returning these words to that person. Just as I wish to be safe from inner and outer harm, so may you. Just as I wish to dwell in love and kindness, so may you. And as I wish for wellness in body and mind, so may you. And as I long to live with ease and joy, so may you. And now widening that circle, knowing that the heart has no boundaries. People who are dear to us in the room where you sit, perhaps, in the house, the building you're in, the people in this conference space, and offering each other these words. May we be safe. May we be free from inner and outer harm. May we dwell in loving kindness. May we be well in body, mind, and spirit. And may our ease deepen and our joy expand moment to moment. May each of us know these freedoms and plant these seeds as we touch each other's lives. The phrase is making love, but it's really love that makes us. And I'd like to close with the words of Hafiz. Even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, "You owe me." Look what happens with a love like that. It lights the whole sky. Have a wonderful afternoon. And take these seeds of kindness and joy, ease, and warmth with you throughout the day. Thank you for your presence.
Wow. Thank you, Celine, for grounding us again and reminding us of the importance of being mindful and having mindfulness practice. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome an Orange County trailblazer. He has committed his life to public service and community change. His goal is to make Orange County the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. By creating a community culture of innovation, collaboration, and inclusiveness. He's the first African American to serve as Orange County Sheriff, as well as Orange County Mayor. At this time, we will hear words from none other than Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second annual Creating a Resilient Community from Trauma to Healing Conference. As we learn to explore new ways to virtually communicate with one another, I applaud the Peace and Justice Institute at Valencia College and their partners for bringing this important discussion to our community. As Mayor of Orange County, I want you to know that the health and well-being of our residents is our top concern as we face this public health crisis. Our diligence as a community to stay at home and follow the CDC guidelines on social distancing and separation will help us stop the spread of this virus. As you know, we must always pay close attention to our most vulnerable populations, especially during these difficult times. Enhancing support systems for those in need helps individuals bounce back and thrive after experiencing trauma at any level. I hope the information and resources gained at today's conference will benefit those dealing with trauma and create a greater opportunity for prevention, hope, and healing. Thanks to the Peace and Justice Institute at Valencia College, the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County, and Orlando Health, the title sponsor of today's event, for your commitment to host this virtual conference. Please remain safe, diligent, and resilient in your efforts. We will get through this together.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for being with us today, even if it is by video. Can you imagine how busy that man is today? And we are grateful to have his leadership to move us through this. Well, we are back and grateful once again to have a performance from the Central Florida Community Arts and their soloist, Scott Kincaid, who's going to perform this afternoon the song, the Simon & Garfunkel iconic song, Bridge Over Troubled Water. And as Scott is singing, we want to invite you to reflect and consider what have been your bridges, or who have been your bridges during these unprecedented days. And so in the conference packet, that post is written, that reflection, but also we hope that you will put your answer in the chat so other people can have an understanding of what have been your bridges and we can share with one another. We are so happy to welcome Scott Kincaid from Central Florida Community Arts singing Bridge Over Troubled Water. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate it, and I'm so honored to be here at your webinar and being a part of it. Thank you. When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. When you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. Sail on, silver bird, sail on by, and your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way, and see how they shine. Oh, if you need a friend, and I'm sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water, I will ease your mind like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind. Thank you.
Hi, Scott. That was absolutely beautiful. A round of applause from everybody here in their homes. Good afternoon and hello, everybody. Welcome to my house. My name is Frank Billingsley. I'm Mayor Dyer's Director of Placemaking and Competitiveness. And it's so nice to be able to connect with everyone here today. And I hope everyone is staying safe and being well. Mayor Dyer and our team at City Hall are all about building a stronger, better, and more prosperous community, and today's program fits right in to that mission. The Valencia Peace and Justice Institute has a wonderful record of inspiring and uplifting me personally, our city, our community, and it's just been a wonderful partner to everybody here in Central Florida. You know, here in Orlando and in Central Florida, we've overcome challenges before, and I know that together we're all going to rise to the occasion, and once again, we will be wonderful. Thank you for helping us rise, because we will rise as a community. Now, today, I'm excited to introduce our two keynote speakers for the afternoon session. The first is Dr. Ellis. Dr. Wendy Ellis is the founding director of the Center for Community Resilience at the Milken Institute School of Public Health at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Dr. Ellis has spent the last decade developing and working to grow a resilience movement, we like movements, to address systemic inequities that contribute to social and health disparities that are often transmitted in families and communities from one generation to another. This initiative and networks are implementing a strategic approach to cross-sector partners to bring them together to align resources, programs, and initiatives with community-based efforts to address adverse childhood experiences and adverse community environments. Or, as Dr. Ellis has coined them, the pair of ACEs. So let's go over that. ACE, the pair of ACEs, to address adverse childhood experiences and to address adverse community environments. This approach is aimed at building the infrastructure to promote resilience in communities by improving access to supports and buffers that help individuals bounce back and communities thrive, things that we want to do here in Orlando. This process is being used in 10 regions throughout the country, and just to name a few, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Baltimore, Seattle, and Louisville. Just last year, Dr. Ellis also launched the Resilience Catalyst in Public Health using a novel framework that leverages local public health departments as chief health strategist in the resilience movement. She's been published in numerous journals and publications, and in 2018, Dr. Ellis was selected as an Aspen Institute Ascend Fellow to support her leadership in developing cross-sector strategies to address childhood trauma, foster equity, and build community resilience. We are lucky to have her here today. Also, I'd like to introduce Harrison Newton, MPH. He is the Deputy Director for the Center for Community Resilience at the prestigious George Washington University. Harrison works hand in hand with Dr. Ellis and coordinates work with many governments, agencies, associations, and foundations. Now, Mr. Newton has a very impressive resume and has served in many roles, such as the Deputy Chief Resilience Officer in the nation's capital, which culminated in the first resilience strategy for Washington, D.C. He also has served as the Associate Director of the Energy Division within the Department of Energy and Environment, and he also was the Chief of the agency's Environmental Health Branch. He's also served as a leader in Washington with a coalition of nonprofits in the community, playing a key leadership role in the development and passage of several district laws governing lead poisoning prevention and housing conditions, and worked on projects increasing the capacity for healthcare clinics to respond to disasters. Thank you, Dr. Ellis and Mr. Newton, for joining us today and for enriching our lives and those in our community. We are collectively here offering you both a warm welcome to Orlando and a virtual hug. So let's turn it over to them, and thank you for being with us here in Orlando.
Thank you, Frank. It's Rachel. I just have a quick announcement. It's great to see you today, Frank. Thanks for that awesome introduction of our guests. So Dr. Ellis wants you to know that you were sent two attachments, PDFs, in the email that you got this morning. One is the BCR Community Strategic Planning Worksheet, and the other is the Miami Orange Duval infographic. So she's going to reference those during her talk. And I just want to make sure that you have the opportunity to pull up that email from early this morning and that those PDFs are there. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Dr. Ellis.
Thank you, Rachel. And I'm going to be practicing a bit of resilience here in real time, because a thunderstorm is moving through DC here. So fingers crossed, hopefully the weather will not knock out my power here, although it takes a lot. So I want to just tell you, I'm super excited for Harrison and I to be sharing our work with you today, which I think is absolutely in line with what you heard your mayor talk about with regard to building a resilient Orlando, Orange County, but I also think this concept that that the mayor shared around not only helping individuals bounce back, but also thinking about how they can thrive. And that is at the center of our work, because as we'll talk a little bit about understanding the roots of inequity, is that really if we understand that many of our communities are not starting from a fair place, that we want to do much more than just help them move back to a place or bounce back to a place of inequity. We actually want to be thinking about what are those supports and buffers that are necessary to help them move forward. And so that is really what we're talking about when we talk about community resilience. So my half of the talk is really going to give you that grounding to understand those roots of inequity. So as we're thinking about building coalitions, building an advocacy platform, we know precisely those levers, those policies that drive the inequity and adversity and trauma that we see in our community, and precisely what we want to do about moving forward and how we'll move forward. So one of those worksheets that I did share with you in the email this morning, we're going to actually start working with those and maybe start a little bit of a discussion so you can begin to think about what would be the next step. And then I'll hand it off to Harrison, who will really help us to think much more strategically about what is the problem that we're trying to solve right now in the age of COVID that intersects with so many of these underlying inequities that we had prior to this pandemic. So with that said, let's get started. So as you heard Frank describe, we are a national movement. It has been really a goal of mine for the last 20 years is to really help to spark this movement of thinking about, yes, adverse childhood experiences, but really how can we focus on those contextual matters, the structures that drive those inequities that we see and those adversities that we see in community. So as you can see by this map here, we have a number of different national partners across all regions of the country. You notice there's some red states involved there, some blue states involved there, rural communities versus urban communities. And what this really should help you to understand is not only where we are, but look at the diversity in the partners there, from city government to county government to state government partners to tribal members to thinking about public health as a partner, as well as those community partners. This is truly working across multiple sectors, working across multiple populations to really begin to understand what are those drivers of adversity. And I want to take a moment for you to think about not only the diversity of the partners and the regions that we're in, but also giving you an idea of like how do they bring organizations and build this coalition for change. So the target areas that our communities look at go so beyond just thinking about childhood adversity. They include things like suicide, opioid misuse, foster care, early childhood education, child support, human trafficking, community policing, child poverty, TANF issues, immigration issues, even Indigenous birth justice and eviction notices. Why is there such a wide range in thinking about what drives adversity? And again, what does this have to do with ACEs? Is that we know that when we think about solving the stressors that come under, that congregate under one roof, that congregate or become concentrated in any one community, that oftentimes these issues are really at the heart of the issue of what's driving community level traumas. And until we think about that ecosystem and begin to solve those issues that are happening writ large in the community, we can't hope to truly help our communities heal and move forward. So just a little bit about the the Center for Community Resilience. We started 5 years ago with the Building Community Resilience National Networks and local regional coalitions. Those were 5 coalitions that really started in child health systems, and as you can see, that's expanded to include the resilience catalysts, which were 5 other of those markets that were on that map. And so that's our effort to put local public health at the center of this work. So really using this idea of chief health strategists to begin to think about how can we bring multiple sectors together and think strategically about the systems that are driving the outcomes that we see. And from this work that we've been doing for the last 5 years, we have a number of policy wins because policy has always been at the end goal for us. Not only practice change, not only program change, but also thinking about what is the long-term systems change and the policy levers that will facilitate that work. So our policy lab was launched in November and built upon a long tradition of our policy wins that we've had, and Harrison will talk a little bit about those later. But first, I want to get you oriented to what is the BCR, the Building Community Resilience process. It is 4 simple components. 4 simple components from public health. Creating shared understanding. What is the problem that we're trying to solve in our community? Not just looking at national data, but looking at the data and listening to the stories of the residents in our community to begin to understand what's driving the ACEs, the pair of ACEs. What is the narrative of our community? And more importantly, what are those factors that support resilience that we can begin to build upon? Not just looking at this from a deficit model. And so then we think about the state of readiness. Well, what are those structures, those supports that we can bring to bear? What do we have that we can build upon? Because again, we try not to start this from a deficit model, but knowing that there are plenty of resources and supports that are already built in, oftentimes we find they're not connected. And so when we begin to think through that state of readiness, inevitably, we begin to think about the other partners that can come to the table. So those cross-sector partners that can help us with resource distribution, that can help us with community and political partnerships. But most importantly, you'll see this sector here, this quadrant here around community. And one thing I want to note with looking at this process is that this is not meant to be stepwise. You'll see that there's the reciprocal arrows there in the center. And that means that we're constantly doing these things at any given time. This is a continuous improvement model. And with that community voice, it helps us to prioritize issues, but also helps to co-create solutions that actually have staying power because the community has bought into these solutions. And one of the things that is important here with regard to the shared understanding is that as we started doing our work and much more engaged in community, the narrative of structural racism and how that has driven adversity in our communities became much more prominent. And that, as a national collective, we realized that we couldn't skirt the issue. We had to be able to have these very difficult conversations in community if we were to be authentically engaged with our community. So that led us to the first challenge when we had a problem to solve was how in the world will we begin to communicate this very complex issue of adverse childhood experiences and the science behind that, as well as what we often term the social determinants of health, how they interact with one another, how you cannot separate one from the other, how oftentimes what you see in that soil there of that tree exacerbates what you may have as a personal outcome with regard to adverse childhood experiences. And so we use this tree as a means to begin to frame the conversation with potential partners to help them to understand that those leaves and the branches might be something that we might readily assess, whether that's in a classroom, a child that's withdrawn or seems to anger very easily, or a mother who seems to be withdrawn in a parent in a well check with an infant. That maybe we could understand there might be some level of emotional or sexual abuse or exposure to domestic violence or maternal depression. But what we don't understand and what we can't readily assess just by observing that individual is what are the drivers? What's in the soil? What's feeding that outcome? So perhaps the mother's depression is because she's not quite sure how she's going to afford this newborn child. She has to make really tough decisions about where is she going to be able to afford quality daycare for her child, and making those kinds of really hand-to-mouth kinds of decisions about life that obviously would stress an individual, would stress a child to be in an environment, that a household that is suffering that type of stressor, but then also in the context of the community, that perhaps with the lack of economic supports or economic mobility, this is a common stressor for the community. So when you begin to think about the interplay of the leaves and the branches and the soil, you begin to understand those adverse childhood experiences are really outcomes of these systems drivers. And so that helps us to really begin to frame why we have to focus on policy and practice and not just program or reprogramming individuals and looking at this from a behavior change model. So one of the things when I first started doing this work with legislators, federal legislators, as well as local legislators, is to really help them to understand that ACEs are not something that happen to those people, to stop the othering, to help them to understand how widespread ACEs are, and to put a story behind those numbers. So really helping them to understand what it looks like to have had one or two ACEs. And most of, what I found when I first started doing this translational part of the work is that many policymakers said, no one explained poverty to me like this. I understand this, when you put it to me this way, that in ways that no one had ever talked to me about understanding ACEs and who it happens to, that it happens to all of us. But one of the things that we should think about is that the outcomes are very different depending upon what are the resources, the supports and buffers that you have to rely upon, that your community has to rely upon to bounce forward. What we're seeing with COVID plays out with the national data that shows us that there is a disproportionate exposure for African Americans. And when you couple that exposure to ACEs with also a lack of supports in communities, then you do have a disproportionality of negative outcomes that community bears. And so, of course, we know the burden of chronic disease is very different from our communities of color, from our lower resource communities. And when you think about it, that makes absolute sense. It's not about that individual's deficiency. It's a deficiency in the systems and their communities to actually help, number one, protect and prevent the adversity, but number two, to actually provide the substantive supports and buffers that would help individuals bounce forward. And so when you think about how you have this conversation in Florida, one of the things that we do for all of our communities is create these data sheets. So you should have a copy of that available that you can pull up on your screen now. And what it helps our local teams and networks do is really to boil down these national data to their local narrative and talk about what do these things, how do the ACEs show up, the pair of ACEs show up in our community, and what's in the soil? What are some of those drivers in the soil? But you can also see when you begin to look at the different drivers in that soil that those also represent different sectors. So when we talk about rate of violent crime, we are also talking about public safety. When we talk about the number of children in poverty, we're not just talking about individuals in poverty, we're talking about the lack of economic development or perhaps the lack of proper education for individuals to move forward. When we talk about the unaffordable or unsafe housing, that's an opportunity to invite our housing development, our economic development partners, our business community, to help us to understand why are we lacking in one community over the other and what collectively can we do together. And so one of the things that our teams have used these data sheets to really to open up that conversation. And I would say that these data sheets and these numbers could help you really when you think about just looking at making that case for support in the wake of COVID. So thinking about household mental illness, this is what your burden looked like across those 3 counties prior to COVID. But we know when you're talking about the massive loss of jobs and the complete shutdown of really what has been our social support, then we can understand that perhaps those numbers are going to be exacerbated by these larger contextual things. Domestic violence, we've seen that across the country, that many of our partners are reporting an uptick in domestic violence costs. And obviously substance abuse and misuse with regard to the adverse environment. So those sheets help us to begin to think about what does the new normal look like and what are some of those issues that we really should be focused on, both COVID response, but they were already issues for us prior to COVID. So when you look at just the things that I have starred here really point to the massive economic hit that Florida has taken with regard to COVID-19 and how that then has these rolling effects educationally and then as well as on health and well-being. But simple graphics like these help us to begin to outline what are the stories and give us the endpoints to begin to discuss how we could move forward. And Harrison will talk a little bit about that in a bit. So you saw the original pair of ACEs tree. This is our newest tool that we've developed to help really our communities respond to precisely what are those pressure points that COVID has exacerbated in our communities. So we've done a take on the pair of ACEs, and we call the adverse childhood experiences have now become adverse community experiences, and helps us to begin to think about the data, the local data, that could help fill out this story. And then the adverse community environments are just showing where we already have those systemic inequities that are only now being exacerbated and how they express themselves in the presence of the COVID or the pandemic response. So that gets us to inequity. What's equity got to do with it? So one of the things that I think has been most difficult for us as Americans to have a real thoughtful conversation around race, racism, and equity. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the important lessons that we learned in the Building Community Resilience work is that if we were going to authentically engage our communities, then we had to be willing to have those difficult conversations, to hold that space, to be able to have a full understanding of what are the drivers of inequity. Because oftentimes that can be brushed away. They say, well, slavery was 400 years ago. Yes, this is true. But systemic and systematic structural racism occurs every day, and it's baked into the system. And so it's so important for us to understand those specific policy drivers that aren't taught to us in any level of school. There isn't a graduate course even that goes through the policy timeline that I'm going to share with you. So part of my research was really helping our communities have these substantive conversations around the policies and around the systems and the decisions that have been made systematically in our social and criminal policies that drive the outcomes and reinforce the outcomes that we see. So I will just start with in the middle of that timeline, because we don't have time to go through 400 years of U.S. history, as compelling as that might be. So I'll start with redlining and the New Deal, because this actually oftentimes is the easiest way to help people understand how we wound up with the types of communities that we have, the patterns of racial and economic segregation that were absolutely by design. And so if oftentimes many individuals aren't even familiar with this practice of redlining that was baked into the New Deal housing initiative, that basically when the federal government decided that they were going to get into the mortgage business and back federally guaranteeing mortgage loans, there was with a caveat that they would only back those loans that were in white-only neighborhoods, that if they were in mixed-race neighborhoods, and they certainly were not going to back the loans of families of color, then you began to not only have segregated neighborhoods, but you also, this was the beginnings of the racial wealth gap that we see in our country. So when you understand that, one, you have not only geographic patterns of racial segregation and geographic patterns of economic depravity, that they were absolutely by design, because that housing market drives all of the other public investments that we have in our systems. So I use this oftentimes to help help our audiences begin to understand the economic underpinnings that are associated with the educational investments that we make in our communities, that are also associated then with the differential community policing practices that we have based on the levels of segregation as well as of income. So this was the latest tool, and I'm just going to hold this up if you're looking on camera. This is the Fostering Equity tool that we just published. It is freely downloadable on our website, but it has a lot of information there around not only that policy timeline, but what we've learned about having these equity conversations in community, and how they really help to not only create a shared understanding with regard to the drivers of inequity in in community, but they also help to really forge very substantive relationships with our community members, and really help to help us to be precise with regard to the policy drivers that are driving inequity in our communities. So I encourage you to download the guide. There's also a webinar that we recorded that we put on our website that walks you through the different tools. And Harrison will talk a little bit more about the equity and policy piece in his piece. So just to kind of give you a primer of what this tool can help you to do, is that we break it down by looking at three main sectors first. And that's really based on the social determinant literature that helps us to understand that the systems that really inform or influence the social determinants that we see in our communities are housing, education, and criminal justice. And so helping our advocates understand the interrelationship between these things, and not only how the policy, so you'll see here, this is one of the infographics that is part of this module. It helps you to see the federal policies, how that set into place spatial patterns of segregation, but then how that racial and ethnic exclusion also informs the racial wealth gap. That burden of inequity is also associated with the different health outcomes that we see, the different social outcomes that we see. And we can certainly see that come to play with regard to the COVID-19 disproportionate impact on communities of color, as well as on those communities with lower wealth. So when we look at those three, these infographics that we created and the templates that you can actually begin to drop in your local data help you to make that case with regard to what does inequity look like across these three systems, and helping to bring these three systems to the table, because how they are specifically associated with the outcomes that we know are indicators for health and well-being, and also indicators of equity. So one of the things that I want to also bring to your attention, it's not enough to know about the policies that drive. It's also important to be in a position where you're beginning to frame the narrative. And so we know that oftentimes communities of color, those of lower economic attainment levels, lower education levels, oftentimes the mirror gets turned on them. And it's all about what is the deficiency of that community? What did they do wrong? Personal responsibility as opposed to what could the system have done better to support those individuals. And already in the COVID-19 response, we've begun to see that. In fact, when our Surgeon General, when the nation's Surgeon General last week spoke from the White House presser and began to encourage communities of color to not drink alcohol, to not take drugs, do it for your abuela or do it for your big mama. Not only was it extremely patronizing, but it was that simple, that was that switch to there's something wrong with those people. They're not doing something right, and that's why there's a disproportionate impact on their communities, as opposed to recognizing the pre-existing conditions that make them more susceptible to COVID, and the fact that there's the preponderance of pre-existing conditions like the chronic diseases that are also associated with ACEs, as well as the stressors that drive those outcomes. And so you already saw this shifting, that one, instead of taking the responsibility from a systems perspective, that we were going to change that narrative from the White House to one of personal responsibility, where just 1 week prior, when we were looking at the rising death rates of COVID, it was all about we have to get more testing. We need more PPE. But as soon as the numbers started showing that there was a disproportionate impact on color, on communities of color, the narrative shifted. And we've seen this over and over again. If you want to compare the difference in our country's response with regard to the opioid epidemic versus the crack cocaine epidemic. And that we go into that a little bit more even in the equity guide. But it's important for us to stay ahead of this framing, to be able to call it out for what it is and not let that take over the larger narrative around systems change and policy change that is necessary. So when we look at the impact of systemic inequity, I don't think that I have to really spend a lot of time on this because I'm sure you've already had these discussions. But when we, one of the ironies that I find is that what we deem as essential workers are really, I think, a euphemism for those that are expendable. Those who have always been left behind with regard to our systems and our policy, that our lowest paid workers are at highest risk, and these include our home and health aides, our grocery and retail workers, our EMS and paramedics, hourly workers. But these are community members that should be the core of our coalitions with regard to resilience. Because these are the advocates that will bring in that personal narrative, that humanize the data that we love so much, but that these are the constituents that our policymakers absolutely need to hear from to really motivate to policy change. And so this is, some of those variables, when you think about the narratives, when we go through the exercise a little bit later, I want you to keep in mind not only what are the outcomes, but how do we begin to catalyze a resilience movement with the very people with whom we want to effect change for. So you've seen this tree now in 2 different iterations, but I want you to ponder on this. I want to take a few moments here for us to have a moment of discussion before I pass it over to Harrison to think about if you were to build a coalition, if you were to take some of these key issues that you see in your community, whether it's on the branches or the leaves, or whether it's in the soil, how would you go about doing that? So the second sheet that you have is our Pair of Aces strategic planning tree. And so this is one side shows the Pair of Aces, and we use this in coalition building to think about, let's give you your blank tree and your blank soil and start to describe what's the problem that you're trying to solve in your community. What are the changes that need to be made? Whether that's at the program level, the practice level, policy level, what will success look like? Because it's not enough to write a story about that. We have to also think about what are those hard and fast measures? How will we know that we're moving in the right direction? And then when you get to the strategic planning piece of this, that's the coalition piece of it. Like, what are the strengths that we can draw upon? What assets are in place? Those assets should be very much at the table and helping to drive this work. And thinking about when you set that table for a coalition, who should be at that table? And what policies can better support the community? So that latter piece, I'll let Harrison go into it, but I do want to give you a couple of minutes to take this all in and perhaps have a quick discussion with regard to thinking about how you would even begin to describe the problem that you're trying to solve with regard to building resilience, and whether it's Orange County, whether it's Duval, or whether it's across the state of Florida. So do you want to use the chat box for this function? What am I supposed to do?
Hold on. Okay, I'm here. Wendy. Okay, good. So hello. We do have some questions rolling in. Okay. This one, I don't know if this is going to help you in relation to what you just asked us to do. They are asking if there was one policy, if implemented, that would bring about equity to impact the double aces, what would that policy be?
I really wish that I could say it was one policy, but if you recall looking at that timeline, you can see that there are systematic layers of policy that cut across multiple different sectors. And so instead of thinking of, one and done, and then suddenly we have equity in this country, I would begin to think about what are the specific levers that are for change within each one of those sectors and how they interact with one another. So one of the things that you might want to think about when you isolate housing, like here in Washington, D.C., affordable housing due to gentrification is a huge issue. As individuals get pushed out, they're also getting pushed out into areas that perhaps don't offer the same level and quality of education. You begin to have this vicious cycle where not only can you not afford to live in the city, but then you may not necessarily have access to the best education. Well, if you don't have access to the best education, what's going to happen? Do you perpetuate this cycle of not being able to have higher levels of economic attainment or moving up the ladder for your family? So you cannot take these things in isolation. And this is what makes it such difficult work, is that you do have to have a much more holistic view. There is not, unfortunately, I have no pixie dust. There's not a one-size-fits-all, and we suddenly are in the land of equity.
Okay, I mean, they're at home with the forms that you have. I don't know how we're not able to really hear from them. So maybe we should continue, but I know they're thinking about it. And yeah, I think we need to continue, and then we're going to have a Q&A at the end. Let's see, my screen just went out. Let's just keep going.
Harrison, one question. You want to go ahead and take the screen? Can you take it?
I'm taking it on.
All right, teamwork.
Okay, I trust you can see my screen. Great. So I just want to begin with a true thank you to you for having us be a part of this. I benefited personally from all the music and the singing and the mindfulness. Just so important right now. Thank you for the moment to do that. Picking up the baton from Dr. Ellis, I really want to encourage you to think through these things now and later. The tree as a tool. What is in your soil is a key question, and you're going to hear some thunderstorm in my background. So apologies for that. But also, then, if you look across to the second tree, you see community resilience. You can really begin to look at the connected systems and supports in the soil, because the question about what policy would you change in order to achieve resilience or forward movement on the ACEs, you're really asking a question about how do we change the systems that bring us those inequities. And, were it a policy, were it a law or 2 or 3 laws even. But what we know is it's really a complicated interaction of policies and laws, some that you can see, some that we can see and point to in statute, some that are invisible. And exist in community. So what I want to do, oh boy, sorry, apology, I'm going to have to catch up to my next slide, so forgive me for flipping through these really fast. Okay, here we go, folks. Apologies. So I want to make the connection to policy processes and really think about tactics, because it really is directly related to that question of what do we want to do? We accept this context, we accept that this is the challenge before us, but what are we going to do about it? And our organization is very much focused on helping other organizations, coalitions, think about action. I remember when I was working for the mayor's office in Washington, D.C., I was outside a church parking lot. I was talking to a woman who is the grandmother of 6. And, she said, she was talking to me about the issues related to gentrification in her neighborhood. And she said, Harrison, the things that you're talking about, I agree with all of them. That you are talking about the experience we in this neighborhood have. However, unless you're able to translate that understanding into action, it will be too late for my family and I, because we will have already been forced out of this neighborhood. We are on the brink now. So, what I took from that is it's that call to action that we have to get to work, and we have to move fast and we have to move smart. So, I often think about it as 3 big buckets. We must direct our policy efforts appropriately. We need to do a lot of deep thinking about those systems that are creating the inequities that we are concerned with, the systems that are supporting the ACEs, the experience of ACEs in our community. We must understand and address the institutional barriers. And I think that's very interesting, because we have a lot of policies. I think we could all look at policies. You could look at policies in Florida that you agree with. Somehow those policies that exist are not creating the outcomes you desire. And a lot of the times that's because of barriers that are within the institutions in which we all are living. And a new policy placed into that same framework will have a similar outcome. Sometimes it's not just the policy, it's that you have to understand the barrier and you have to create a mechanism for undoing those barriers. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And we must also account for invisible policies that often shape our practice. Again, back to that question about which policies. I think those who work in government, familiar with government, that a policy on the law, there can be situations when policy does not mean practice. And we can have practice that might not be able to point to any clear existing policy. We can have agencies, government agencies, for example, who always respond to a particular stimuli in a certain way. That may not be institutional in a law, but it is institutional in that the agency is behaving a very specific way that can be predicted. So, identifying these invisible policies is very important. And I have to say that community is where you go to do that. Community is able to tell you about its experience and its reality, the reality check on, what's in statute. There we go. So one place I often, start to try to make that connection, in talking to folks is thinking about the role of the most important policy document that you probably have in your organization, your city, your state, wherever it is you are. And it's a place when we talk about equity, we talk about institutional racism, we look back in history. We know that a lot of what was institutionalized was done through budgets. Big, boring document, usually a lot of gray and white, pretty thick. But a lot of the things that we are looking at impacting begin or are given voice and power in our decisions about resource. Now, I know a lot of advocates actually react and kind of move back when they say that what the most important policy document is the budget. Reflexively want to move away from that. But I guess to expand the thinking, I think we all know that there are policies that if they are not funded policies, they simply don't exist as a reality in community. It's very possible for an executive to forward progressive policy, but if there's no meat on the bone, if there's no money in the pot, then it can simply be ignored. And I certainly saw that in city governance every day. So I think that rolling up of the sleeves begins with a fair look at how are we dividing up resources? Where are our values in the budget document? And if we begin to do that, I think we can also begin to think about the process of how we make those resource decisions. And I work for a mayor who I'm quite proud of, believe in a lot. Her name is Mayor Mariel Bowser in Washington, D.C. Looking at the District of Columbia budget process, just for an example, and it's a city-state process, so that it has some things in common with the city, some things in common with the way a state budget is put together. But if you look at that process, often you'll see that there is a piece of it that's set aside and marked, for the public to engage in and for advocates to engage in. And in DC, you can see this presentation here of an engagement form process by which advocates can come and make their priorities known. If we look of the process, that was in February. We were looking at those engagement forums. We can see that the actual process begins in the fall of the year prior. Way up at the top, we can see the chief financial officer playing a key role. And actually, oftentimes that September, October, November process, that's where the definitions are actually created. So by the time you're looking at December, January, February, a lot has already been baked into the cake. And while your voice is being welcome and can still have some impact, if you're really thinking about changing how things are defined, creating the new context for how things are even going to be understood and debated, framing around the pair of aces, framing around some of the institutional issues, then really that process begins much earlier. And so the reason I'm showing you this really is just to illustrate that, every budget has a process, every municipality, every state. How well you know your process oftentimes is where the sleeve, rolling up the sleeves begins, because we're going to talk a little bit about strategy and the difference between an agenda and a strategy. If you're thinking about policy, you can have an agenda, you can have things you've identified, you can have identified core systems you want to impact. But then the next step is thinking about the system that you're trying to interact with. What is your theory of change about this system? If I've got this budget I'm showing you, this budget framework, what is my theory of change for how I'm going to interact with it, intersect it? Who am I trying to talk to in order to impact what? That level of technical thinking can be important. So I just wanted to talk about, the need to translate your chosen, advocacy points, your agenda points, to an understanding of the process that you're really going to engage in, and then really kind of thinking of a plan of attack. So just to go into that a bit more, when you look at that breakdown, and if you were to, you could easily look in your states, your cities, you could think about that process. You might find that there are different people, offices, and agencies involved in different parts of that process. So you may need new friends. You may need to make some new connections to be able to become active in the process in a way that you may not have had been active in it before. Whether that's the financial officer's office, a particular committee, agency staff who are informing requests. Those are all relationships you may want to build, and an understanding of which ones begins with an understanding of what process you're looking at. The question that we often encounter, that there's not enough money to support the change that you're wanting. That's oftentimes about framing, and that is a conversation that oftentimes is happening earlier in the process. There are decisions and discussions that are happening related to how government's thinking about its capital budget, how it's thinking about its operations budget, what kinds of things can be funded by each. Even that understanding can be reframed if you're in the process early enough. And these are the kind of conversations that can shake loose thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars in a municipality. Another tactic I think that we think about and recommend is that as you're thinking about rolling up those sleeves and making change, that you look at your partner in government, the executive, and think about what strategies they've put into place. So these are just graphic depictions of strategies in Washington, D.C. You could do that. You could put this together. You could identify the 5, 6, 7 most important strategies in your city or county or state, and finding how your policy asks relate to information in these documents and other goals set in these documents is a way to find allies, is a way to make the case to the executive that the changes you're advocating are supportive of the changes he or she has been fighting for all along. But it's a terrific approach to really begin to think about, where are the priorities that we're arguing for already, put pen to paper and align with, the key decision makers that you're working with. And then, lastly, the devil in the details. A policy can achieve the opposite of what advocates intend in the budget process. And that's just to say that, before I was in government, I did a lot of advocacy. And maybe the most painful experiences were those in which you had a policy that you were forwarding, but by the time it ended up winding its way through the corridors of power, you didn't recognize it. It was underfunded. It was tied to funding stream in an agency that was hostile to it, hostile to the proposal. So they had no desire really to carry it out as envisioned. Again, maybe this is my way of saying that we really do have to pay attention to these processes. Winning the hearts and minds is important, but unfortunately that by itself isn't always enough. So a policy strategy supports your agenda. It helps you identify the point of attack, where you're trying to intersect the process. It identifies the key timelines that you need to be thinking about, when and where the conversations are happening that you're trying to intersect. It articulates how your coalition will impact the decision-making process. It identifies the tools and products you will need to be effective. So if you know that you're trying to make friends with the chief financial officer, you know you're trying to have a particular outreach to a committee you haven't been involved in, you may need to repackage, reframe, and rework things that you'd already created that communicate the things that intersect the ACEs, that intersect the problems that you're concerned about. And it identifies, importantly, how you're going to expand your coalition every single year. However many people you have at the table, you always want more. And the way to do that is to be intentional and to think about where is it that you want to grow. So really quickly, I just want to tie this around to what's happening in our current moment. And these are not going to be the most visually stimulating slides you've seen all day. But they're important, I think, a little dense. So if you accept that you've got to be engaged in the policy arena and we've got to roll up our sleeves, one thing that I think you can see in the current moment is that, the policy battle is about to be engaged over, or in fact is being engaged on how the new funds related to COVID-19 will be used at your state level. There are a number of federal streams that are being enhanced with the intention that states and localities are going to be able to access new monies for work that directly relates to the pair of ACEs and supporting families and communities. The fate of what happens with this money is in the hands, oftentimes, of the state and the locality. And so we've got to get engaged in understanding where this money is coming, how it can be used, how it's envisioned it can be used. So I think most of you probably have heard about CSBG, CDBG, CCDBG, but these are major thoroughfares of federal funding that already are supporting work in Florida. You've got, I think, in St. Petersburg, I know you've got several programs I see that are the collective impact programs that are being funded through CBSGDG. You've got a couple of programs, I think, even in your panhandle, major programs throughout your state. And so making the case of what the framework is going to be in your area for how the money gets spent, what kinds of new programs are going to be raised up, is something that I think we all, wherever we are, have to begin to think about making that case and making sure we understand who are going to be the decision makers that are going to ensure that this money gets spent well. And maybe one other thing I'd mention is that a lot of these funding streams rely on the state to actually apply or become eligible for particular pots of that money. So your state has to, it's in some moments, ask or apply for eligibility for some of this money to be made available. So that's another call to action as well. So we also see these flexible funds under the CARES Act, which you've heard about in the news, I'm sure. Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds. This is money that's going, it's part of a larger education stabilization fund. There's broad discretion in how it can be used. Innovative solutions to meet learning and health and wellness needs of students. That can look like almost anything. And what it will look like in your state or municipality is going to be largely up to the policy conversation that's happening with your leadership. And then state stabilization for K through 12 as well. I'm going to speed through this. I'm sure we'll be providing all this information to you, but I just wanted to make sure that this was being tied to, our current moment was being tied to the larger need to be involved actively in policy and in making the case for funding streams that are really going to support the kind of systems change we need to see the mitigation of what we call the pair of ACEs. So I will, respecting our time, I think we're right at the end of our time with you. I want to turn it back over to my colleague, Dr. Ellis, who will kind of close out our presentation.
That's because I was muted. There you go. You can hear me now. Just one other thing I want to add that Harrison mentioned with regard to policy is that oftentimes, yes, it doesn't look like what we pass, but sometimes even what we pass and what's funded, implementation. In the implementation, we can lose our battle. And so it's not enough to make sure that the money is put in place and that the language in the policy is as we want. We have to be ever vigilant through implementation, and then even have our hands in there with regard to evaluation of the effectiveness of policies. So it's a full-time job. So I want to also, you see here, we have listed all of our tools and resources. Again, it's all widely available to the field. And I want to give this, I guess, hand it back over to you, Rachel, for discussion and Q&A.
Okay, everybody. Thank you. So everybody, we are, as a group, really looking at how are we going to bring about some of these changes in our society and, toward resilience. So this is the moment now where we have our network, our multi-sector group, and we really are through all different areas and sectors of our community looking at building resilience and creating change. So now's the time to ask questions to Dr. Ellis and Mr. Newton related to this. So if you can formulate a question and put it in the Q&A, we can get started. Will, do you have the first question to ask? Let's see, is Will there?
I am going to, we're working with technology, so they are streaming in.
Okay, I have one here. I found one. Okay, so this is about gentrification. You've talked about gentrification. And by the way, this is a doctor, local doctor, who says thank you so much for this and for the entire day. He said the template for gentrification exists nationally. We need a comprehensive approach for each community that addresses building resilience. How can we link communities of promise, and in parentheses, he said those with challenges, with similar communities which have overcome the challenges? Build bridges to success. That's his question. How do we link these communities?
Do you want to take it or do you want me to go?
You go first.
So one of the things that I think is really important is to understand what are the indicators for success. How are we going to measure success? Because what might look like success in community A may not have the same resonance in your community. So understanding if you're talking about success or what's worked, is it merely just increasing the amount of affordable housing? Is it so that you have more affordable housing, that you also have that connected to economic mobility? I think you really want to think about what success looks like first before you begin comparisons on whether or not you're working versus what some other community is working, or what may be working. The other piece of it is, as far as examples, certainly we can work with you to show some of the examples that have worked with regard to putting housing at the center of this. There were some initiatives by HUD in the early 90s with mixed-use housing, with public housing that have had some phenomenal impacts. I know Seattle, King County was a really good example of that. There was also some work in East Lake neighborhood of Atlanta that also did that. And there's also some initiatives with regard to the San Francisco Fed Reserve, where they have initiated some community trust initiatives, one of which is in one of our communities in Rosewood, Oregon, where they've also looked at how do we stabilize housing in a community, make it affordable so that community, as the community gentrifies, it gets better for everyone, not just for those who can afford to be there.
Okay.
Did you have anything you want to add, Harrison?
No, I think that's great. I really do like the idea of making sure that we have communities really linking on the issue, on an issue that is often seen as solely being local. I think it's a really powerful idea. I think we could do that a lot better, a lot more than we do as advocates nationally. I think that's a really great tactic that you suggest, really.
There is a question here from Adrian Elder that I see with regards to the policy passed here in DC to have any new community development have a certain percentage of housing be affordable. Harrison, I don't know if you want to talk to that directly. I do believe that passed when you were still in city government.
Yes. So there are, and maybe I'll take a step back to think about or talk about a little bit how, I think there have been many attempts to, undo or mitigate the effects of gentrification, many different policies. And I think being honest about where we've succeeded and honestly where we have not succeeded is really important. In Washington, D.C., ensuring affordable housing or trying to ensure affordable housing has been one road that's been taken. And I think there's been some effectiveness, but there are also some real issues, right? So obviously the moment that you are trying to impact directly the pricing of property, you can run into all sorts of barriers and mal effects that can occur because of those who own those property. And one of the things I think the conversation that we had in Washington, D.C. was really talking about why have we not come to a place where the people who live in a community have ownership and stake in that community? So then as the value of that community elevates, right, that they are enriched, frankly, and are made better able to remain because the interest in their community is translating into wealth for them. And that, we can talk about, more units and this, but to me, that fundamental reality, until you get at that fundamental reality of ownership, you still probably are not going to solve the issue. We saw a lot of mom and pops driven out. We had a community where a baseball stadium and a soccer stadium were put on either end of a community that had public housing at its heart. And in fact, the construction yard to build those facilities was placed nearby the low-income neighborhood. Many of those residents have now departed. What could have changed that? What could have changed? Could we have not had a soccer stadium, not had a baseball stadium? That's one way to think about fighting this battle. Could the emergence of those stadiums enrich the neighborhood and the people that were there? That's another set of possible approaches. And, I think to be frank, looking at scanning the nation, where I see the most success are places where people are genuinely trying to deal with the issue of ownership, whether that's through land trusts or other mechanisms. I think that's where we can see a lot of answers emerging.
Awesome. I have your next question here. Seeing that COVID-19 has put a lot of us in home, and we are doing some research and we're looking at academic sources to try to navigate how we're going to bring systems back online. This question says, when was the data collected from the Building Community Resilience in Florida document? They stated that they loved this document, but they were not able to find a date.
So we use multiple data points and data sources to pull together those graphics. Some of them come from national surveys, and we have a synthetic estimation process that we use to boil it down to the county level. We also use data from all of the systems, so they're not just any one data set that they come from. One of the things that we also do when we're working with community, a lot of times these data points are stored with your local health department. In fact, your local health department typically is your best source for local data. A lot of times they do not report up to the national databases. So this is why it's important to have not only those other system partners at the table, but also the local health department at the table, because when you begin to tell the story of your adversity, whether it's the adverse childhood experiences or whether it's a community environment, you should be able to go to your local systems partners, because these are all performance indicators. And this is why it goes back to, this isn't about individual change and behavioral change. All of those things that we point to that's in the soil those are performance indicators for all of our systems. So even the idea of framing them as social determinants, as if individuals have a control over these determinants, aren't fair. They're really these systems-driven community characteristics. And so going back to those systems to look at the specific outputs that inform that soil are some of the best places to. And this is why it's important to have them at the table as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So people are asking about the graphic, the COVID-19 graphic for the pair of ACEs that you shared, and if there was a way to even talk about that a little bit more. I think people want a little more of your thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm. Harrison, do you still have the screen? Do you think maybe you can pull that up so we can just have it as a point of reference to talk about or talk over?
Yes, I can do that.
While you were showing that up, there was another point I wanted to make when we were on the affordable housing piece of this. One of the things that I think we have to have a reality check with regard to dealing with gentrification, not just in DC, but across this country, is the policies that are actually, the outcomes that we're seeing today with regard to gentrification, those policies were set 10, 15 years ago. So this is why what Harrison, or the opportunities to create the climate of gentrification that we have today were really set in place 10, 15 years ago. So this is why it's so important what Harrison was talking about, like, when are you a part of this conversation? Because if now you're entering into what are we going to do about affordable housing, you're entering in the implementation phase, not when the policy was set. And so the best that we can do at this point is mitigate what's already rolling in place. So this is why, again, it's so important to be at that table, to have these conversations across these sectors, because policy that's being developed today, we may not see the outcomes for another 10 or 15 years, but you better believe if we're waiting until it's already been implemented and we're seeing the effects, it may be too late to unroll some of those things. So that's one of the important points I wanted to make, particularly with regard to gentrification, is that be cognizant of where you are in the cycle of whether it's the policy being developed, the language being developed, or if you're at the back end of it with implementation. So the COVID, and this is actually quite relevant when we talk about the COVID-19 adverse community experiences. So one of the reasons why we decided to reframe this and actually take the leaves and the branches to focus on what's happening at the community level as opposed to what's happening at the individual level is because these things actually are both. When you look at the adverse community experience, the community writ large is experiencing these things, and almost every individual within the community is experiencing one of those things. But they're being exacerbated by those things that we've been talking about that are in the soil. And so when we look at the lack of access to technology, remote work, and education opportunities, you know, who's able to remain employed is very much dependent upon, are you in an industry that actually allows you to be able to work from home? And if you are in an industry that allows you to be able to work from home, do you have the technology and the support? Do you have the infrastructure to do that? Do you have a laptop at home? Do you have access to Wi-Fi to do that? We're also finding that that's contributing to the learning gap. And this is so important for our kids when we think about, you know, here in DC, they've already decided they're going to end the school year early, I think about 3 weeks. This was after having almost 2 weeks of trying to figure out how we're going to do the distance learning piece of this. And we know for our children, that word gap is real. The word gap was real just over a summer break. So when you have an abbreviated school year, and when the school year kicks up, you may not necessarily have the access, the infrastructure to really participate fully in online learning, to print out worksheets. That creates an even larger gap for our kids. So it's both. That's one that's felt at a 2-generational level, whether it's with the parents or with the adults. When we think about the higher rates of risk factors of mortality due to chronic disease, you know, think about just the idea of, like, who can be healthy? Are you in a neighborhood where it's okay to go for a walk? We're all supposed to observe 6 feet distance between one another. That might be easier if you live near a park and you can make some distance between you and someone else that's trying to enjoy the outdoors, but it may not necessarily be as easy if you're in a very concentrated urban area where you have to make a decision between trying to keep a distance on the sidewalk or walking in the street. And so it's not as while we all are sheltering together, we're not all qualitatively sheltering in the same way. What we've also seen with regard to the lack of access to primary care and testing is, and this has been extremely evident here in Washington, D.C., when the first bits of data that began to come out to show who was getting tested. And so if you looked at just the testing numbers, it would seem to indicate that our neighborhoods, and no, it wasn't who was tested, it was the number of positive tests. It would seem to indicate that those individuals who were on the eastern part of Washington, D.C., east of the Anacostia, Ward 7 and 8, where we have the highest concentration of both poverty as well as communities of color, that there were lower rates of positive tests. So initially it would appear that, we had a lower incidence of COVID in our communities of color. But most of us in public health went, no, that's actually an indicator of who has access to primary care, because you have to have a doctor's order to get the test. And so while you saw in some of the wealthier neighborhoods, you had the higher incidence of positive tests, that really talked about who had access to a doctor who would screen them and say, here's your script, go get tested. So again, these things that have always been a burden for our communities, they play out differently, but they have absolutely the same outcome, and that's disproportionate negative outcomes for those that are under-resourced and communities of color.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. Of the many communities that you've had the opportunity to work with, is there one or two that have developed and implement best practices for achieving community health and reducing the pair of ACEs? And where can we find those examples?
Mm-hmm. So in all of our communities, they have implemented some level of systems integration that has begun to catch some of these adversities or stressors or risk factors early, and then work across systems to identify that. In Portland, Oregon, that was the 3 to PhD program where they have co-located. Kaiser Permanente has a wellness center there. One of the organic food suppliers has a food store that's inside the school. The teachers have been trained in trauma-informed practice there, not only for their students, but for their own health and well-being. They created space for parents who live in these under-resourced neighborhoods that they could access computers at the school. So if you wanted to apply for a job or you needed to correspond and it required electronic correspondence, you could do that at the school. So the idea that the school becomes the hub of health and wellness for the entire community, and particularly for those parents, but it's not putting it on the back of the educators. The educators can still do exactly what they're supposed to do, and that's teach our children. It's bringing these other systems and integrating that care and those services in one place to be an effective hub. We similarly have seen that addressed in our partners in Cincinnati, where they have co-located not only inside the pediatric primary care practice, they've co-located parent coaches, which is a program that was instituted by some of the social service partners in Cincinnati, but they put them right there in the primary care practice. So instead of, if you have an interview with a family and you find out there's a food security issue or there's a stressor because dad just lost their job, or, there's something else that's happening in the community that's really impacting the health and well-being of that family, instead of giving them a paper referral and saying, go talk with Beach Acres, what if we co-located those partners right there and made them part of the service team? And not only that, you're doing the warm handoff in practice, but they've also worked out with their leveraging their Medicaid managed care dollars. They've leveraged a way that these parent coaches are reimbursed, and they also have the ability to enter their interactions into the EHR. And why is that important? Because it's putting these social service needs at the same priority level as their medical needs. And so when you talk about the outcomes and the reduction of stressors in the families, the increase in educational outcomes for our children and their health and well-being, and that's across both of these programs, both in Portland as well as in Cincinnati. That's what resilience looks like, but that's what, we're moving towards with not just alignment and philosophy, but alignment and services so that we're best able to address the adversity in community, prevent the long-term impacts, foster the equity. That's the basis of resilience, community resilience.
Fantastic. We have one more question, and then we have an exciting community initiative to share with you. Have you experienced a community that has successfully brought the business community together to be key leaders in these efforts?
So I don't know, Harrison, if you want to talk about Kansas City, if you want me to talk about that. I'm always running my mouth.
Well, you'll know more about that experience, I think.
Okay.
So I think you can do it. I'm going to follow up with some comments on DC, though.
So Kansas City, our partners in Missouri they're actually co-located in St. Louis and Kansas City. But what's interesting about Kansas City is that when that city took on its Resilient KC, the Resilient KC movement, believe it or not, that was actually led by their Chamber of Commerce, not by their healthcare entity, not by behavioral health, not by educators. It was led by their business community. And how did that come to be? Is because their business leaders recognized that if Kansas City was going to be competitive with other cities across the country, they had to have a healthy workforce, they had to have a well-educated workforce, they had to have a safe community, they had to have better connected public transportation, they had to be able to connect the viable workforce to where the jobs were. And so they understood fully what were the levers that would support community resilience. And so they actually responded to an RFP from RWJ, this was about 5-6 years ago, to join this community resilience movement, and they led that. And what resulted in that is, when you get a bunch of business leaders together, you got to have a strategic plan. Of course, that's going to be like 200 pages long. It'll be thorough. But what they also had, not only was it detailed and thorough, because they were the business community, they had that influence to bring others to the table. Most importantly, city leaders, county leaders, because they could generate that political will. So when you think about not only the levers of change, but the levers of influence, this is why we have been really strongly encouraging a lot of our networks to think about how are you getting your Chamber of Commerce, how are you getting your business leaders at the table.
Mm-hmm. And maybe I'll just tack onto that. Implicit in your comments are that we don't assume that there are going to be opponents in any particular sector, or that we know immediately who those opponents always are going to be. And sometimes you can find allies in business, I think, as you're implying. I'm thinking of a couple of anecdotes where business has landowners, property owners have been at the forefront of initiatives to improve the quality of housing, and in fact institute policies that allowed for the more frequent and complete and thorough testing of properties and their housing conditions, not because property owners all of a sudden maybe took it into their heart to do that, but because ultimately doing that on the front end could be shown to be more cost effective than all the enforcement actions and lawsuits on the tail end. So that, in specific moments, I think there are great examples of the business community being able to be supportive and to be an ally, limited perhaps at times, but an ally nonetheless. And so it's important, I think, to always have that door open as you're forming coalition.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Ellis, and thank you, Mr. Newton, for your time and many of the concepts in which you have shared with us today. I believe you've given us quite a few things that we can take back to our local sectors, our organizations, and practice. While considering community resilience and the need for systematic change, we are happy to introduce at this time a local initiative called the K-Ready Community. As we focus on vulnerable communities in this crisis, children are among our most vulnerable. In a partnership with our sponsor, the West Orange Healthcare District, our partner, the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County, and Polis Institute, we are happy to welcome Lori Chianese to present the K-Ready Community Initiative. At this time, please welcome Lauren to the discussion.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It's been, you'd think being on a conference call all day would be draining, but I have gotten so much energy from the conversation. I'm just so excited. Rachel, thank you so much for bringing us on and letting us talk. And Dr. Ellis and Mr. Newton, I'm just so grateful to be able to speak after you guys, because you framed it so perfectly, and I'm really excited to work with you guys. So I don't have a ton of time, so I'm gonna kind of jump right in. Hopefully you all can see my screen. So last week, a lot of you probably know this, but last week was the Week of the Child. And I think it's telling that it kind of came and went without a lot of fanfare. And there's just so much going on, and we're all just glued to the news to find out what's going on and what are the changes and how am I gonna get unemployment? And it's just crazy. But if there's ever a time that we need to focus on our children, this is it. And so we have to make sure that we are kind of bringing ourselves back to what do we do right now in this moment to respond, but then how do we, as you all said and framed so well, how do we come out of this even better and making sure that our kids are thriving? That's like one of my favorite words, to thrive, because we don't want our kids just to survive or to meet a baseline. We want them to meet their greatest potential. And so I'm really excited to tell you guys about this work that we've been doing. So I'm going to tell you a couple of things. One, a little bit about the project called Becoming a K-Ready Community, which we were getting ready to launch in March, but have had to kind of pull back a little bit. So that's the second thing I'm going to tell you about, is how we've pivoted in this time with the COVID-19 crisis. And then the third thing, briefly, it's just, moving forward, how we're going to be working with Dr. Ellis and Mr. Newton and the work that they've been doing on building resilient communities as we move forward with our project. So this is a model, not the model, and we're learning, and we can't wait to interact with all of you to learn with you. But what I hope is that we can be used as almost like partners and bouncing each other ideas off of each other through this time. So, this is something we've all known in this community, the community of people who are working with children, is that education and childcare are essential. It's always been essential, but it's definitely an underserved and under-resourced network. And right now, this group has really come to the forefront because childcare, especially when our schools are closed, and especially for our young children, the children under 5 that weren't in public schools anyway, has become even more essential. Because without the child care centers and providers, the folks who are essential workers are not able to work. And so these are people who are kind of keeping things running and keeping us healthy and able to get the resources we need to get through this time. And their children need to have a place that's safe that they can go to. And so it's these providers are not just essential, but they're on the front lines, right? Because you can't virtually educate a 5-year-old or a toddler or a baby or an infant. You've got to be there with them. And so they are, risking their own health to make sure that the families who are essential workers can work. And so I think the idea is just that this is something that was essential before has just become like a whole new level of essential now. And we think about this, this idea of essential, right? The firefighters and the nurses and, our emergency responders. We've always thought about them, right? But we have a new definition of essential, which is folks who are putting the groceries on the shelves and making sure that we can feed our families, and the people who are delivering, the masks that we need to go out and do our daily lives. These are people who have now become essential too. So this need for the early care and education system to be there for these people to make sure they can continue doing their jobs is even greater. And then you've got the providers themselves. And so for a lot of you know that providers in our community are mostly small businesses, that about 90% of the early care and education industry in Orange County are small business owners, mostly women. And they're now on the front lines, but they're really struggling. And that's something that we've been really thinking. So enrollment has dropped because so many families are not needing care, but at the same time, enrollment has gone up for those essential workers, right? And so there's this kind of dynamic where many providers are actually having to close their doors because they're at their center, the enrollment is not high enough for them to keep their doors open and keep paying their staff. But so where do the kids go that their parents have to work, right? There's this shuffle happening. And then you've got an issue of being able to get the equipment that you need to keep everybody safe. So providers are often on their own. They're not part of this giant school system with economies of scale. They are one woman trying to, take care of a group of 10 children. And at the end of the day, she's going to 3 stores just to get water, or she's standing in line at Costco for 3 hours to get bleach. And then she gets in and they're out. So what does she do? How does she keep her staff safe? And this is causing a lot of our providers to have to close even when there is need. So in our community, without relief, we're going to see even more providers close. The ones that are, we're funneling the children who do need care still, we're saying, okay, go to this provider, they're still open. But that provider is struggling and they might have to close their doors soon too. And we're finding that about, a lot of providers are closed, and those who aren't getting any sort of support will close forever. And so that has huge impacts on the long-term impact, right? How are we going to recover when our economy opens up again if so many of our providers have closed their doors forever? And so this issue is the early care and education system just needs our support. And so this is something that, we know if we don't address it, it's going to be felt for years. Because, the children, as we've heard from all of our presenters so far, they're so vulnerable during this time. And if we don't tackle this today, there could really be traumas that our kids experience that will be very difficult to address down the road. And so this is something that, again, I feel like I'm showing this slide and you guys are all probably saying, yeah, we know this already. Our community is, I think, particularly vulnerable because of our economy and the way that our economy is based. And we already know that so many of our families, 25%, and Dr. Ellis had shared that earlier, of our children live in poverty, but half of our families are struggling just to make ends meet. They're in this very vulnerable position of being ALICE, right? The United Way, asset limited, income constrained, but employed. And so they're just right there on the brink. And then you've got a lot of other issues. Obesity has been an issue that's come to the forefront in this crisis because so many people who are obese are more vulnerable to the disease and are becoming sicker. And 40% of our children are obese in this community. And then we've got many of our kids, even before COVID-19, put us into this situation, we were struggling to make sure that kids were ready for school. 40% of our kids entering kindergarten already behind when they were 5 years old. And then you see that that issue become even greater by the time they're in 3rd grade, when only half of them are reading on grade level. And so if we do nothing now, things are going to be even more difficult down the road. And that's why we're working to address that. And becoming a K-Ready community is an effort to improve the early care and education system, both health and education, because we know a child, doesn't just appear during the school day or the care day. They are whole people with health needs, and so you have to address the whole child. But we have had to pivot. So right now what we're doing is really responding, and I'm trying to understand, what do the providers need right now to take care of their children, to educate their children, and to make sure that those essential workers have a place to take their kids during the day so they can do their jobs. And so we've been working with a group of leaders, including the Early Learning Coalition, Orange County Public Schools, and what we are calling our ECE Pandemic Response Team. And that's really just figuring out what is it that we need to do today, tomorrow, this week, and responding to the needs of those people who are on the front lines of taking care of our children. But as so many of us, have heard on the call, it's not enough to just respond to the crisis and then go back to normal, right? And a friend of ours sent us this Chinese symbol for crisis is actually a combination of the symbols for danger and opportunity, right? And so if we stop at danger, we've missed the opportunity to come out of this crisis even better, to build a more resilient community. And so that's why the next phase of this work is to just reset. How do we recover and rebuild better? Once we've gotten out of the emergency, how do we get, cleaning supplies and masks to the people who are taking care of the children? Then how can we start to get out of this crisis in a better place and position people to thrive? And then the final is to rebuild. And rebuilding and really tackling, what was it that we were doing that wasn't working before? And I think this really gets into the work that Dr. Ellis and Mr. Newton do, which is, what are the policies and the systems that are fundamentally broken and have been for a very, very long time in our community that we have to tackle? They're really hard questions, but we have to address them, because if we try to build on a broken foundation, we're just going to tumble, right? And so that's the work we're super excited to be working with Dr. Ellis and Mr. Newton on in the coming months. And they're going to help us figure out, how do we do that? Where do we start? There's so much that we have to do. As Dr. Ellis said, it's not just one magic policy with pixie dust, which I love because I love glitter, but that's just not the reality of it. And so we're going to be working with them to figure out where do we start and what do we prioritize when there's so much to do. So thank you.
Lauren, thank you so much. This is, we're very excited that the West Orange Healthcare District is supporting this work. The Polis Institute, which I hope many of you know about, Polis, they are doing just such phenomenal work in our community, and partnered with this K-Ready community group with Lauren and Leslie, who's not here, Leslie Hartog. There's a lot of promise here. So we just wanted to kind of ask Dr. Ellis, because this is, Lauren has kind of announced to everybody, is that we are going to be partnering with Dr. Ellis and Mr. Newton to advance this work. Because one thing that our network, so we are in this cross-sector network, and you're going to meet the woman who's been leading those meetings here in a minute. And we have really decided in that group, we have talked about the fact that early learning for children, access to high quality childcare and early learning for all children in our community is a critical need. And boy, will it support women and families. And so we have met this team that is ready to move this work. So Dr. Ellis, what do you think? And if your group comes on board to help us, which you are, we're going to be continuing to work with you. How do you see this partnership going? Give us some insight here.
So I'm actually I want to put Harrison in the driver's seat on this one. I mean, we kind of split the work with, there's two halves of this, and you saw that even how we frame the conversation, our presentation is, first off, there's that ground building of the coalition. Who are the key members of this coalition? How are you engaged in the community? How are you engaged and incorporating that community narrative into these policy asks, and actually using that to inform the story of adversity in your community. And then once you have that piece of it, then you can begin to hone in on specific policy opportunities. Harrison, I already saw in the questions here about, will the ECE address pay disparity for our early childhood education workers? Absolutely. It's not just increasing access to more of our kids to be in pre-K when those pre-K providers themselves are parents. And so we have to be increasing their economic mobility so that not only the education that the kids are getting in an ECE environment are great, but also when these parents go back to their homes, that they're able to provide the stability necessary for their children. So, and there's, right now there's a lot of money that has been flooded into states and locals because of the CARES Act. And so I'm going to pass it off to Harrison to talk about that piece of like how we work with you, not only on the coalition building piece of it, but the policy and advocacy aspect of it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. So I'll definitely take that baton on the coalition building piece first, because, I think as one of the slides kind of made clear, the process, all of the processes, the four components of the model are always ongoing. We're never done with community involvement or community input. And so, I think always finding the truest narratives, the truest stories of how these policies are impacting people in their lives. There's always more we can do, and everything always begins with listening. So I think that, piece one is to figure out if, there are people we can be in touch with, people you already know, others maybe that we want to be in contact with, to unearth the stories and narratives that relate to the policies I think that you've already begun to identify. Oh, there's a little one. I'm on the phone, honey. Thank you. On the phone. I've got three little ones, three young ladies, and they have minds of their own. So as I was saying. So I think it always begins with community. We would certainly focus on that piece. I think we would also want to be focusing on invisible systems and policies and levers, identifying those things that may not exist in statute, but maybe there should be a statute to impact those levers. And then I think also, the building of a strategy is always certainly something I think is of high value. Is if you have, to whatever extent you have the agenda already, it's how are we implementing this agenda? What is our theory of change that means that this agenda becomes reality, and rolling up our sleeves and figuring out who is it we want to be at the table, what is the timeline we're trying to impact, and how we tactically are going to make that change occur.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Ellis, and thank you, Mr. Newton, for your time and all of what you shared with us today. It has been impactful. I think we would all say that. We are coming to the final part of our day. It's time now to find out how you, yes, you, point to yourself, how you can engage in this work and find your call to action. At this time, I am happy to welcome Kelsey Visser, PJI Project Coordinator and the coordinator of this conference. She has led the Resilient Strategic Planning Group over the last year and graciously moved this work forward. She has been a gift to our community, a gift to PJI. Everybody, let's welcome Kelsey.
Hi, everybody. Can you see and hear me fine right now? Will, thumbs up. Can you see my screen okay? Okay, good. Hi, so my name is Kelsey Visser, and I am the project coordinator for the Peace and Justice Institute. I've just been so blessed and lucky to be a part of this work of community resilience in this community since last year after the conference. So my part here today is just offering some invitations about how you all can get involved. And many of you already on this call are heavily involved and have been doing this work for many, many years and decades in the community. So here are just a couple ways that you can get involved as well. But I do want to share just a brief history in case you were not at last year's conference. So people, like I said, have been doing so much work in the community for so many years, but there was a general consensus that not enough people knew about the science of adverse childhood experiences and toxic stress. So the whole community came together and really rallied together, and they put together a huge conference that had over 500 people in attendance, and that was only with 2 months of planning, which was incredible. So that was our 2019 first annual Creating a Resilient Community from Trauma to Healing. And here's a couple pictures of the amazing people that were there. You might be here in this room. I see Safi there, right there in the corner. So I feel sad that we can't be together physically, but I think it's phenomenal that right now we've had 400 people after the lunch break still here today, all day, just here wanting to hear about this topic, wanting to connect, wanting to engage. So it's phenomenal. Here's a couple more pictures from last year. We were able to bring in Dr. Vincent Felitti to come speak to us. So we got to get that baseline of knowledge as a community about what are adverse childhood experiences and how can we move this work forward throughout the year. So we didn't want this work to just end right after the conference and be a one-off event. There was really a consensus that we wanted to move forward together as a community to keep the conversation going, build on the initiatives, have some sort of moving of the needle together as a community between conferences. So a strategic planning committee, strategic planning team was formed, and we came together as a network to collaborate across sectors and communities to transform our region into one of prevention, hope, healing, and resilience for all. I think that's a beautiful mission statement, and everyone came up with it together. So this group has almost 200 members in the community, which is amazing. And we meet every other month. We were meeting in person, but due to the pandemic, we've been meeting virtually. And so our next meeting, I'm going to share all about how you can get involved with that. Our next meeting is going to be in May, and we really invite you to join as a community member because we're always looking to build and grow. And so what I love about this group is that we are sort of breaking down silos between sectors and building something new together in terms of a community vision for community resilience together. So you'll see the 9 different sectors on the screen right now. We have education, government, health and wellness, nonprofit, faith, public safety, criminal justice, business, and child welfare. And we've come up with shared goals together because we really wanted to continue the work of making sure that the community had some sort of base knowledge about ACEs and resilience and trauma-informed practices. So we've been working together to get the word out about that, raising awareness, and really just growing our network together, bringing in more people, more sectors, more voices to the table so that we can actually really make an impact together in the community, which is amazing. So I think together with collective impact, that's where the power is. And I've really loved the relationships, the connections, the shared vision together. So if you want to join the strategic planning group, we'd love to have you. You can just fill out the Google form that's at the link right there. We'll send out all of these links after the conference so you don't have to stress about writing down a weird long link. It's also in the resource networking section, the networking document that you received, and in the chat. And so you can email me at resilience@valenciacollege.edu, and I'll add you directly to the invitation list so you can get that notification and the calendar invite. And on the screen, it says our next meeting is May 19th from 2 to 4 p.m. on Zoom. And we also have a community common read, which is really exciting. So last year we read Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris's book, The Deepest Well, and we came together on Facebook. We were about to have a face-to-face meetup, and it had to get canceled due to COVID-19, which is really sad. So now we're ready to go digital. So if you join the Community Common Read, we'll join in the Facebook space, but we'll also have some sort of face-to-face Zoom session so we can actually discuss it together as a group. So we just heard from Dr. Ginsberg in the morning. We're going to start out with his book first so that when he comes back for those next workshops over the summer, we can actually dive in with a greater knowledge together about how we can move his work and his research forward. So we'll be reading his book from May through October, and we all found out it's not quite available yet. It's almost coming out, so he'll let us know when it is available to buy. And then in November through April, we'll be reading Childhood Disrupted by Donna Jackson Nakazawa. So I hope you'll be able to purchase one of those books, check it out from the library if you don't want to buy it, and join the Facebook group. And you'll see the link there, and I'll send that out to you after as well. And then if you are not familiar with ACEs Connection, this is an amazing space. So it's like a social network for people that want to get involved with adverse childhood experiences, trauma-informed practices, and resilience. So there's a national site called ACEs Connection, but we have our own little tiny blog called ACEs Connection Central Florida, which is growing, and you'll all be invited to join that. So on here, you can share research, information. You can make your own blog posts. So for example, I wrote a blog post about my own family and how we're getting through this crisis right now. You can share about yourself if you're a trainer, you deliver workshops in this area. You can share about your profile there. You can also track any trainings that you've done on ACES Science. You'll see that on the screen, there's a little widget there with a map. You can zoom in and see all the places that ACES Science workshops have been delivered and kind of see what's missing. Where are we not delivering these workshops? What sectors are missing there? So it's a really great space. So we're trying to really encourage everyone in Central Florida to go on here that's interested in this work so we can all collaborate and discuss things in one place. You can use the little QR reader right there, or we'll send you the link as well. And then I will send out invitations to the next workshops with Dr. Ginsberg and Dr. Ellis. These will be free and open to the public. So we want to make sure that you all are invited, you all are involved. If you want to be a part of the strategic planning group, you'll get the first invite. So definitely join that. And it's very, very, very exciting and such an honor for our community to have both of these people coming back, and Mr. Harrison Newton as well. We love him. And so we lastly want to invite you to participate in a survey, and I want to put a plea out for you to please take this survey seriously, because not only is it about the conference, of course we want to hear if you like the conference or not, but your feedback is going to drive the work of the strategic planning group through the next year. So we want to hear from you. What do you think is important? What are the best practices happening right now? How can we come together as a community after hearing everything we heard today, which is so exciting? We're going to have so much to talk about in May. How do we take all this and actually make it meaningful for our community? So please do take time to fill out the survey. You have until April 28th, and you all received the link. You'll get it again in case you don't have it, in case you didn't get an email, but please take the time to fill that out so we can I'm going to be compiling the data, looking at everything and making sure we can pass on something meaningful to the whole strategic planning group that we can look at and say, okay, we're going to do something with this, and we can move the work forward throughout this year up until the next conference next year. So you are eligible to get a $50 gift card if you fill out the survey. If you filled out the pre-survey, you are eligible for another $50 gift card. If you did not take the pre-survey, you can still take the post-survey. So definitely participate, even if you did not do the pre-survey. There's different questions on part of it. So we'd still love to have that data and feedback. So just lastly, I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much to the strategic planning team throughout the year, to the conference planning team. All of your wisdom and guidance and support is it really moves me, it shapes the work, it made this all possible. So thank you so much for your wisdom and all the friendships that have blossomed through this. I think I feel carried through this crisis knowing that all these people have each other's back. I've been truly inspired by working with this group. And although this really is an unprecedented time in our community, with something I think all of us never could have imagined, I know and I have faith that we can move together to transform our region into one of prevention, hope, and healing for all, as long as we're doing it in partnership. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Kelsey. Bye, Kelsey. Thank you so much for all of that. And I want to assure everyone that everything she just talked about is going to be coming to you in a follow-up email. And people are asking about the links that are being shared. All of that is going to be coming to you in an email, and also the conference packet that you got in the email about today. The information is linked in that packet. It's a PDF, but the links in the PDF are live. And so actually, as we move to finishing up our day, I want you to know we're going to hear from Cindy Jury at the Early Learning Coalition. We're going to hear another gorgeous performance from Central Florida Community Arts, so don't miss it. And then there is an opportunity for what is called the Afterglow, which is going to be a chance for you to talk through some of this, because we've all been sitting at home. Some people are alone. Some people are, with family, but they're not really able to talk about it yet. So you're going to be able to go into this Afterglow. So don't go anywhere yet. But first, as we wrap up our day, having the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County as a partner in this work has been instrumental to our success, because this is a group that is working so hard to create resilience in our children's lives, in our families' lives, and in our community. So we are grateful. And today we have Cindy Jury, the Director of Research and Special Projects for the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County, who is going to give some closing remarks. Welcome, Cindy, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Rachel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Karen Willis and the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County, it's our honor to partner with the Peace and Justice Institute and our other fabulous sponsors to bring you this conference today. We're also honored with the larger work of Resilience and the K-Ready community. While many of us have taken our organizations through emergency planning and many of us are energized by disruptive technology, absolutely nothing in our playbook prepared us as a business, as a community, as a nation, or as an inhabitant of this place called Earth for the human and economic ravages known as COVID-19. But I submit this virus has only showed us what we already knew about our community, that we are in the same storm, but we are not all in the same boat. If you're a child born in Paramore, you have a 2% chance of reaching the top fifth of income distribution. But if you're born across the street in College Park, that probability would be more like 28%. And we know instances of low birth weight and higher infant mortality continue to affect the children of women of color. Higher instances of obesity, diabetes, and early death remain prevalent in the non-white community. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, if we had this conference 6 months ago, long before we heard the words COVID-19, the issues that face us would still be the same. Because if the zip code you are born in can be correlated to your future success, and the color of your skin can be linked to your health outcomes, then this is not about talent, this is about opportunity. In the book Just Mercy, one of the most powerful scenes centers on Herbert Richardson, a Vietnam veteran diagnosed with PTSD, who's awaiting execution for causing the tragic death of a child, all because he wanted someone to love him. Despite appeal after appeal, he sits with his attorney in the final hour, and Herbert says, "It's so strange. More people have said, 'What can I do to help you?' in the last 14 hours of my life than ever did in the first 19 years of my life." Herbert was 3 when his mother died. He was 7 when he began experimenting with drugs. He was still a teenager when he returned from the ravages of war. What might his life have been? What might he have contributed to society if he had been surrounded by a community that was committed to his success? Neil Postman, American author, media theorist, and cultural critic, once said, "Children are the living messages we send to a time we will not see." Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, this virus has brought us to our knees and ripped away any facade of equity and fairness in this community, state, and country that we love. But together, we have the power to change that. Let us take from today's conference a commitment that the living messages of our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will take into the future are ones of hope, equity, inclusiveness, and resilience. Let that be how history records our comeback. Let us truly be Orlando strong. Thank you for sharing the gift of your time with us today.
Thank you, Cindy, so much for sharing those words of encouragement and those thought-provoking steps to action. As we all know, a conference recording will come to you via email. We want to remind you all to fill out the conference survey. Your feedback is very important to us. And by filling out the survey, you also have a chance to win $50, a $50 gift card certificate. Don't forget about the Afterglow opportunity. Join a Zoom meeting now, linked in the chat, to discuss the conference in small groups with other fellow participants. Rachel?
So after we hear our final performance, that Zoom will open up. And I want you to know we're going to break out into smaller rooms there. So you will have the opportunity to speak and share your thoughts and ideas and kind of debrief and everything you've heard. So once we get in that chat, which will go there after our performance, you'll be able to really kind of talk some of these things through. But we want to give a special thank you to our title sponsor, Orlando Health, for all that they've done for us, and our 2020 Resilience Conference sponsors of West Georgia Healthcare District, Central Florida Foundation, and the City of Orlando, and to our partner, the Early Learning Coalition of Orange County. But there's so many people to thank. We thank the members of the conference planning team, the strategic planning committee that's been meeting all year, Central Florida Community Arts and their leader, Josh Vickery. Thank you so much for jumping in and participating with us today. All of the performers are incredible keynote speakers. And the Valencia College Tech team, none of us knew how to do a Zoom webinar 2 weeks ago. So here we are. Thank you to and this incredible team that's there under the leadership of Keith Hill, Valencia's dance department, Devereaux, Universal Behavioral Center, our distinguished visitors, and especially I want to thank the PJI staff who worked so hard from home in these last 3 or 4 weeks to bring this vision to life. Because when this thing started, our first inclination was to say we have to cancel. But then we were left to ask ourselves, really? Are we going to cancel a conference about resilience in the middle of this crisis, which, as we learned from Lauren, is really an opportunity for what we call conflict transformation, to transform our community and make things better for everyone. Thank you.
And we want to thank you. We want to send virtual hugs, virtual handshakes to all of our participants for taking the time out today to attend the 2020 Resilience Conference. We are hopeful and inspired that you will take these learnings to your various sectors and come together and make our home in Central Florida a stronger and more resilient place for all.
So, and I want to say thank you, Will, for being my partner today. It's been great to spend the day with you and everybody today.
Likewise,
so here we
Rachel,
are.
It's been a pleasure being with you as well.
Thank you. And I hope your little boys, boy, they didn't get to see their daddy all day today. So I know they're going to be thrilled to see you right now.
Yes, but I've heard them all day.
For our final performance, we are thrilled to welcome Heather McGraw singing Lean on Me by the late Bill Withers. As Heather sings, once again, we invite you to reflect and write in the chat. What is something you're taking away from the conference today? And what is the message you want to leave for us as you sign off after this performance and our goodbyes? So let me say them again. These are the reflections. Something you're taking away from this conference, and what is the message you want to leave for us today as you as we find ourselves at the end of our day. So we are thrilled to welcome Heather. Thanks for being here. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I'll wait to, since you had mentioned no one's ever, I've never done this either before. Hello. See, let me fix everything. All right, here we go. Thank you guys for allowing me to be a part of this and to sing this last song for you. Unfortunately, we recently lost Bill Withers. His musical style and lyrics will forever leave a handprint on our hearts. He was heart-driven to connect to the world at large. With his poetry and music, he spoke honestly to people and connected them to each other. Healthcare workers, choirs, and artists draw inspiration from his song, Lean on Me, to help during this coronavirus pandemic. Thank you, Bill, for blessing us with your music. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on forward. It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow, for no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You're just a call me brother when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. I know you can't hear each other, but sing it with me. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call me brother when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. Last time. When you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. We all need somebody to lean on. We all need somebody to lean on. Thank you.
Wow. Yay, Heather. Thank you so much. I don't know about you all, but we were rocking it at my house. I bet you were too, snapping and clapping and singing. Thank you, everybody. This was a wonderful day, and I bet people have a lot of things to say. So there's a lot of virtual claps in the chat, and thanks for all the messages, everybody, that people are sending. Will, how are you feeling right now?
I am feeling so blessed to be in a community that values deep work and roots. I am taking so much of this back into my personal life to share a light in my home, and I hope to be a beacon of light in whatever community that I frequent, and I hope that you all will do the same thing as well.
And you know, somebody said earlier in the day, I never thought I could feel connected to people in a virtual platform, but this person was left to, reconsider that. And so I have felt connected. I've had tears during the day, just reading the things you all writing in the chat, and the hope and inspiration and the leadership that's coming from all of these community members. We thank you, and thank you everybody for all that you've done. So don't miss out on the afterglow. I hope you all have found that link. It's in that conference packet. It's toward the end, and there is a link to a Zoom. And I want to make sure everybody's comfortable that they have that. If for any reason you're not finding that link, you can email resilience@valenciacollege.edu, and they'll email it to you. Okay. All right. Will, thank you again for being my partner today.
Thank you again, Rachel, for having me.
It's great to work with you and to be in this together. And thank you, everybody. Virtual hugs, and I'll see you in the afterglow. I'll be there. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you again to everybody. Have a good afternoon and evening.
Bye.